Hello everyone, welcome dear viewers to the beautiful Switzerland. We are now live from Biel, Bienne, and we are going to follow the 58th International Biel Jazz Festival, which is taking place in the summer days. And the heart of the festival is the Grandmaster Triathlon, a unique format for top players in the world. We have masters and challengers battling it out, and today is the round number 4 of the classical portion. Your hosts for today are going to be us. My name is Angelika Varkova, and I am super happy to be joined by Grandmaster Artur Snaktions to guide us through all those mind games during the games. Artur, it's a pleasure to have you here. How's it going? Yesterday was absolutely thrill day.
Of course, every single day brings a lot of action, and I would expect that today we will receive nothing less. Been really fun ride so far. Also, there were a couple of crazy moments, like we're talking about this yesterday's game where Daniel Darda unfortunately blundered his game away against Jumabayev. So everything is possible here, and I think also the viewers are enjoying this action. So stay tuned. We definitely have more for you.
Who is going to face each other today? Let's find out. Today is round number 4 already. We see in the Masters one of the best German players, Svane, is facing Murzin, who is the world rapid champion. Wojtaszek, the champion from 2020 of the Biel GMT, is coming back to face Aravindh, one of the top Indian players. Meanwhile, top Emirati Grandmaster Salem will face with white pieces Vladimir Fedoseev, the top seeded player in the tournament, as well as the current leader of the standings. Any challengers, Artus, do we see anything special?
Of course, 3 very exciting games. In the top game, we see David Navara is going to take on Murzin. Yesterday, he had a very solid draw with the black color against tournament leader Nicholas Theodorou. Nicholas is going to play his 3rd game in 4 games with the black color. This time, he's going to play against Daniel Darda. For Daniel, it's going to be a chance to recover after yesterday's terrible outcome. And then we have one more final game ongoing, which is Hakobyan against Jumabayev. So plenty of things to see and follow today.
Yeah, we have absolutely amazing matchups, and currently I would like to check the standings after the 3 rounds. Today is round number 4. A lot is at stake. We have in the Masters 2 joint leaders, Vladimir Fedoseev together with Aravindh. We had an interview yesterday with Vladimir, and I remember he was telling us that the one person who he's going to try to fight against and the true rival in this event is going to be definitely Aravindh. Meanwhile, in the challengers, we have Nicholas Theodorou, who is leading the event with 17.5 points, very far from the rest of in the standings. We see that players are getting seated and getting ready to play. We just saw the Hakobyan, who is going to face against Jumabayev, ready, and I think we have the first moves already in the board. Look at it, Arturs. We see the overview to all the games. I see some d4s have been played. We see the Slav. We see another d4.
Yeah, and this is usually a pretty slower start, and let's maybe stay on the overview for a while we get some information where the game is going to take us. For example, just to give you a roundup, what we are seeing in the games. The game Svane against Murzin is the exchange, Karakan, e takes on d5, c takes on d5. So it seems here the young German is going to test a very interesting sideline. We're going to get into that a bit more shortly. Then I'm also seeing Wojtaszek is playing against Aravindh. That's the repeat of the Slav formation with knight c3, d takes on c4. We saw this already a couple of times earlier in the festival. So I'm right now talking about the Masters tournament. And then there's the game of Saleh against Vladimir Fedoseev. Only one move, d4, has been played over the board, and could it be that Fedoseev has not yet arrived at the board, or he is just thinking about his opening choices?
I'm just wondering, maybe he was not ready for it, but I guess the players are prepared against everything, whether it is e4, d4, c4, or anything else. We have top rated players here in the world from all the countries. Everyone is ready. And what is happening in the challengers, Arturs? Is there anything special that we see? On one of the boards, I see there has been no move made, and just now e4 was played by Daniel Darda.
Right, so that is Nicholas's game. Now, there you go. He just played e4, e5. That's the lower middle board. On the lower left, we have David Navara playing against Murzin. This is a different kind of Slav. So we have 2 Slav games. So the game Navara against Murzin, and also the top middle board Wojtaszek against Aravindh. Different choices by players. And finally, one more game is Hakobyan playing his game against Jumabayev. This is going to be some sort of a call spot, potentially. I suppose we are going to see.
But do you think we should go to the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh as the first one, or would you say
Let's
the
do
other
this.
one?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go full screen on this game and see what happens here. This is the game that already was played at least once yesterday, and then obviously the days before. Yesterday, this was Aravindh's choice against Aravindh, by the way, himself, yeah, with the white color against Volodar. And Volodar was super solid. But in that game, just so we can refresh the memory, after 95, 97, knight x on c4, it's
Here,
a different
knight
move.
b6
Queen c.
was played.
Yeah, knight e3, you're correct. Yeah,
Knight
e3.
b6. No, instead of queen c7, knight b6 was played.
Knight b6 and knight e3. You got it. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same to me.
Absolutely, yeah.
So g3, the idea here is to play a bishop f4 and try to target a queen on c7, which might feel it's unfortunately placed, but black immediately responded with e5, and I think this is a major opening theory. Again, d takes on e5, knight takes on e5. It feels that bishop f4 is gonna pin the knight on e5, but the game continues with knight e7, and let's see what kind of opening ideas and developments we're going to have here.
It's so interesting to see players approaching the same position now. Aravindh with a different color, even though he played yesterday the same position with white. And earlier, especially, we saw this in the game of Volodar Murzin against Salem playing with white. And we see another different approach where Salem was pushing for f3, e4. Yeah, he was playing in the space advantage in the center. And we're going definitely to follow this game to see what's going to happen. But first question, Arturs, maybe we just go back from the beginning and see how did they arrive at this position, just to know all the moves one by one.
Yeah, so d4, d5, c4, c6, the Slav oration. The idea is mainly to secure the pawn on d5, play knight f6, and attempt to bring out the Lasco bishop. The other popular choice here, of course, is e6. There's completely different approach. The bishop on c8 very often joins the game through b7 square. But okay, for this particular game, Aravindh felt pretty much all right to repeat what he played yesterday with the white color. Knight c3, d takes on c4. This is the common pattern here. As soon as white has played knight c3, you can take d takes on c4, because now with the knight on c3, it's a bit more challenging for white to win back the pawn. And also maybe an important point here is that after knight c3, you cannot really play a bishop f5. It's a common mistake. C takes, queen b3 is a problem. And one of the core ideas that black cannot play queen b6, defend the pawn, because knight takes on d5 is going to be a problem and a very important intermezzo check. And black simply loses the pawn for nothing.
Yeah, and players, of course, know this idea. That's why bishop cannot be developed earlier. But we see a surprising move. g5 is on the board, sacrificing a pawn.
Yeah, but you cannot take it, right?
Yeah, of course. Your knight is hanging on c4.
Yeah, I think knight e3 is the main move here.
Oh.
Super popular theory here. So knight e3, and then, if I'm not mistaken, g takes, knight takes on f5, and this has been around for a long time. Modern trends, so we'll see how far the preparation of the players is gonna go.
Yeah, Arturs, and talking about these two players, they have not faced against each other till Biel. So in Biel they played in rapid, and it was a draw. And so far they haven't faced each other on any tournaments. Of course, probably due to the fact that Radoslav Wojtaszek recently is not playing that much. He was preparing and helping out with the preparation for the World Championship match of Gukash. He also used to be a second of Anand, so he's a very impressive coach and a second for top players. And meanwhile, Aravindh is younger generation. He is representing younger generation in this match, so there was not so much chances to meet each other. But we see moves coming in so quickly, take, and long castle. Is long castle the main idea here to go for?
I think so. You have to hide a king somewhere, and the king side feels to be pretty exposed. Obviously, the big question is can you take on f4? But as you can see, black is getting ready for some sort of initiative here. Also, g-rex on f4, knight c4 might be the move, hitting the pawn on b2, hitting the pawn on the 4. As you can see, Wojtaszek is not even going to enter this debate. He just played queen c2, walked away from the potential x-ray, and just in case protected the knight on f5.
Looks like Aravindh is taking a time, and I have a big question to one of the other games. So let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what is going on, since one of the games is puzzling me. It's a game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev in the top right corner. Seems like Saleh has played d4 and there is no reply. I just want to see, is Vladimir thinking here at this moment at the position, or he's simply not at the board? What do you think, Artur? Shall we take a look there just shortly if he's there? Or?
Yeah, we could check it in a moment. Maybe let's very quickly see if... yeah, maybe we do. There you go. By the way, d5 was played. Very good call.
Just now.
I was thinking, yeah, if something is, if everything is all right, maybe he was just arriving late. This is essentially the Magnus effect. So Magnus Carlsen very often arrives late, and we have a confirmation that Fedoseev was late. By the way, the reason could be that I was walking with Vladimir one of the previous days together from the official hotel to the playing venue, and he stopped by at the local restaurant to have the lunch. And could it be that he was simply late, right? And he arrived maybe a bit later. His lunch was delayed, so but all is good. He's here.
Yeah, he's here, and we see the Queen's Gambit declined is on the board. Knight f3, knight f6 has been played in that game. Talking about the other positions, in the top left corner, there has been bishop e3 played, and it looks like it was Caro-Kann?
It's a very odd choice. Very odd choice by Frederick, and there must be some interesting new idea he wants to test. I'm not sure I have ever seen this like at a high level, but again, the opening trends keep to be changing very quickly. I think that's the game we're definitely going to go into and check in a moment. But let's first see where the game was. David Navara against Murzin is taking. That's the lower left corner. That's the classical Slav. And look at this. I mean, today Navara is in the opposite camp. Yesterday against Hakobyan, he was the one who was trying to survive with a position against two bishops. And today he has taken the reversed role. Now he is going to be the one trying to prove that two bishops are important.
Yeah, what nice surprises here today. One more time, Aravindh is playing the Blacks opening from yesterday. We see Navara is trying the same as Hakobyan tried against him. And what about the position of Daniel Darda against Nicolas Theodorou in the bottom middle board?
It's Petrov.
Is this Petrov? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Petrov. So it's a solid choice. Try to equalize the game, and c4 is one of the fighting choices. So it's good to see that Daniel is not going to take a day off after yesterday's terrible final moves. We all saw it on cameras, unfortunately for Daniel, but I hope he has recovered. And then Hakobyan on the lower right corner against Aravindh Jumabayev. It's some sort of a Queen's Gambit declined with bishop g5 and bishop h4. So let's go full screen with Frederick Svane against Volodar Murzin, and there's a lot of things to talk about this particular game because visually it feels like a London, no?
Yes, it does. It does resemble the London, but once you see there is e-pawn and c-pawn has been traded, and you can construct it a bit in the opening. It seems like the Caro-Kann, but if the London, the bishop should have been on f4. This is the wrong square for the bishop.
But there's a bit more important news, maybe except of this particular game. There's one big event happening at this board, and that's Volodar's birthday. So today, Volodar Murzin celebrates 19 years. So it's pretty amazing him to see here during his birthday. It's going to be interesting to see how does it affect his playing style. I have personally played myself a couple of times during my birthday. It was always pretty bad. Like I could not concentrate for the game. I hope that everything is going to be good for Volodar.
I remember also last year we had another birthday boy. It was Haik Martira's son, and he won the Rapid or the Chess 960 tournament on his birthday. I don't remember exactly, but he definitely was scoring really good results on his birthday, and he was also one of the leaders of the field. He was playing extremely well last year, but yeah, we have many birthday people, and actually it's a big point you're bringing up, like playing against someone who has birthday is also interesting. Now, Frederick Svane, will he try to go easy on Volodar Murzin, not to try to make him feel bad? And recently, I remember, for example, the birthday of Gukesh, which was happening during the Norway Chess, and I was lucky to be there. And he was playing against Fabiano Caruana. He survived the classical game, and he won against Fabiano in the Armageddon game. So it was kind of a nice surprise and present for him on the birthday. But will Volodar be able to do it?
We'll see. So congratulations from us, and hopefully he's going to play a fine game today. Now, let's go back from the very start and see why this is an odd opening choice. So e4, it's not a London, it's a Karakan. d4, d5, e takes on d5. Now, the exchange variation is pretty popular, even at the highest level, but there's a twist. This opening mostly is played in accelerated time control games, not in classical games. And why? Because it gives white typically an easy game. So we're talking about the classical approach to play bishop d3, then c6, c3, and now here black has a couple of choices to play queen c7, with the idea to stop white from playing bishop f4 or playing knight f6, allowing white to play bishop f4, bishop g4, queen b3. So the theory goes on and on and on. But the big idea is that white does enjoy the so-called short-term advantage and has a very clear plan to go for a king set attack. Why I'm saying it's a bit surprising, because in a classical time control, this is not that of a popular continuation, but the first surprise already came here, this move knight f3, which might seem like a normal developing move, but at this level, this is pretty rare.
Yeah, looking at this move, I'm wondering if Frederick Svane was trying not to go for the main lines, knowing that Volodar would be prepared. Was it some kind of a trick in that way? Because if he would go with a c3, bishop d3, I would say Volodar Murzin would be more prepared for that.
Probably. I mean, this is definitely something that Volodar shouldn't be expecting for this game, unless, of course, Frederick has recently played it before. I don't think that Murzin was ready for this. And there's also another very tricky line here. Let's say in the game, knight c6 was played. But let's say black will play knight f6. White's one of core ideas to play knight e5, and we don't know what was Frederick's idea. And the point is, after knight c6, you play bishop b5 here, pin the knight. Queen b6 is dangerous because of c4, and you get some pawn operation vibes in this position. So black typically goes here. You take it here, and I think it was c3, bishop d3, and we transpose to exactly the same position as I showed you before. White has the bishop here, and again, has this chance to go for an easier king set attack. So maybe this is the reason why Murzin played knight c6, not allowing this line. And by the way, if my memory is correct, bishop b5 is still a move here.
Yeah, bishop b5 is definitely a move. It's pinning the knight to the king. It's introducing the knight e5 ideas, but he went with a very surprising bishop e3.
I have never seen this move before in my life. I mean, maybe somebody has played this, but if I'm not, again, terribly mistaken, there was this line, white can play bishop b5, and then black has some choices. One of them was a6, bishop c6, b takes, and then white sometimes plays c4, tries to play queen a4 and knight c3, and has some pressure even though he gave up the bishop pair. So there's some very interesting lines, but look at this, what happened in the game, Angelika. So he played bishop e3, knight f6, knight e2, and now he played bishop b5. What is this?
It's very interesting. I just looked up very briefly. This position has happened earlier in only 2 games. And this move, bishop e3, has been played in 11 games. Like, for example, moves like c3, it was played in 300 games, just to understand the hold the mashtub of the situation, because now this bishop is removed. It was happening only in 11 games. Such a rare move it is. I mean, this was.
Do we have information who played it at a high level?
Yeah,
we have some.
I'm going to check now, but I just want to say that current position, which is there, has been played only twice, and it has been played by players with 1900, 2000, so it has not even played on the top level. But give me a moment, I'll try to find that information. This bishop history looks incredibly interesting choice.
No, it's something you simply don't prepare. Like, it's a very odd setup, and now he plays bishop b5. So clearly there might be some vibes from that line I showed you before. So Frederick might be thinking about some c4 and queen a4 ideas, and maybe potentially also knight e5. What is not very clear to me, why do you need to include bishop e3? Now this is, again, I don't understand, but there's definitely a very deep idea. By the way, the bar says it's about levels, so absolutely playable.
I'm surprised, Arturs, because there has been no top player playing this move. Someone with 2000, 2100, but no top level player. I'm really surprised that.
So what was the rating of those players?
Yeah, like 1900.
Imagine this: you're
2000.
a 1900 player, and then you're watching Biel broadcast and Frederick Svane repeats your game until move like,
that would be
like 10 or so. But I mean, anyway, jokes aside, Frederick definitely has a deep prep here. So he is testing something, a very, very interesting choice.
Absolutely. So that was maybe even a smart idea to get Volodar out of the preparation, since Arturs in Biel in Rapid, Volodar won against Frederick, and they actually faced against each other in the World Blitz Championships 2024. And it was Volodar who won against Frederick. So Volodar has won 2 games they have played so far till this day. Of course, those were in shorter time controls. It was in Rapid in Biel. It was in Blitz in New York during the World Championship. But now it's a classical, and I think Frederick feels like he wants to score a revenge. And knowing that he played yesterday and the day before yesterday, I mean, he played great games, but he blundered both yesterday and the day before yesterday. But I feel like he wants to finally get those 4 points, and being ambitious is something what he shows in this game.
Yeah, and he definitely is looking for a way to fight back in this tournament. So this is a game we want to keep a closer eye. So maybe let's go back to the overview of the other games and see what else is happening. There's a lot of games to be followed, and maybe there's something immediately that catches our attention. Angelika, maybe you see something.
I see that there is in the top middle board, I mean, it's a game which we were discussing earlier. It's Wojtaszek against Aravindh. I see that a4, a5 has been played, and there was a trade on g3. I mean, the position is evolving really fast, but now it's finally Aravindh who is taking his time after rook went to d1. And we see the opposite side castling, so we're going to see a big fight in this one. We should definitely take a look at that one in the moment. But other than that, we see also many exciting matchups. As we were discussing this game, the bottom middle board, Daniel Darda against Nicolas Theodorou, the current leader of the rankings. And by the way, Daniel Darda is currently in the last place in the standings. So Bishop d3 has been played. As we were saying, Daniel is not backing down after losing yesterday in the first round, and he's still trying to fight. Is there something else, Arturs, that you see right away?
Right. Well, I'm definitely a big fan of the bishop pair. So I'm seeing the game of David Navara against Murzin. That's the lower left corner. And of course, we're going to check every single game. And maybe we could start with this one. So we'll see and evaluate what are the chances for both players. Navara has the bishop pair. This was the Slav. This is move 10. Both players seem to be well prepared and also pretty happy. So even though the position might seem pretty symmetrical and black has no obvious weaknesses, this is what white wanted with the opening. Very often at high level, the bishop pair is a favorite advantage for competitive players, with an idea that the position is going to eventually open up and the bishops are going to become stronger. But I think we have to go back a bit.
Let's do it. And as I can see, also current position is not so opened yet. So the bishop on c1 needs to be developed for sure. But how did it all evolve? With what did we start? So of course d4.
That's the Slav. e3. This is more of a positional choice. Knight c3 is a very principled choice, and this is the move we saw in the other game. Radoslav Wojtaszek right now plays this against Aravindh, and then the day before Aravindh played it against Murzin, and then before I believe Salem played it against Murzin again. So it's been a very big discussion. Finally, we're having e3 on the board.
Yeah, finally the other move, and the idea, of course, that take on c4 now will be recaptured by the bishop. So bishop g4 immediately targeting the knight. Isn't this an idea that at some moment there could be some break with a pawn on e5? Knight d7, e5, or?
I think it more the idea is to play e6, just to bring out the more to bring out the knight. The bishop g4 is a bit odd move. I mean, it is definitely a playable move, but the main line goes something like this: bishop f5, knight c3, e6, and queen b3 gives nothing, seemingly, because black plays queen b6, so white typically tries knight h4 to hunt down this bishop, but then black has a choice either to retreat on g6 or include bishop e4, white plays f3, and then after bishop g6 we have a very interesting struggle. So I would be very curious to hear the thoughts of the current best players here in Biel. What is the reputation of this line? I mean, I've always liked this line from the white's perspective. There's a center, there's the two bishops, but it would be very interesting to hear what they're saying on this matter. But what we saw was bishop g4 immediately here played, and after h3, the capture. And the big idea is that you have to watch out for this bishop h5, because after bishop h5, it feels like you're saving the bishop. But one of the common ideas is white plays queen b3. Let me try to remember. I think it was queen b6, and there were ideas either g4, bishop g6, knight e5, or even knight e5, g4, and there's all kinds of maneuvers with the knight. So this is big theoretical discussion still.
I'm just wondering, is there idea to trade the queens, push g5, g4, and then take on d5? So the idea is to separate the pawns? No, sorry, on b6. So instead of knight e5, so queen b6 takes g4, g5, and then take on d5. So my idea is I want to separate the pawns.
Yeah, it probably is playable. We already saw something like this yesterday, where Daniel Darda was playing with the black color against Renat Jumabayev. That's the absolute crazy game. We made from it the game of the day recap. But as that particular game proved, that this weakness on b6 is very difficult to get to. So I would assume that black is fine, but is it playable? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And then we had the other approach.
Yeah, so I'm just going to roll back a bit.
If e6 was played.
There was a trade, and immediately bishop d3, knight d2, a3, and you see black is not happy to give up white a complete two bishop advantage. So he played bishop f5, knight e7, and this is the position we have right now.
Artur, the position doesn't look so open so that it would be perfect for the bishop pair. So I would say that white has to try to open up the position. Will we see some trade on d5 or some push with e4 or maybe b4?
I think this is where it's very important to feel the strength of bishop pair in the long run. Like, that's the thing. Like, you have the two bishops, and the desire is to open up the position, right, as quickly as possible. But about the bishop on c1, I think it's going to join the game anyway. So I think here we could play something like b4, bishop b2, and maybe I'm going to play e4. Maybe not. Maybe I'm going to play queen e2, rook d1, rook c1, maybe e4. Maybe I'm going to play a4, b5. So is it not too slow? Sure. but at the same time, we should think about what is Black going to do during this time, right? So what's Black going to do? He's going to play Queen e7, Rook e8, Rook c8, then what? So very often, Black actually is the one who initiates the pawn play. And the pawn play is done either with e5 or d takes on c4 and most likely e5 anyway. So maybe you don't even need to open up the position from the White's perspective because Black is simply having the need to have his own pawn play, and he's going to do it for you.
Oh, it's actually very interesting that the opponent will make it for you, but does it... I mean, I wouldn't want to open up the position if I was Black, because there is a bishop pair for White. Is there any other idea for Black to go with, or is just this e5?
Keeping position closed? No, I don't think so. Like you could try to play somehow f5, like maybe get some Dutch stonewall position, but how do you get there? Like as far as last time I checked, the pawns are not jumping over the knight. And if you're going to plan, let's say, something like knight e8 to prepare f5 and then play knight f6 and have a close position, I'm pretty sure White's going to have the time to play e4 immediately, and the knight on e8 is just not standing well.
Yeah, and then White is the one who is opening up. Well, let's see what Machun is thinking in this position about, and let's see an overview on the rest of the games, if we have any updates so far. Meanwhile, the game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev in the top right corner, there has been a lot of moves played after Vladimir arrived, after being late. We see that b3 is on the board net position. It looks like the Catalan was the choice from the Emirati Grandmaster. Other than that, we see in the bottom right corner Aram Hakobyan against Rinat Jumabayev. There is a battle with an isolated queen's pawn. We can see it on d4. It could arise from many different openings. It could have been Queen's Gambit accepted. It could have been also something else. We will definitely keep an eye on that. But the game which I'm interested the most is the game of the leader of the challenger, Nicolas Theodorou, with black pieces against Daniel Darda with white in the bottom middle board. Artus, shall we take a dive into that game?
That's a good call. I'm also looking at this game right now, and this is, I think, a very big theoretical discussion. And I'm seeing Nicolas, of course, playing with the black color. And if my memory is not really failing me, he did play this famous game against Timur Ajabov. And I think it also was the Petrov. Like, I might be mistaken, but I think I'm correct. And he showed a very deep prep. And he beat famously Rajabov basically without making any single move of his own. And now this time he's playing from black's perspective, and Nicolas always has left me an impression that he is always really well prepared. This particular position with the knight on g5 on the board, I try to remember, Angelika, there was a very famous maneuver in a similar position, but I'm afraid I can't replicate it. Maybe I will get a chance to check it in the next break. Like, there was a very famous maneuver in a very similar position with the knight on g5, sacrificing the bishop on h7, but I'll have to research a bit, like, so that I can finish my thought. Anyway.
I actually also recall something like that, but I cannot yet memorize it. It looks very, very familiar, this knight g5 jump.
Right. All right, I'm going to go back to this. Let's go back from move one.
Yes, it was played e4, e5, and we see that the knights are taking on e5. So there is definitely a knight c6, which is more, I mean, it's a choice if you want to go to Roy Lopez, you want to go to Italian. I play knight c6 myself. Artus, what do you do here? You play Sicilian. You don't play e5, or you do?
After knight c6, it's simply a different opening. Yeah, after knight c6, either the Italian game or to Roy Lopez, and then decline the Berlin. Yeah, we talked about the Berlin variation the other day. But knight f6, now this is a very, very interesting choice. And that's also something that I have noticed is not very popular at the club level. Because, you know, there was this one time I was researching what kind of courses are on Chessable. And I think nowadays most chess fans know that Chessable is one of the leading platforms providing the online chess courses for openings, full repertoires, etc.
And Arturs is also one of the authors.
And I'm one of the authors,
also.
and you're one of the authors. Yeah, by the way, advertisement finishes. But the question is, do you even know there's a single big course on the Petrov?
I think I remember something, but I don't know if it was the offer.
Last time I checked, there was basically none.
Nothing.
Yeah, like for some reason, like at the highest level, sure. The biggest practitioner is, if I would have to name one name, Fabi Corona really likes the Petrov. Also, Jan Nepomniachtchi has played very often the Petrov, so that you just get an equal game. But this is at the highest level. So I had a theory why there's no courses from Black's perspective with the Petrov. And I think the idea is that the club level players don't really enjoy playing positions that might lead to a draw, because this is a very famous setup after 95, d6, knight f3, knight e4. If you're feeling really under the weather today, you just play queen e2, queen e7, and d3, and it's really going to take Jose Raul Capablanca to win this position from Black. It's that difficult.
I do agree with that. Yeah, you're getting this exchange position, and then you're exchanging your queens, going straight to the endgame. So that's why I'm really happy to see the different approach. So there was no queen e2 played. Daniel is going for a flight, and he's playing with a c4. What is this move, Arturs? What is it doing? It's stopping the d5 idea, so you want to grab center with a d4?
Yeah, it somehow helps White to fight for this square. Again, there's a million moves. Like here, there's the knight c3, very popular choice. White castles the long side. There's the immediate d4, which is sort of already old-fashioned. Somebody might disagree. There's the d3, d4. There's the bishop d3. There's the queen e2 line. There's also here in this line, the four knights variation. Many choices. So the c4 is one of them. Bishop e7, d4. Now d5 is not there. Black played knight c6. He continues development. And knight g5, not knight f6. Immediately trying to fight. There you go. Now I remember. Bishop g5, castles, and here there was a. I'm not remembering, because I think it was this moment. I'm so sorry. I should have checked it. There was this one moment when knight c3 short castle was somehow meeting with, but I think it was with the bishop on g4. There was this maneuver, bishop takes on h7, h4, knight g5. Like I already said, I'm going to show you it later. So
yeah, definitely. There is this idea, because now the pawn on h7 is less defended, and we see castle happened on the board. And now, question for Nicolas Theodorou, what to do? Currently, Nicolas is leading the challenger section, while Daniel Darda is struggling. In the first round, he had a very tough game, and yesterday he was completely winning against Rinat Jumabayev, and he lost. I mean, this was a heartbreaking endgame we had. And now, looking at his clock, he spent half an hour. He has 1 hour and 30 minutes left, while Nicolas spent 5 minutes only. It looks like he's still in the preparation. Arturs, what do we expect in this game? Will Nicolas try to be ambitious in this game as well as the leader, or will it be Daniel who is going to?
Visually, it feels like White hasn't accomplished a lot. So what were the last moves? It was bishop takes on g5 and castle. So if I'm Black, I'm thinking I want to keep the bishop alive. So you can see here Nicolas is thinking for the first time. So probably this also signals that that's a move he doesn't know. And maybe I would be tempted to play bishop f6, not to allow any knight g5. And if you play rook e1 check, I'm going to play knight e7. And if you're going to play queen c2 to keep me from castling short, I'm going to play g6. And I just don't really see what White has here, because I'm going to play a short castle, bishop g7, and this Daxwa bishop in the long run might be a really strong piece, even though I obviously am aware of the relation bar, but visually I like Black.
So even though we got Petrov, it's going to be a fighting game. We'll for sure go back in a moment, but for now, let's check what's happening on the rest of the boards. There are still some games we haven't checked. Here is an overview. I see the game of Aram Hakobyan against Rinat Jumabayev in the bottom right corner. There is this IQP position. B6 has just been played. Black is trying to hold the d5 square. But what an update from the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh. They have traded many pieces. The queen is only 4. This is the game we checked as the first one, Artur's. Huge development.
It seems still to be a theoretical discussion. That's the top middle board. The white king seemingly is in a kind of in a danger, but the bar says everything is good. Black has some sort of initiative at the king side. Also, the top left corner, Frederick Svane against Volodar, who celebrates birthday today. There you go. There's the c4 move on the board, so we have some vibes from the Sicilian, not what Sicilian, Panov, yeah, but the Panov oration of the Karakan. And then there's nothing, no big changes in the other games. Yeah, of course, Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, the Catalan, with Rook e1. He's going for some e4 push. That's the top right corner. You know, Angelika, I propose to go to game of Hakobyan against Jumabayev because this setup, the Panov setup, the IQP setup, I mean, this position can be reached from several openings and several move orders is a very interesting one.
Let's dive into this game. One of the strongest Armenian grandmasters, Aram Hakobyan, is facing Rinat Jumabayev here, who had huge chance yesterday. I mean, he won this game against Darda, which he was losing. I feel like he feels a bit lucky today in that way that he got this position maybe against isolated queen's pawn. But let's see. B6 has been played. So he wants to develop the bishop on b7.
You know, for some reason, we are not seeing a lot of these structures anymore because historically the IQP, and what's an IQP? It's the isolated queen's pawn structure. I mean, queen's pawn on d4, it's isolated. It's not supported by any pawns. It used to be a very popular discussion like a couple of decades ago, but nowadays, not so much. And I wonder why. Is there some common understanding that these positions are practically dangerous a bit for black because white has this initiative? It could be. You know, one of the big ideas here for the IQP and this particular position is white is thinking about to build up a battery on the long diagonal, even though it doesn't really seem like it at the moment. So you're thinking like rook c1 just in case to take over the c file. The bishop goes to d3, potentially to b1, and then you build up a battery. And now you see the bishop on h4 is hitting the knight at f6. Once it's gone, there might be a checkmate. So this is a very interesting discussion usually. So the player with an IQP, with the central pawn, he says, I want to have an attack. I want to go for a king set attack. Maybe in some lines there's d4, d5 here, and just to enjoy a slightly better position with the symmetrical pawn structure. But black at the same time is trying to trade off some pieces and say that the pawn on d4 is a long-term weakness. So again, it's a clash of ideas here.
It's a huge battle between two different approaches. But in this position, we see that h6 has been played. And I would love to come back and see how it all evolved in the opening. Can we do it, Arturs?
Let's do it. So this was the Queen's Gambit declined with knight c3, d5. By the way, here a very, very popular choice at the club level is c takes, bishop g5. I think we're seeing it like 95% of the time in this position.
Club level here.
Everybody loves it.
I am playing this.
You are playing it as well.
Yes, yes.
I know, it's a very, very popular setup. It's super easy. I mean, everybody loves it, including Angelika. Anyway, white decided to keep the tension here. h6, bishop h4, show castle, knight f3, all of this makes perfect sense.
So some kind of delayed Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, it feels like it. So black releases the tension. c5, counter strikes the center. Short castle, c takes, and e takes on d4. So of course here white could have taken with the knight to have a symmetrical pawn structure, but here Aram is going for a king set attack potentially, and this is how they got here.
I'm just wondering, this h6 move, it looks like weakening the light squares a lot, because if we imagine white would play something like a3, bishop a2, bringing the bishop to this long diagonal, bishop b1.
Yeah, that's a very common maneuver.
Queen d3 or queen c2. At some moment, you will have to play g6, but then it will be a weak.
I think it probably black has a bit time. And with the h6 and bishop h4, I remember some other games by Anatoly Karpov. So that's what I said. I mean, back in the day, a couple of decades ago, maybe even more, this was one of the discussions between Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, I think even in the World Championship matches. And h6 bishop h4 is something that black had to be very careful about. But with this move included, black typically plays knight h5. So let me just play rook c1, and this knight h5 is a move. So you see the barricades it here for some reason.
Maybe d4 at some moment can be.
I don't know, but the idea is you force the trade, you put the knight on f6 back, and let's say you are really trying to carry out this idea, bishop b7, bishop a2, knight f6, bishop b1. So you see it basically takes forever. And black can at some point play this g6 or even knight g6 or knight f5, and you're simply having nothing.
But now it's, of course, a different situation. And we see that b6 has been played. Now Aram Hakobyan is taking time this moment. Do you think we will see these ideas of a3, bishop a2, or is there something else he's right now thinking about? Because he's taking quite some time.
There's a couple of main ideas. I made some videos on my YouTube channel about this. Like main ideas, they involve the rook c1, bishop d3, bishop b1, queen e3 idea. The second idea is at the right moment go for the d5 push, and then you are somehow slightly better. With the rook on e1, maybe not so much, but if the queen was on e2, there's an idea to play rook d1, rook d3, lift the rook to the g3 square, and if I'm not terribly mistaken, those were the three main ideas. So I think that here Hakobyan is simply trying to familiarize himself with the position and try to understand which route he should take.
And while Aram is deciding, it's a good moment for us to go on the first short break while the players are still in the opening phase. Be right back in a few moments with more action from the International Biel Chess Festival. See you in a few moments.
Greetings, chess fans. We are the official commentators of Biel Chess Festival. My name is Artur Neikšans. I'm a chess grandmaster. This is Angelika Volkova, my co-host already for 4 years of the festival. And we have for you a very important message.
Yeah, we're here in Biel, but the question is if we're going to come next year, and it could depend on you, dear viewers.
The goal is to achieve €10,000 donation from our Tippy campaign. You probably have seen what is this Tippy button right there on the streams. This is our donation campaign. So if you are enjoying our coverage, if you like us as your host, and most importantly, you would like to see us coming back next year, we would really appreciate that you would donate something for the campaign.
And we're going to reach the goal. You will have this opportunity of having free entrance to all the tournaments at the Biel Chess Festival and also hotel accommodation. Artists, I hope we're going to get some donation because I'm really looking forward for the next edition and I would like to be here commentating with you.
So do I. Being here for 4 years in a row, we make a really great team, so please make it happen.
And we are back from Biel. My name is Angelika Valkova. With me is Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans. We are your hosts for the International Biel Chess Festival. This year is already 58th edition, and the main tournament we are following in the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Challengers, with the top players coming from all over the world to compete to get the title. Artus, it's exciting. Round number 4 already of classical portion. What do we see so far in the games?
We see some very interesting theoretical discussions, new ideas. For example, the game of Frederick Svane against Voldar Murzin. That's the top left corner. By the way, Murzin today celebrates 19-year birthday. So here the young German has played a pretty interesting setup. And as you can see, apparently black did not respond in the best possible way. So the bar slightly prefers white. So already I think it's safe to say that the opening experiment has worked for white. In the meantime, the top middle board, Wojtaszek against Aravindh. Here we have the very classical position from the Slav defense, sharp line, long theoretical discussions. I think that this game has potentially a chance to become very sharp. Then the top right corner, Salem, Saleh has some sort of a Catalan position against Vladimir Fedoseev. Both players are carrying out their plans and might be still a part of a theoretical discussion. David Navara against Murzin has a bishop pair on the lower left corner. He's today in reverse roles compared to yesterday when he was the one playing against the bishops. Then we have Daniel Darda's game against Nicholas Theodorou. Theodorou is the leader of the challengers with this bishop g4, bishop g5 idea. I tried to find this game with this bishop takes on h7, h4, and knight g5. I just could not. Maybe I'm going to get back to this moment a bit later.
The last move on the board, King f8, has been played in that particular game you're discussing, Arturs. Not castle.
I think it was a check, apparently. So he played a very aggressive move, bishop g4, pinning the knight. He didn't play bishop f6 as I was suggesting. So here the tournament leader is playing for something more ambitious. Very interesting choice, by the way. We're definitely going to check it closer. And of course, just before the break, we discussed the properties of the IQP position. Hakobyan against Jumabayev, a very interesting traditional pawn structure.
Oh, let's take a look at the game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. I think that the game we haven't checked yet because Vladimir was missing at the board for a few moments before the game started, and we were wondering, is he there, is he not there, what is going on? But now we see that both players are playing. Maybe there are like 7 minutes less for Vladimir because of his delay, but I see e4 is on the board, breaking the center by Salem. Very sharp choice.
I like White's position. I think that the Catalan has been a very popular choice at all levels. At the highest levels, the club level gives you a nice long-term positional game. And here you can see Black has positioned the bishop on a6, attempting to pin the pawn on c4 and rook on e1. And White played e4 seemingly with no problems. You know, my first instinct, Angelika, when I'm looking at this position, I could be wrong, but I feel that Fedoseev mixed up something. That's my impression, because I definitely recall some positions when White goes for these positions and Black is even taking the pawn on c4 with the pawn on b2. Like, White is down a pawn. But even then, White goes for these positions. But here you see White has managed to play b3, managed to play e4. D takes, b takes doesn't really seem to be appealing. D takes on e4, knight takes on e4 just gives Black a better game. Sometimes here there's a c5 counterattack, but is it here? I highly doubt it.
An enormous space advantage in the center for the top Emirati Grandmaster in this position. But Arturs, how did it all happen? Oh, we see actually take on c4 by Vladimir, but why would you?
It's a different idea. I might be wrong, like I already said. I think he wants to play e5.
He wants to play a5 next move.
Yeah, okay, I stand corrected. Yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know this position so well, but the big idea here is that after b takes on c4, there's the idea to play e5. e5, d5, and then you block these squares. And even if you think that White has a strong passed pawn, black actually enjoys a very, very strong blockade. So yeah, maybe Fedoseev is just completely fine here. So knight takes on c4. And now that I'm looking at this looks very familiar. Still, I think it's still opening theory.
Oh, looks like that. And Artos, how did we get here into this position? Maybe let's start with the first moves so we can see.
All right. So d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6. If you would check the database, there's many, many games in this line. g3, the start of the Catalan. Catalan has been, as already said, very popular at any level for many, many decades. c6, here black is attempting to set up something very solid, maybe hinting at d takes on c4, bishop g2, and b6. By the way, here, Angelika, why do you think black plays c6 and not b6 immediately?
Yeah, I believe that if you're going for the... I wanted to say that there could be a take on d5.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the knight cannot take, because there is e4.
Yeah, this is actually a very smart move order. So, and I definitely see that you have a lot of experience in this line. So, of course, why not b6? Because if you lock the bishop here on e6, you want to play b6, bishop b7, and c5. But here's the trick. If you play b6, white very often plays e takes on d5, e takes on d5, and let's say we proceed with our normal development. I suppose you fianchetto the bishop here, knight c3, shot castle, and let's say bishop f4. So I just position the pieces in the normal way. This is a target. So I'm going to go for the pawn on c7. I'm going to play rook c1, maybe knight e5, maybe queen a4, rook d1. There's going to be pressure. And as soon as you're going to play c5, the common idea is very often to take it and start pressing against these pawns. So why b6 and why then c6? Because if you play c6, c takes on d5, black gets the perfect cosplete structure, and white doesn't have an easy way to create pressure against the pawn on c6. So you play c6, then you play b6, and white no longer can get to this position because black's going to play c takes on d5, and we have now some sort of symmetrical Slav.
Oh, and that would be not so great for white, because white always tries to keep this pressure on the d5 pawn, knowing that the bishop is on g2. Very nice point.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I went back a bit too far. Yeah, this is exactly the point. So he plays c6, only then b6, short castle, b3. So white is prepping this idea to play e4. This is one of the most famous ideas, to play e4, to have the knight on e4. And there you go. Bishop a6, e4, d takes, and knight takes on c4 is played. Of course, Saleh recognizes the threat of e5.
And he's stopping the e5 right away, so that if black wants to go for e5, black would have to trade the bishop, but definitely that's not something black would love to do. And also at some moment there could be ideas of pushing e5 for white, but no, it's not going to happen because d5 would be super weak. My idea was d5 to attack the pawn on c6, but unfortunately that was weakened the d5 square too much.
Yeah, but it's playable. I mean, you could still put the knight on e4. Let's say you play rook c8, you play e5. No, it's a good idea. You play knight e4, and the knight on d6 feels great. So the knight on d5 feels like it's a great outpost, but I'm going to go for a king-set attack, like h4. Think about some knight g5 problems here. And this is a very annoying position. I think that also many competitive players, they're studying these positions. This is some king's Indian attack structure, so to say. I'm not really sure if I'm correct with the name, but with the pawn on e5, you have the idea to go for this king-set attack. And the pawn on e5, as you said one day, Angelika, yourself, it splits black's position into halves.
Absolutely, and yeah, here it could be one of the ideas of white, and definitely controlling this e5 square helps a lot. So after this knight c4 move, Vladimir can no longer go for his e5 ideas, and now it's his turn to think. And Artur, what can we say about black's position now that e5 is not possible? What would be another plan for him?
Yeah, I wish I would remember. This looks awfully familiar to me. Somehow in my memory sticks b5, b4. Was it here? Was it here, the b5, b4, or was it not? Or maybe I'm mixing up things. Somehow I remember this. So b5, there was some knight e3, b4, c5, and somehow it gets really sharp. But why and how, I already don't remember. But one thing is clear, I think ball players here are still in the prep, even though the clock situation suggests otherwise, that Fedoseev already has spent good 40 minutes on the position.
But also he was late. He came 7 minutes late, so for that reason it would have been around 25 minutes on the clock, so not so much less time. But of course, 20 minutes for Saleh.
Yeah, but it's also could be this situation when even if you think you know the theory, there could be reasons why you are a bit slower in your decisions. Sometimes you want to have a different perspective on the position. And I've been in this situation many times. Like, I know the opening theory, I know the next move, but then I arrive at this position and I'm thinking, okay, yeah, so I think I have to play b5, b4, this was the theory, etc. But do I have anything else? Because also, of course, chess players, they're artists, they want to play something interesting, something they have never played before, so it could be that Fedoseev might come up with just a different concept here.
And talking about their previous encounters against each other, it's actually Saleh Salem who has won 2 out of 2 classical games they played against each other. Those were in the years 2016 and 2024. Last year it was during the Sharjah Masters, and in 2016 it was with the same colors, and there they had Queen's Gambit declined as well, but it was semi-Slav, and Saleh Salem didn't go for the Catalan, so it was a different approach from the openings.
Yeah, let me try to push this b5. I think knight e5 doesn't work. Knight e5 takes. I think there was the idea of queen d1, and if you take with rook, you play knight g4. The pawn is hit, bishop c5 is a problem, b4 is incoming, and somehow this pawn becomes quite lonely, like f4, bishop c5 is asking for some
problems.
Yeah, so this b5 move, there was knight e3, as far as I remember. But what was after that? I think it was b4. I think it was b4, knight a4, and was it c5, but I'm seeing e5 here, or was it some rook c8? With an idea to play c5. So black has a bit weaker pawn structure, and here again I'm seeing a lot of ideas for white. We might even see e5, like e5, knight e5. We might see this typical h4 idea, or maybe take on d5 at h4 and go for some kings in an attack. There's so many rich possibilities in this position.
For sure there are, and knowing Saleh Salem playing style is definitely something what we might see in the position. But for now, we see that Vladimir is still taking time. He's trying to figure out what his plan is going to be. And while he's doing it, let's take a look at what is happening on the other boards. I think the game we haven't followed so much recently because we started with that game. It was a game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh Chitambaram. It's in the top middle board. I see a lot of explosive ideas happening there. We see rook is on e8 has just been played, and there is opposite side castling. There might be an attack on the king side and queen side. But other than that, is there anything else which catches your eye, Arturs, from the bird's eye view?
Wojtaszek's game is very sharp. And we already see that he is, from this screen we can see that his position is quite low already on time. So 1 hour and 30 minutes versus 1 hour and 40, which suggests that Aravindh might be better prepared. But the evaluation bar still shows that white's position needs to be preferred. But I'm going to tell you this, visually I like black more. Why is this? Because even though it seems that white has a beautiful knight to d5, queen on e4, rook on d4, I'm seeing ideas for black. Like maybe I get to play h4. There's a hook on g3. Of course I see the knight at h5, but this h4 idea might happen. At the same time, I'm looking at white's ideas. So white wants to go for the queen side attack. Why? Because this is where the black king is. But the only way you can do it is to sacrifice the exchange on b4. And is it enough? So maybe this is going to be something we are going to see. Like this is a very, as they say, responsible decision. Otherwise, black is just deadlocked here. Nothing is moving forward. And you could also argue the same about white, that the knight on f5 stops h4 from happening. I think knight g6 h4 could be an idea to push this pawn forward. Then obviously black has ideas to use the open g file and h file. So visually, it's a very double-edged game. By the way, queen c2 was played, but I would like to go back to this position. Maybe here Wojtaszek was considering this. It feels a bit crazy, but maybe it was not so crazy after all, because there's a5, a6 with knight e4 to follow, but yeah, the bar doesn't quite like it.
And we see immediately played rook to d8, offering a trade of the rooks, and at the same time trying to fight for the d file because there is a bishop on b4. But looking at the position, I would also agree with you, Arturs. I prefer black's position. And just looking at this bishop on b4, the knight on f5 is defending the h4, but the bishop on b4 is physically stopping any kind of opening up on the queen side. For that reason, I feel like the black's king is much safer. And so you're mentioning these ideas of knight g6. There is always some idea to push this h4 forward. So I would say it's easier to attack for black than for white. And now the d2 square, suddenly you feel it. There is something. So for that reason, Radoslav had to double the rooks.
Yeah, but one thing I have learned throughout my career is that chess is a very concrete game. So there's one thing we see and we feel, and there's some very concrete moves, right? So for example, here, Radoslav concretely plays rook d1, and maybe black is simply not in time to play this knight g6 h4. Like, again, I agree, I'm completely with you. Like, I feel that, like, I visually like black's position somehow more, but again, here concretely, black has a weakness on h5, and let's say if he does trade those two heavy pieces, the pawn on h5 is a long-term weakness. So the logic would suggest that black would want to trade a pair of rooks so that he could put the knight on g6 and play h4. But what about if I'm playing e takes on d4 here, hitting the knight, and now you play, let's say, knight g6? Who is first, actually?
Oh, d5, immediately targeting those pawns on the queen side, and suddenly there is opening up of the position.
Precisely. So here white gets to, for example, trade off the queens, play something like bishop takes on d5, and now black is just left with weaknesses, right? So maybe he's still going to survive this, but now it's already pretty apparent that there's no attack. So this might be one of those positions where visually it feels that black is doing great, but maybe according to an engine, white is slightly better. So I suppose we're not going to argue with Stockfish here.
But so fast Aravindh is playing. We see f6 has just happened. Probably he spent like around 1 minute on this movement, was not more for sure. And he's allowing the trade of the rooks. We were discussing it just now, Arturs, that if white is taking all the rooks, and h5 is going to be more weak pawn because we are transposing to the endgame. We'll have some queen, bishop, and knight endgame.
Okay.
Can white do it?
If this is the case, we can assume that Wojtaszek is slightly better because there's no more attack and the weakness is there. Okay, now it's getting clear. And this is like one of those moments when the first impression fails. Like I really had a feeling that Aravindh is doing great, but now I'm seeing, yeah, the pawn on h5 is going to be a weakness. So your suggestion is to trade the rooks? I think it makes sense.
Definitely it is, because then you're going into this endgame. There is queen d2 as red. That's why, yeah, I would also
something like this. Go after the pawn. Go here. Yeah, I see the bar doesn't like it, but okay, maybe not knight e4. Maybe there's some
maybe
other
queen
move.
e2.
Or bishop e4.
Queen e2 is immediately attacking the pawn.
Queen what? Queen
E2.
e2. Yeah, maybe. Maybe queen e2 as well. Yeah, there's many moves. Many moves here, so the game probably somehow balanced. According to an engine, it's slightly better. Maybe let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening. A very sharp game, of course, but I've also been in a situation many times, even the sharpest games sometimes have a perfect chance to evaporate.
And look at this in the top right corner. We see Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. He has taken the knight on c4 and he pushed for e5, something we briefly discussed, and we wouldn't believe in this, that this would happen, that he would give up the bishop and then go for e5, but he has done it. Arthur, what can we...
No, we talked about a very similar position. That was with the knight on d2 and the bishop on a6.
But I also
talk about this.
I suggested that bishop c4 is possible.
Did you?
To go. Yeah, I just briefly said that it's possible still to go for e5.
I probably didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, you did say this. Okay. I suppose I didn't register.
But I was not sure that it's like a completely different situation, that you don't have this light squared bishop and suddenly b5 could be weak.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position. So, fighting position. What else are we seeing? The lower left corner Navara against Machon.
He went for e4. Oh. There was an e4 break at some moment, similarly to the game of
Yeah,
Salem.
but it's not a lot. I'm surprised a bit about this because he no longer has the bishop pair. He has some pressure, but I mean, obviously, if somebody is pressing here, it's still white, but you no longer have this bishop pair, and you have the only one bishop. Black is rock solid. I'm sure Navara here has some ideas, but I would have thought that he wanted to keep the bishop pair alive. He definitely knows what he's doing. He knows better than me. And then we have the lower middle board, Daniel Darda. Oh, wow.
c5.
Well, that is really spicy.
Let's
we
dive
have
in
to see
straight. Yeah, let's go there.
Oh, how did I get here?
There was this check, rook e1, remember we had, and then bishop went to e4 apparently.
Okay, what's going on here?
Does he give up a pawn on b7? There is a threat on take on f3. What is going
No,
on?
he gave up the pawn on d4.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then he allowed black to secure the pawn with... wait, it's weird. Like here, at least, black can play bishop takes on f3 and solve the problem of the king with g6. There's no way black is worse here. So we're talking about black being the one who is ambitious here. So I'm thinking, if I'm playing with black, I can just take on f3, play g6, king g7, you take on b7, I play rook b8. Let me just put it on the board. So takes, g6. Like if I'm running completely out of ideas, I'm going here. So bishop b7, rook b8, bishop d5, and let's say king g7. Like for me, visually, this feels very much acceptable. I have nice pieces. I have the knight on d4, bishop on g5. Okay, I have a slightly worse pawn structure, but there's some pressure here. So I don't think that Theodorou here is concerned at all. So he at least has this. The question is, does he have more?
And the biggest question is, how did they get here? Because there was a pawn on d4. I completely forgot about this. You're right. So white sacrificed the pawn for activity. Let's take a look and try to find what was played, because I'm just shocked.
Yeah, these are the opening moves. Last time we left it here, we saw it on the overview screen. That here black played is bishop g4. Like I thought that the more cautious move is bishop f6, and then after rook e1 check play knight e7. This is how probably I would play, but Nicolas got different ideas. He played king f8. He's trying to be ambitious. That's pretty interesting actually. So he plays the Petrov, and you think that if somebody plays the Petrov against you, he's going to be solid and he's not going to go for any choppy chances. No, this is not how it works.
And this is how it comes. Bishop g4 immediately was played, and knight c3 giving up a pawn on d4.
So this was a deliberate sacrifice, even though the engine is not really shy and says, this is not how you give up the pawn. Very great imagination by Darda, at least for the idea.
For creativity.
Absolutely. So he hits the knight, and I think he was happy with this position. So takes, captures, 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 and you see the pawn on b7 is under attack. Black is a bit slow to play g6, king g7, and I suppose this suggests that white has at least a compensation for the pawn. And here c5 was played, offering bishop b7, rook b8, and rook b2. So this part does make sense. And bishop f3, as we spoke, was just played on board.
And now big question, will Nicolas go for this g6 idea, or can he take the bishop on f3, or is it too much? Because the knight is too strong.
I don't think you want to do that. Like takes, then you are essentially dealing with a powerful knight on d5, and that's the kind of knight you never can get rid of. But also this extra pawn quite doesn't feel. On top of that, there's the problem with the pawn on b7, and the king once again is not in time to play g6, king g7. So it's safe to assume that the trade, Angelika, is not going to happen. So it's a choice between g6, king g7, or being greedy and protect the pawn.
With the king on f7, on f8, I wouldn't be so greedy. Like g6 and king g7 is something what I would love to play. I would love to defend. But on the other hand, the king is not in a big danger for a moment. I mean, there is rook on e1, but there is no real threats.
Yeah.
So could we check if black could be greedy in this position and place rook b8 or queens? I don't know, queen d8, queen d7.
Maybe queen b6 also, but rook b8 looks to be the safe choice. And I think right now, before playing rook b8, Nicholas is simply checking what I would do if I was playing with white. I mean, probably the position is still balanced. I'm aware that the bar says black is slightly better, but with obstacle bishops on the board, the pawn of d6, I would say the drawish tendencies are still pretty high here. For example, white could play knight b5, takes it, c takes on b5, g6, bishop d5, king g7. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for black to capitalize on this pawn because white could always play b3, queen c4, and build a brick wall and say, try to and crash through. So I don't see how it's possible.
Especially with opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, but I try to understand what was Daniel's idea here. So, is he ambitious? Or he felt that his opening is going the wrong turn and he's trying to liquidate into something? It's a bit mystery to me.
Was it that he thought that the king on f8 could be a weakness? It could be exposed in some way, and then he decides, rather than defending a pawn on d2, on d4, I would just develop a piece, sacrificing a pawn for a development. And potentially there is this d6 pawn, which also could be a weakness in the long run. Is it possible that?
Maybe. Yeah, but I mean, after the obvious move rook b8, I quite don't see how white is planning the attack. With such a knight on d4, it takes away all the squares. So you can put the bishop on d5. Again, g6 is super obvious. Maybe you go for some f4 inspired idea to play rook f1, to put the rook at the f file. Black's going to go here. And maybe you play some f5 at the right moment, but I just don't buy this. Like, I don't believe, even here you could just play king g7 and just ignore it. So you still need the rook on a1, the rook on e1.
Everything is defended on the king side. The king looks absolutely safe. We don't know yet what was the Daniel's idea. Looking also at the clock situation, feels like Nicholas feels more comfortable. Arturs, can he go ambitious here? Can black be ambitious in this position?
Yeah, sure. He has the pawn and he has the solid position. So maybe right now Nicholas is thinking, can he afford to go for more? Should he give up the pawn on b7? He should be feeling pretty comfortable here. But I have a feeling it's somehow going to end with a draw. Like, I won't be surprised, really. But, I mean, there's definitely still a lot of possibilities here, but I have a feeling it's going to end peacefully.
And while Daniel or Nicholas in this moment is thinking, let's go to the bird's eye view and see if there is any major development. And as I see in the top right corner, Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, I see that the evaluation bar is going higher and higher. What has happened, Arturs? Can we break it down? Let's go to the game.
Yeah, let's go. That's a major development here. And what we did not see on the screen were the last couple of moves. We're going to replay it. But here at the moment, let's just look at this position for a while and try to understand why White's position is so great.
Bishop pair?
Yeah, it's going to be more than that.
Space advantage in the center, e4.
And e5 ideas, I think there's a big idea to play e5. So even without any prior knowledge what happened here, I would just blitz out bishop f4. And the knight is hit, so knight c4 is knight c6 and all kinds of problems. So knight e7 is already necessary, and maybe there's some
Knight.
knight f5. The other idea I was thinking there could be f4, but f4 feels a bit risky with the bishop here potentially going to c5, pinning the knight, because if you take it, there's going to be a check, and white is bad. And the bishop e3 is either knight c4 or knight g4. I mean, you choose, you pick. Yeah, right.
Take a pawn or attack the bishop.
Yeah, even this is looking really good, and
Yeah.
everything is falling apart. So I would say here, here, and something.
Yeah, big question in this position.
Maybe this?
Yeah, well,
Some idea to
you
take
would
it.
like to take and take on c6.
I mean, it looks normal. I just improve the piece.
Maybe bishop f6.
Bishop f6, or maybe even bishop b4 counterattack. Here the engine says it's not the best, but I would consider.
Is there queen h5?
Queen h5, g6. Where do you go to
And
queen?
then queen h6? Or
Go for the mate. Maybe.
there could be some sacrifices with knight f5 later.
Ah,
Later.
yeah. Or maybe it's just knight f5. It's not super clear. Okay, I'll very quickly check what our dearest friend says here. So white is much better because of queen e2.
Just defending the pawn on c2.
Just play positionally. I mean, it does make sense. White has the bishop here, white has the center, white has the space. So the line goes something like bishop b4, rook d1, and etc., etc., etc. Queen c7, and it's strictly, according to an engine, bishop b3 with f4, e5. So that's what the engine says. Yeah, so it could be possible that white might pick this up. But there's also, by the way, bishop f4 is played. So I'm going to turn off the engine again. And the moves we did not see were
Yeah,
these.
let's go back a bit.
Yeah. e4 takes, knight c4, and not b5. Somehow this b5 sticks in my memory. Takes, and now he played e5.
So the idea is that if white goes for the d5, again there is going to be this control over the dark square. But I was not so ambitious about this one because suddenly b5 square was available. So, but he went knight e2, not allowing that position.
Black took it. This is a very strange choice by Fedoseev, because, I mean, especially with the knight on e2, you would think that white wants this. White wants the knight on e4. So I think black could play any move. Black could play bishop b4. You don't attack the rook at e1, put the rook at e8. Black could play queen c7, and any given moment take on d4. So it's a bit strange slip from Fedoseev that he took immediately on d4.
Helping knight to come to d4.
Yeah, and now knight e5, bishop f4, knight g4. Oh, I see. So he thinks this is a very concrete position. So Fedoseev has calculated something, and he thinks concretely this works. But
so
Stockfish says not so much.
So he's thinking about some bishop c5 ideas, as I understand,
Yeah.
targeting the f2 square.
That's why. This is why he's doing this. Unfortunately, the engine is not agreeing with his assessment.
Is there h3 in this position?
And h3 might lead to some very interesting tactics, like either bishop c5 or even knight f2 and bishop c5. There's all kinds of ideas, like let's put it on the board. h3, bishop c5, if you take it, bishop d4, c5, very nice blockade here. So we got the war. There's only one good move for white here. Oh!
And it has just been played. Oh, there is a
He missed it.
queen
He simply blundered.
targeting the g4.
He blundered knight c6.
Queen takes on g4. White is up a pawn in the position. And queen c8 was just played instantly. Wait a second.
Wow.
Can we zoom in on the players to see? Because I'm just wondering, from the body language, can we say, was it a miss?
Definitely a huge miss. Huge miss. So this entire sequence of e5, e takes on d4, knight e4, knight e5, knight fg4. Fedoseev was counting on this bishop c5. He simply missed knight c6. He's going to be so angry with himself.
But look, he just stood up from the board and he left. He played this queen c8 move very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, because at this point already there's no point to make a poker face. And I'm pretty sure as he played knight fg4, he saw it. This is how it works. I mean, very often we've been in this situation. We spend like 20 minutes to calculate a very complex line. You play it immediately. You see it. I just cannot explain it. Like it's like a thunderbolt from the sky. Everything is immediately clear to you. Why it was not clear 5 seconds before you made a move, this is not how chess sometimes works. So I'm pretty sure that Fedoseev is incredibly unhappy about himself, and for such a creative player as Saleh, it took literally seconds to notice knight c6.
This is crazy. Sometimes just you have the move in an imagination on the board, but you don't see this line. But then whenever the piece is appearing on the board, you just enlightens you. Like, what did I miss? How did I do it? I mean, I don't know. Did Vladimir Fedoseev just went from the board so that we don't see him, his impressions?
He's just disgusted with himself, I think. I mean, he's just like very, very angry. I mean, what I'm doing here, right? I mean, this is never, that was something supposed to happen. So let's maybe roll back with the analysis screen and show you once again Fedoseev's idea. What did he want? So this was part of a larger plan. I think he calculated until this moment. So we go back here. So this idea of bishop takes on c4, b takes on c4, e5. Knight e2 is a strong move. So ancient says bishop b4. There's even a b5 move here. All of these moves give black pretty much satisfactory game. This is a mistake. Knight e5. White plays the best move, bishop f4. And he went for this with an idea to play bishop c5. And I think he calculated h3. He calculated some other moves. But knight takes on c6. His attention simply missed that knight on g4 is losing support.
Yeah, the knight on e5 was overloaded defending the pawn on c6 and the knight on g4, and after take, queen c8 has been quickly played by Vladimir Fedoseev, offering a queen trade, and maybe his idea could be to put also at some moment some pressure on the pawn on c4, but the pawn is a pawn, and the bishop pair for white, I mean, this looks like an incredibly tough position to try to save as black archers. What do you think? Does he even have a chance?
Yeah, here you can see the body language of Fedoseev just cannot believe. I mean, now potentially he already is lost or very close to losing. And in the best case scenario, he will be fighting for a draw for the next 4 hours. And of course, Fedoseev is a tenacious defender, but it's very difficult to recover from this. And yeah, you could literally read in his face that he was like, just unbelievable what I just did.
Enormously difficult, and for Saleh, for whom the tournament started not so well, he has started with the last place in the rapid, and he wins yesterday's game. He's coming higher in the standings. If he wins today, he will go all the way up. Okay, he will not get the first place, but he will have huge chances to fight for the top of the leaderboard and go to the finals after the blitz portion. I mean, this is something exciting what we see today. And yesterday we had Vladimir here. He said that he sees that his main rival is Aravindh, but he didn't know what Salem prepared against him today. And I believe he's just beating himself in his mind. He's shocked completely.
Absolutely. But of course, the game continues. You have to recover. All of these things happen, as you can see, even at the highest level. And while here Saleh is thinking, should he trade the queens, push e5, and there's like million ways now for white to secure a large advantage. Let's go to the other games and see what are we seeing in the other games.
In the top left corner, I see bishop e8 has just been played by Murzin. By the way, I see that Frederick Svane exchanged the bishop for a knight on c6, and there is a very strong knight on e5. Looks like the Frederick's choice in the opening is working out pretty well. The surprise of the bishop coming to e3. Other than that, I see in the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh, we see that there has been one pair of rook traded, and now the bishop went to e4, as you were mentioning this move earlier. And the idea, of course, of white will be to try to put pressure on those weak pawns. Other than that, in the bottom side of the board, in the bottom middle board, we see the position is still the same. It's a Daniel Darda against Nicolas Theodorou. Nicolas is still taking time to see to defend the pawn on b7 or not. Aram Hakobyan in the bottom right corner, d5 break has just been played, so he's getting rid of his isolated pawn. And meanwhile, David Navara against Machun in the bottom left corner. I see knight f6 has been played, targeting the queen, and there are hanging pawns in the position, if we can say so, d4 and c4.
I think Hakobyan is just trying to keep the game balanced because his IQP plan did not work. So d4, d5 is like, okay, listen, I didn't get anything. I mean, that's at least the impression I'm getting because he's training his d-pawn. Black has two bishops, no weaknesses. So Black is feeling pretty solid. No worries. But let's go to the game of Svane against Volodar Murzin, where the action is heating up because Murzin, according to the evaluation bar, is worse, but at least his idea is pretty clear. So with the bishop on e8, yeah, so it feels not really great for Volodar, but the big idea is to remove the knight and play f6, e5. If he manages to do that, he has all the chances to take over the game. Maybe even knight h5. Knight h5, f6, and e5.
Very interesting. How can you stop this idea? Also looking at the position, Volodar has a bishop pair. For now, the bishop on e8 is not the best piece. But maybe later on, if white will open up with f6, e5, the bishop can be played.
I think that both players have very clear ideas. Like, for Volodar, of course, it's the e5 break. If he does it, I think he's going to be doing great. For Frederick, if I'm playing with white, I would love to trade the dark bishops because the bishop on e3 is not doing anything. I would not really mind trading the knights and have a good knight against the bad bishop. And of course, you somehow want to use the pawn advantage you have at the queen side. But here's the trick. I mean, how do you do it? How do you trade the bishops? Because the only square I see is h6. And for that, you probably need either the queen on d2 or c1, or maybe knight g4 feels quite weird. So I'm not sure I like that. It could be that he's going to focus here at the queen side, or maybe make some preparation move as, yeah, but h3 feels like a waste of time. I was thinking like h3 with some g4 space grabbing idea so that knight h5 is met with g4.
So you cannot go for this f6, e4.
Yeah, but here's the point. I mean, I can play g4 anyway, right? So maybe I just play b4. And you play knight h5, I play g4. Push it back, not allow you to play f6. And if you go here, I could propose the bishop trade because I'm kind of happy about it. And you could play f6. I could take it. You probably activate the bishop.
And maybe knight f3.
I could play knight f3. Black could bring out the bishop on g4 or f5, bishop e4, rook e8. It's not so clear. Like you see, the bar is also swinging quite a lot, but Black's idea is pretty clear here. So I wouldn't really go too much into the bar and say that white is so much better here, because for Volodar, the plan is clear.
There is a clear plan, but can white at some moment stop this e5 with pushing f4? Because I'm just wondering, but if f4 is played, also the bishop is becoming much worse. For example, let's play b4 in this position, and after knight d7, is f4 possible?
Yeah, but now you also weaken the light squares a lot. So, I mean, it's possible. We cannot rule it out. I mean, I could even play f6, and if you do take on d7, the bishop is going to come out, and e5, I feel, is going to happen anyway, and the bishop on e3 is pretty useless. At the same time, by the way, this b5 might never even happen because Black is ready to play rook b8. So it's a very, very complex position. Do we go back a couple of moves to understand how did I get there?
Let's go, because I see that many things have changed so far. The bishop was traded on c6. We have seen this position, and bishop b5 was played, and c4.
Oh, bishop b5 and bishop d7.
And also there is opportunity always to take on d5, and he will have to recapture with the pawn, but it would be isolated queen's pawn.
Right. And now he played c5. But now this is a very common maneuver from the Karakan-Panov variation, where white plays c4, c5, closes the position, and then has the pawn majority at the queen side.
And now g6, black is going for fianchetto. And bishop c6, very committal decision.
And b takes on c6, look at that, yeah. So Voldar clearly already says, it's going to be e5. Like, it's going to be definitely e5. So rook e1, show cost, knight e5, bishop e8. This is how they got there.
So big plan for Voldar. And do we see any other ideas from Frederick how to stop this e5? Or is it just this bishop f4 idea?
It's a very good question. Like, if I play bishop f4 immediately, there's going to be knight h5. So, again, my guess would be you have to play b4 anyway. Like, this is where your game is. I think so, at least. So, let's say knight e7.
And b4 has just been played, by the way. So, Arturs, you're right on the time, yeah.
Yeah, so it does make sense. So, let's say activate the bishop. You play f6. Or, again, here white has some choices. So, you either trade or you retreat. But if you retreat, let's say you play knight f3, you still need to watch out for e5. Because takes, the bishop is under attack. You're going to take with the knight. You take with the bishop, and I'm going to take with the knight. Take, and maybe this is some sort of a compensation position where black has two bishops. There's some pins, there's some a5 ideas, there's some rook f4 ideas. I could easily imagine this position be very unclear. So for white, I would say that knight takes on d7 makes more sense. And I'm just guessing here. I don't know. Is it queen d7, g5, bishop g6? Looks very reasonable, but most likely, again, it's very concrete. It could be bishop takes on d7. And from here, I don't know. Like, maybe he still goes for the e5 idea, or maybe he includes h3 to play knight f3 to stop bishop g4. And the big discussion of this game is going to be if black can carry out e5 or not. So, but from afar, it seems that white is in time to stop it.
It looks like Frederick has time to stop it. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the other games. What we have happen in the overview. I see that in the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh in the top middle board, I see the knight is already on g4. I mean, what a game. I mean, this is definitely one of the games which brings a lot of action. Meanwhile, in the game of Aram Hakobyan against Rinat Jumabayev in the bottom right corner, bishop is being traded. So there has been this d5 push played, but bishop takes on c3 has just been played. So trading the bishop for a knight, also very interesting choice. What else can we see, Arturs? Do you see?
Yeah, but the game of Hakobyan, can he not take on c6 now? There's some potential hostilities here. So bishop takes on c3. I'm seeing that there's an intermezzo move, d takes on c6. Where does it lead? So the last move we saw was d5, and bishop takes on c3 intermezzo move, which is understandable. B takes on c3, e takes on d5, and black is like having no weaknesses. So the big question, what happens here?
Bishop e1.
Bishop e1, and I'm going to take it.
And now probably some take on f2 and rook b8.
Or maybe include a queen trade. Oh, I blundered. Did I blunder this? I don't know. Okay, but I just, how is the bishop c3, d takes on c6? Yeah, I have to take it. Yeah, I have to take it. Takes, maybe include a trade. This position.
So there is a rook for bishop and a knight, but there is 4 against 2 on the king's side.
Very unusual. Like, I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't know, like I would be very tempted to go here if I was white. Because the strength of the two minor pieces in the long run might tell. Like, let's say, I think the queen trade has to be done. Let's say trade, and
But how do you defend b7? Yeah, b7 is
you
falling.
cannot. No, it's going to fall. But I was hoping that I can get something like this, like a4, b3, king e3. Now, this might be one of those positions. And here the question is, how do you evaluate this position? So let's ignore maybe the relation bar for the moment. It says black is slightly better, but I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there is a rook for bishop and a knight. But looking at the king side, I mean, this 4 against 2 looks major. And I was told if there are like two connected passers and the rook against bishop and the knight, that should be winning for the side with the rook. But I'm absolutely not sure in this case.
This is a three-result game. Yeah, like, I think that I could even go here with white. I would see this position and I would probably estimate I'm not better because two minor pieces against a rook on 2 pawns, it's approximately balanced. These double pawns, I don't think it really matters. So h3 or g3 doesn't really matter here. If I'm playing with black, maybe I want to trade a pair of rooks. White should be able to say no to that. So something like king e3, b3, if you need a5 at the right moment. So black would play rook d7, rook d1, attempt to get those rooks off the board so that the king can be activated and these pawns are rolling forward. But they might be also blocked. So I would say bishop takes on c3 here. Hakobyan has to make a very big decision.
And while Hakobyan is taking his time to take on c6 or not to take, and we have a lot of explosive actions happening in the boards of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. We have also this crazy game of Frederick Svane against Murzin. So please take a short break, bring refreshments, and continue following the Biel Chess Festival broadcast. We will be right back with you and we will see what else we have here. See you in a few minutes. And we are back to the Biel Chess Festival. Today we have the round 4 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. We are your hosts for today. My name is Angelika Valkova. I'm joined by Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans. And we have already some exciting action, don't we, Arturs? Especially on the board of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. What is happening there?
Yeah, very unexpected game, Angelique, indeed, because Fedoseev first arrived late for the game. I suppose he was probably delayed because of the lunch, because there's a couple of really great restaurants next to the Biel Congress Center where the event is taking place. And the next several moves have been played in a pretty big speed, so to speak. The position is clarifying. Fedoseev is in a big trouble, and it just leads pretty much to the inevitable. Maybe it's still too early to say, but Saleh is playing a powerful game, and Fedoseev is punished by this miscalculation he did about 10 moves ago.
Arturs, and I absolutely love the last move, bishop b7, not taking the knight on e1, but keeping this bishop pair power in the position, which is completely open. I mean, having just a bishop pair would be great in this position, but then Saleh also has a pawn up. And isn't it just clear win in this way? And having 1 hour on the clock for both of the players, will we see this game as a first result?
It could be. I mean, it feels pretty bad for Vladimir. Also, on top of that, he's down a pawn. White has 2 bishops, and a pawn on b6 is an easy target. So we're talking about moves like rook b1, the bishop could go to d5, and there's a very good chance that this pawn on b6 is just falling for free. So right now, the knight on e1 is under attack, so I think that knight e3 could be a move. Hoping for some sort of obstacle of bishops. Of course, I don't think it's going to happen. And here it's either bishop e3 or maybe the more ambitious bishop c7. And that's the move I really like, Angelica, because it prohibits the black rook to take any active squares. Because if you would, instead of playing bishop c7, you play bishop e3, black can activate the bishop on c5. And, you know, maybe there's some positions like takes, bishop d5, you play rook b8, it's ugly, but
it's still winning, but
yeah, you're holding on at least. This is something where you might have some chances. Like you set up some fortress and say, do your worst. But what might happen in this game, I do think that this bishop c7 is going to be very strong because rook b1 and bishop b6 seems to be a very big threat.
I think even black is losing the pawn by force because let's say bishop c5 is played, the only way to defend the pawn. And after bishop c5, rook b1, you're just taking the pawn. I mean, there is no way to defend it.
Yeah, there's a pawn on f2 under attack, but no, but wait. I mean, you could still do this. You could sacrifice the pawn because bishop takes on f2. Here, the black pieces, I think they're going to be overloaded. So I'm talking about like king e2 or rook b3 or some kind of a move, and I think that it's not good.
Could it be knight f2, not taking with the bishop but with the knight?
Exactly. Yeah, so knight takes on f2, and here the point is you want the pawn on f2, but it doesn't matter because the c pawn most likely is rolling forward like an express train. So let's say knight e3, I'm going to play rook b5, and how do you stop this? How do you stop c5, c6, c7, c8?
Too late for the train, and train is just marching forward.
The train is leaving the station here, basically. Yeah, so maybe, I mean, okay, bishop d5. Now, this pawn is under attack. If you trade it, it's a dead lost endgame.
But there was also c5 instead of bishop d5. We can show this nice
that's
trick.
a good point. Yeah, I see
Knight
you're very sharp.
take.
You're very sharp. Yeah, I don't see so far, apparently.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. It's a mate. Now, it looks like it's over, basically. I mean, if Saleh is going to play the accurate moves, here Fedoseev is playing a game he will want to forget. Let's maybe show once again this crazy moment where he misplayed. He went for a sharper continuation, and it started here, right after the opening. e4, d takes knight c4. Black has a couple of choices. There's the b5 move. We discussed it. Bishop takes on c4, e5.
I'm really sorry, Arturs, but players are looking into our direction for some reason. They're just sitting like this and looking at us. I don't know. It's very strange.
You want to test if they can hear us?
Okay, now they both look at the same time at the board, but just a few seconds ago they were just looking at the camera. I don't know.
Vladimir and Saleh, please nod if you can hear us. Oh, look at that. Look at it. Okay. This cannot be true. I don't think he can hear us, but as soon as I said it, you could see Saleh turn the head to the right, and he's like, maybe I heard something. No, this must have been the wind.
Oh my God. Yeah, but it was really crazy because both of the players were looking in our direction, but I don't think they can hear us. But yeah, Artur, so we had this absolutely crazy moment. And again, both players, look, Salem is going for it. We might see even the final moves in the game. I mean, I would be so devastated having such position that I might even consider resigning. I mean,
yeah, I just wanted to show.
Chance?
Yeah, I want to get to show the line.
Let's go back.
Sorry, I mean, we got interrupted with this ball player looking at us. So we left it here, e5, 92, and this is a pretty strange move, e takes on d4. Once again, this was the start of the miscalculation. Fedoseev went for this on purpose. He played knight e5, hitting the pawn on c4. Why play bishop before? You could have played knight x on c4 because of knight c6. We already discussed this. Fedoseev played knight g4, seemingly a great move. He wants to play bishop c5, and guess what? His attention simply missed knight x on c6.
The tactics, the knight is overloaded on e5. It cannot defend both the pawn and the knight on g4, and for that reason...
And there's intermezzo on e7 as well. So you couldn't do this, unfortunately. And I think as soon as Fedoseev played this, he noticed this. And ever since, this position has been played on very quickly. Look at this. Bishop h. Oh, this is really nasty.
Oh.
Now, there's no good rooks here, no good moves for the rook. So if you go rook d8, there's going to be bishop c7. You play rook e8, there's bishop d7. I mean, where do you go? Bishop d7 is incoming anyway. So that's why Fedoseev played here. Bishop c8, he gave a check. Knight x on e1, and here Saleh simply kept the bishop pair on the board, bishop b7, bishop c7. I mean, there's simply nothing Fedoseev can do after this blunder.
Artur, we might see a resignation any moment, basically, from this. Of course, we might see the huge defense by Vladimir Fedoseev. He might still try, but the position looks like so much over in this case that I would not be surprised if Vladimir will resign in the next two moves. What do you think?
I think he is definitely going to spend some time here, not give up easily. I think he's going to try something. Usually when you are in this situation, you are lost or you're close to lost, you do your best chance. Like maybe play a continuation where your opponent has to find some non-obvious moves. And if he finds it, then okay, then the game is over, right? But I think that Fedoseev is still going to try to say this, but by the looks of it, it looks like this one unfortunate mouse slip just got in trouble.
And let's not forget, we have Vladimir Fedoseev, the world number 17 player, super strong, super sharp. Meanwhile, Salem has participated in the Biel Chess Festival already for over 10 times. It's his 11th time coming here to Biel, this time for the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters. Last year, he won Challengers, and also in 2021, he won the Masters Open tournament here in Biel. So amazing game. We will follow the section a bit later, but for now, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see if we have any other major updates. For example, in the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh in the top middle board, we see there is still a fight. There is still something what Aravindh was trying to do on the king side, but can he actually organize an attack? Or
no, I don't think so. Like the heavy pieces have disappeared from the board, at least one pair of rooks.
And look at this in the top middle, top left corner, the game of Frederick Svane against Murzin. We have discussed earlier, this knight d7 was played, knight trade happened, and then Queen b3 is now on the board. e5 looks like is not happening.
Not least, not immediately, but I think it's still a big part of the discussion.
Definitely it is. Is there anything else which...
Yeah, of course. There's the David Navara game. We haven't really followed it too much. I suppose at some point we're going to go to it. That's the game on the lower left corner against Machon. He has some minor pressure, but not much. He didn't really get to capitalize on his bishop pair. Daniel Darda against Nicholas Theodorou. Here we see the Greek grandmaster and the leader of the Challengers tournament. He decided to give up the pawn on b7, take on b2, and now he still keeps the pawn, but white is pretty safe. Engine even likes this position for some reason. For white, slightly better, but I would say it's still pretty balanced. And also answering the question, did Hakobyan accept the challenge against Rinat Jumabayev on the lower right corner to get the position, 2 minor pieces versus a rook and 2 pawns? The answer is no. He just took on c3, and he played just a quiet continuation with bishop takes on d5.
He's playing really safely, but Artos, which game should we go next? I mean, we haven't checked recently the game of Fedoseev Wojtaszek against Aravindh, or will it be David Navara against Machun?
I would suggest that we go to Navara, because we already checked Wojtaszek's game a couple of times, and we estimated that he's doing pretty okay, having slightly better positions. So here maybe let's see if David here with the white collar has any realistic chances to capitalize on his only one bishop advantage, if I may say so. You know, who was it? Somebody, I think it was my good friend Igor Kovalenko. So we wrote a couple of courses together. He was Latvia's #1 grandmaster for many years before he moved back to Ukraine. And once we were having this discussion, and I said to him, I have the 2 bishop advantage. And he said to me, but I have the 2 knights advantage. so maybe here Black is like perfectly happy that he has the knight against the bishop. Of course, the bishop pair is widely regarded as a strength, but some players really like those 2 knights. And what we did not see a couple of moves earlier, Black played b5, and he's fighting for the control of the d5 square. So that's why here David did play b3 to secure the pawn on c4, which in return controls the d5 square. Because imagine this, if here White had to take on b5, this is
IQP.
IQP, and I would say it's just worse for White, except that the engine says it's somehow better for White, but I'm seeing the knight is heading to the d5 square. Normally, this is what you don't want to do with White.
And there is no bishop on d3. You would love to adjust the bishop from c3 to d3 to create an attack, but of course, it's not possible. For that reason, David is still trying to keep the pawns. Can we expect to have some hanging pawns in this position after the trade on c4, or do you think it's not yet advised for Black?
You mean takes, and some c5?
Yeah, and putting pressure on this pawns in some way. Or they're not so weak?
Yeah, that remains to be seen. I think that this rook d3, Angelika, is a very nice move. And it's characteristic to the IQP positions. The rook very often joins to the g3 square to play d5. The bishop on c3 has some attacking properties. And maybe White still has the slightly better game here. Maybe I'm just underestimating White's chances. So I'll just maybe go back very quickly. After the opening, we last time checked it. We left it about here. This was the opening. Queen e2 and e4.
Oh.
And not b4 and bishop b2, which was my expectation, to keep the light square bishop and 2 bishops alive. So he played e4.
Opening up everything.
Yeah, and Black was able to kill one of the bishops. And basically, yeah, this is where we are. Seems perfectly reasonable. So both players are carrying out their plans.
Artur, we have these rook lifts in Biel, especially this year. Yesterday we had this rook a6 by Murzin. We had a couple of days ago also the rook h3 by Salem. I also remember this rook d6 weird rook lift, which was returned back to d8 by Aravindh. I mean, we keep on seeing these very interesting rook lifts on the ranks. Do you enjoy also playing sometimes like this? For example, instead of bringing the rook from a1 to d1, just play it rook a2 and then d2, for example. Or rook...
Yeah, of course, using the rooks properly is a very important skill. And they not only best operate in open files, sometimes they can be lifted to other squares, other files. So yeah, rook d3 is a very nice maneuver. And you asked me this question, Angelika, about the c5 push. I think it's a very reasonable idea. So we could put it on the board and try to make it work. Takes, and c5. Can I do this?
It is, at least it is legal. And the pawn is defended on c5. Because I don't see a way of White to push d5. because everything is under defense, and taking on c5.
I mean, I could play d5, but okay. I mean, I'm not really sure. Like, immediately, I have to say, do I have to play d5 or d takes on c5? Not obvious to me. Like, I think this is one idea. Absolutely, like takes, and queen c5. I was taking some bishop d4, and I'm going after this pawn. And if you take it, I was thinking that maybe I have a chance to play for something outside past pawn, but it's very unrealistic. I think black is here rock solid, so there's no way white can make a progress. And the other idea after c5, I was thinking d5 is definitely a move. And after e takes on d5, there might be maybe even some rook e3, but queen e7, rook e7, and either bishop takes on f6 or c takes on d5. And this is also a position I would want to check a bit closer.
Oh, it's very interesting. And bishop f6 idea, obviously, is also very interesting.
And also, this is interesting.
To double the pawns. And then maybe you can even take with a rook.
Yeah, you could.
Put pressure on c5.
And like this, and this. And then you would play rook c3, and rook g3 or rook f3, target these pawns. No, there's definitely some chances here. So these are a bit weak pawns, and maybe black would want to trade off one pair of rooks to escape. But for Makun, it also doesn't really give the full sense of equality. But the question is what else he's planning to do, because white is going to play most likely the rook d1 and rook g3 at some point. So I think he has to play the c5.
Machun has to make a decision, taking on c4 and pushing c5. For now, he's still considering he has enough time. Meanwhile, what do we have happening on the rest of the boards? As I can see, there has been some updates in the game of Frederick Svane against Volodar Murzin. We see the huge preparation is happening. It's a game in the top left corner. The preparation of going for e5 is happening from black. Meanwhile, white is improving the pieces. Now queen is on c3, also stopping this e5 in a way. But other than that, looking at the game of Daniel Darda against Nicolas Theodorou, the current leader of the standings in challengers, it's a bottom middle board. I see that the rook has gone back to b6. For some reason, the evaluation board slightly prefer whites in comparison to a few moves ago, and king is still on f8. Arturs, what can you take from this game?
So one thing we are seeing, the game Darda against Theodorou, is that Theodorou decided not to protect the pawn on b8. He played g6. This is a move we discussed, and we were considering that definitely black has no issues here. And there was the rook b8, rook b2. And somehow England here slightly prefers white's position. And I'm wondering if this is because of the weak pawn on a7. Like, there might be some lines where white is able to apply some pressure against the pawn on a7. Otherwise, it just makes no sense. Why this would be a position where white is slightly better. I mean, at least according to the evaluation bar. So there's got to be a way how white can target this pawn. So I'm thinking, can I play knight b5? So I think it's white to move. Can I play knight b5? I just attack the pawn.
And also you attack the knight on d4 and then take a pawn. So it's double attack in a way. The question, do you take on b5? Yeah.
And then I play c takes on b5, and this rook on b6 is not really so great because I have a4, a5. Look at this. I have some ideas like, let's say, king g7, a4. Let me just make some random move.
Bishop f6 or something.
Yeah,
or
bishop f6,
b8.
let's say, not super terrible. a5, rook b8, and b6. Like, this could be an idea. Takes a6, and this pawn suddenly is becoming a monster. So black has plenty of pawns. But I have a7, strong bishop on d5, the 8 square is well protected. So I think that Theodorou might have made a small inaccuracy, and this happened.
Probably taking on b2.
Yeah, the g6. Maybe this is not so
g6.
accurate. Yeah, we were considering why not rook b8 here. Like protecting the pawn, and then if black plays, if white plays knight b5. You take it, but now I think that black should be able to defend these queenside pawns. It still feels like equalish.
But it's for sure a different story compared to the position we have right now.
Yeah, maybe it's Yeah, somehow a bit different.
At least White cannot create the passer. But he went for this g6 and bishop b7, rook b8, taking on b2.
I think knight b5 is very strong, Angelika, here. Like, unless there's something else, unless there's some a4, no, I don't believe it. Like, and black cannot be allowed to play king g7, consolidate the position, and then probably again white is completely safe, but the pawn is a pawn on d6, so you want to get to the pawn on a7. So yeah, knight b5, this has got to be the move.
And Arthurs, in 2023, Daniel Darda won a game over the board, classical game against Nicolas Theodorou. It was the only over the board game they played so far before Biel. So even though Nicolas Theodorou is leading the standings right now, and he has had some quite successful events, he played in the US Chess Cup Challengers, he won it, where Machun was also participating. He also has recently won, together with his team, the Greek League, getting the first place, and huge performance for Nicolas as well. But it can all change.
I mean, Darda here desperately needs a win. Like, I know, of course, it's easy to say, but yesterday's loss in a winning position against Jumabayev was a major setback for the young Belgian. And if he wants to change something, it's got to happen today against the tournament leader. And Theodorou's lead over everybody else is already pretty significant. Only Hakobyan is able to keep up the pace. So if here Darda is still having some thoughts that he can play a successful tournament, it's got to be right in this game. I'm pretty sure he knows this, but of course it's very difficult after yesterday's terrible outcome against Jumabayev. So we'll see. I think knight b5 has got to happen.
Yeah, Daniel Darda for sure has had this unfortunate game yesterday, but he's now carrying this weight on his shoulders for himself and also for the players in the challengers, because basically, if he's not succeeding to stop Nicolas at this moment, there is a big opportunity Nicolas will go forward. So definitely huge chance for the Belgian champion. And meanwhile, let's look at the overview of the rest of the games.
Knight b5 is on the board, by the way. Yeah.
Knight e5 just...
Yeah, imagine this, if Nicolas keeps up the pace and he's the only one who qualifies for the top stage. Nobody else made it.
There is such an opportunity, right? Because if
theoretically, I think it's possible.
But of course, practically, it's going to be very tough, since we also have tomorrow the final round of the classical. We still have the blitz portion, so we have still a lot of events. Arthurs, what can we see in the overview of the games?
So David Navara against Machun. We just saw b takes, and c5. That's the lower left corner. Here, the Chinese grandmaster needs to seek the counterplay. So I would say that Navara has a very big decision what to do to take on c5 and play d5. I feel he's going to play d5, like have a pretty good gut instinct about it. Then the lower right corner, around Hakobyan against Renan Jumabayev. It's just a balanced position, but I think that White also needs to be a bit careful, because the pawn on c4 is a weakness. But ultimately, even if black does win this pawn, there's got to be a way for white to keep the balance. So I suppose it's still balanced. Fedoseev against Saleh has played not bishop c5 or something else. He played knight b4. That's the top right corner. And as you can see, he is ready to give up the pawn on b6 and hope for some tricks.
But there is a rook b8 trick.
Yeah, there's some tricks, but ultimately, I mean, you're seeing the bar. His position is really terrible, and Saleh has been playing top-notch game. Wojtaszek against Aravindh, top middle board. That's the game I suppose we could go next. We haven't checked this game for a while, where this was a very interesting theoretical struggle. Initially, we liked black's position visually a bit more, but now the dust has settled, and it's becoming clear that it's the Polish grandmaster who has some edge. And then finally, Svane against Murzin, the birthday boy, who today celebrates 19th birthday. There's a big fight for the e5 push for black. And in the meantime, Svane is hoping to use the pawn advantage at the queen side.
Yeah, huge struggle on that board. So let's dive into the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh Chitam-Brown, the game we haven't checked for some time. We have seen there was a rook trade. Only one pair of rooks have been traded. Radoslav decided not to trade the second pair of rooks. And I see there are some clouds around the king on the king side. And maybe Aravindh is preparing something because I don't see that much can disturb the black's king on the queen side. It looks completely safe, but white has to be ready for all the pushes.
Maybe, yeah, like, I don't know, feel like white is safe. Maybe with two heavy rooks here at the king side, there could be some h4, but with the knight at f5 guarding h4, as long as white doesn't blunder some knight e3, knight f2, I would say his position is rock solid. The bishop on b4 doesn't really join the attack in any way. Maybe, of course, Aravindh is going to try. By the way, this maneuver makes perfect sense. Oh, queen e5. I was thinking bishop d6, bishop e5 maybe, so that there's some extra pressure. He just wants to get rid of this knight from e5.
He doesn't like this knight. Bishop e4.
By the way, there's a very cute idea, Angelika. Look at this. So bishop e4 was played, but if you do this, they're just playing very quickly.
There is knight e3.
Knight e3, yeah. There's your idea.
Remove.
There's your idea. So you said there's some clouds. There's a lot of clouds actually here. So somehow,
Oh, it's a checkmate.
it's even a mate. I thought that it's an attack. No, it's just a mate.
Oh my God.
So you have to defend against this. You have to defend this square. That's why bishop e4 was played, which, is it enabling f4? That's not very clear to me.
At least it is a threat.
I don't know.
But there could be queen takes on f5 and knight e3 at some moment.
Yeah, but you have to calculate
Try
this.
f4, queen f5 maybe?
Your rook is also under attack.
That was weird problem. And then knight takes.
Just approximately, yeah, like I'm not really sure.
Wait, for some reason the valuation bar went down.
It doesn't really matter. I mean,
Don't
of course,
understand.
king a7 is not going to happen. I just made some random move. But f4 might be an idea. Of course, Wojtaszek is aware of the trick on e3, so he would make this choice carefully.
There can be maybe also knight e3 and then take on f4 the pawn. It's also possible, sacrificing a knight.
Could be, yeah.
So f4 is definitely a fork which Aravindh has to watch out, but calculate all carefully. So there might be some tricks in the black's position. And other than that, I mean, as you were mentioning, I mean, there is no real improving move, as we can say. It can be played right now for black because we are trying this king a7. But
I don't know. I could try bishop c5.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, like my bishop on b4 is not doing anything. Like I'm thinking this is something I would consider. Of course, I have to make sure that f4 is not a problem. And then again, we could go back to this.
f4, knight e3 probably.
Maybe.
And queen f4.
Maybe. Like I'm not like 100% sure. Queen takes on f4. That's a double attack, and I could go back. And what do you have? I just need one move really, or this move. Like everything is sort of protected. The queen protects the bishop, which protects the knight, and knight protects the pawn.
Oh,
and
suddenly everything is protected.
yeah. So, but I mean, anyway, bishop c5. This is a move that the Indian grandmaster is not going to take lightly. He is going to check f4, and if he will be able to find an easier move, he's going to do it. But maybe he might actually not have it, because you see, f4 is a threat, and you can dodge this by either walking away the queen or the rook. But if the rook leaves, the pawn on h5 falls. If the queen leaves, then the question is, why did you play queen e5 in the first place? And also, Angelika, I suspect that Aravindh does not want to trade the queens. Because if he does this, for example, let's say he plays queen c5. Let's say we are going to trade it. Now all of your tactical opportunities, they disappear, and you're just left with the weakness on h5. So that's why I think here the Indian grandmaster probably is going to still keep himself under the f4 fork, and he might play bishop c5.
Artus, I have a crazy idea. I don't know. h4. h4, if you take with a knight, of course, it would not work. But if you take with the rook, bishop e1. Going for some f2 pawns and creating some... Yeah, I see. Evolution bar doesn't like it. But
No, it's a nice idea. Like you spotted the weakness on f2, and then again we have to calculate f4. But I already feel why this is not going to work for one simple reason. You are one move away from making the threat, and then I even have one more move. So it's like I can make a move. So you're going to play bishop f2, and then I have another move. And very often the logic is this: if this threat is incoming so slow, there's going to be always something, right? So yeah, but it does look nice. Like you definitely got some points from me for imagination.
thank you. So maybe something which can happen, but not right in this position. And we probably are going to move now to the other boards and see if this f4 will be a big threat for Aravindh or not, or he will not take care of it. Meanwhile, on the top right corner, a huge advantage, winning position for the top Emirati Grandmaster against Vladimir Fedoseev. We see that knight is trying to jump around, but it's very, very tough to defend for him.
Big development, by the way, in the game of Daniel Darda against Nicholas Theodorou. Theodorou gave up the pawn on d4. After this knight b5, he decided not to take on b5. He correctly estimated this is dangerous. And now he's just trying to solidify the position. But I think this also signals that Darda is the one who is obviously pushing. He has the better light square bishop. Again, that's the lower middle board we're talking about. The bishop is attacking the king side. So if here he has some chances, it's got to be right there. So what else we're seeing?
And there is also queen f6 has just been traded, so we might see another trade of the queens in that particular game. Looking at the Aram Hakobyan game against Rinat Jumabayev, it's a bottom right corner. I see knight is on e5, bishop on d5. Has the position of white improved, Arturs? I mean, there has been this isolated pawn. There was a trade of the pieces. What is going on?
Yeah, this is very interesting because black seemingly has no weaknesses. And he has a pretty healthy position. At the same time, white is incredibly active with the bishop on d5 and knight on e5. And there's an immediate threat, a fork on d7. And I think that Jumabayev doesn't really want to take on d5. Because if he does it, this creates for white a strong pass pawn. And with the knight on a5 out of the game, I think it's safe to assume that white is better. Right? Okay, maybe it's still a very concrete position, but Jumabayev would like to keep this pawn on c4, not on d5, because he can target the pawn on c4. This is why the knight is on a5. Let's maybe roll back a bit. I think we left it here after this d5 and bishop takes on c3 move. This was before the break, I think. We discussed that there's an opportunity to take on c6, go for a position, d takes on c6, bishop takes on e1.
Very unclear position.
Yeah, I was not sure. I think both players were not really sure about it as well. But okay, Hakobyan decided to take b takes on c3, take on d5, queen f6, c4, knight a5, and knight e5. Actually, this knight a5, was this necessary? He gave up the e5 square.
What was the threat from white? I'm just wondering.
I mean, just to play positionally, I suppose, but I would have thought that maybe...
Rook a to d8? Or
yeah, fd8, rook d7, rook d8 made sense. Maybe he rushed a bit with this knight a5. Probably nothing wrong. I suppose it's a move, but now this knight on a5 is feeling pretty good. And you could always protect it with a 4, not even to mention there's this knight e7. But I suppose, again, it's going to be very concrete. There might be some rook d8 ideas here.
But maybe knight e5 was not even easy to stop, because even if knight is on c6, knight e5 could have been a move since the bishop on b7 is hanging.
Yeah, but then you're left with a weakness, right? So, for example, let's say here, I'm not sure which rook, let's say rook d8. Somehow I feel this move...
Okay, now knight e5 is not working, of course, because bishop cannot take on b7, yeah.
Right. But okay, let me walk away somehow. Queen goes here and makes some random move. And again, knight e5 is not working. Okay, just a random move, king h8, yeah. So is this even an idea? Okay, I'm blundering some ideas, but the point is that this bishop on b7 doesn't do anything. And the pawn on c4 is a weakness, so that's why I'm not even sure if this is a big problem. But anyway, this is the position, and rook d8 is on the board.
Rook d8 has been played. Now bishop is pinned to a queen, so there is no bishop b7 take any moment soon. And there could be already some threat in the position. I believe something like knight takes c4 is a big threat right now, using the fact that the bishop is pinned.
Angelika, you're so sharp, by the way. I already noticed this couple of times, like you spot these tactical ideas immediately. Where's the secret?
I mean, commentary with you, Arthurs, definitely. Like, I learned from you.
Like I noticed a couple of times you're immediately spotting tactical ideas that I even don't notice immediately, like knight x on c4, and a couple of times earlier today, like you notice these shots. I feel like you're doing a lot of puzzles.
I do. I use chess tempo for that.
Chess tempo.
Yeah, short advertisement.
All right. I'll have to give it a try, by the way. Queen a4. Queen a4 enables knight e7. White walks away from the pin. That's why takes, and rook takes on d5 is not a move. And black first needs to address this idea.
Yeah, stopping this knight c4, and also could be bishop takes b7, targeting the pawn on a7. It's already a threat. Maybe black will have to trade the bishops.
By the way, bishop b7, queen a7 is also an idea.
Yes, so maybe taking on d5.
Yeah, but that's what you don't want to do, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, normally you don't want to. I think black played knight a5 with an idea to target the pawn on c4. And if you take on d5, this creates for white a strong passed pawn. There's a weakness on c6, and knight on a5 is out the game. But of course, you could argue, but Arthurs, this is a very concrete game. And then I would say, Angelica, you're probably right. So I suppose it's a very concrete game.
It's definitely possible. But also this knight d7 fork is something what you want to watch out for. You cannot take the pawn on d5 just yet.
Yeah, I mean, could be queen d6, rook d1, rook e8.
And just playing a game.
Just playing a game.
It's not so easy to see. Is d5 a strong?
Maybe it's not strong. Maybe it's a weakness. Like knight c6, takes, captures, rook goes here, rook goes there. No, but white is, okay, how is this equal? I thought the pawn on c6 is a strong pawn.
And we have a first result in today's round. It's a game of Daniel Darda against Nicolas Theodorou. They have just decided to agree on a draw. Probably it was a threefold repetition, or they reached the move 30 or 40, if I'm not mistaken. So there is a draw. Let's take a look maybe how did they agree on it. There was a repetition. Of course, they couldn't reach the move 40 yet.
That's the best part. I mean, if both players completely agree, the game is completely drawn. There's always ways to repeat it. The players didn't really reach move 40 because according to Sofia rules and the Biel Chess Festival GMT tournament regulations, you cannot make a draw before move 40 unless there's a threefold repetition.
Of course, because then players can repeat and repeat and repeat till move 40.
Actually, there's one funny story, by the way. If I would, before I tell you this story, if I would ask you a question, Angelica, maybe let's select a game, some game,
Yes.
but I would like to tell you the story. So, do you know the FIDE rules? How many times you can repeat the position? So obviously, threefold repetition is when you can claim the draw, but how many times you repeat a position where the arbiter has to intervene?
Is it 7?
No,
No.
it's 5.
It's 5.
5 times. So if the position repeats 5 times, it's a very rare sight. But if the position repeats 5 times, unless the rules have changed recently, you might be spreading false information. I think I'm correct. But 5 times the position repeats, the arbiter has to come. And he has to fix a draw. And
And what happens if he doesn't?
then you just keep repeating, and this is where the story starts. So once there was an event, I'm not going to mention who played it.
Your friend or you?
I'm not going to mention names, but 2 players, they played it out in the Olympiad until move 30 or so. And it was the knight g5, knight f3, knight g5, knight f3 in the Zaitsev variation of the Re Lopez.
Oh my God.
So it was not threefold repetition, it was not 5-time repetition, it was 20-fold repetition or so until they reached the required amount of moves to offer a draw, and they offered the draw. So it was pretty weird. So yeah,
my God.
5 times you can repeat the position. The arbiter has to come a draw, and that's why the arbiter is there to notice these things.
Oh my God! I mean, this is a crazy story. I have not heard anything like this. And of course, here at the Biel Chess Festival, we have Laurent Freud, the chief arbiter, and he has to make sure that there was a 3-4 repetition, which he did, and the draw agreement has been has been confirmed, which is getting very interesting information about the past, which we had in the World Blitz Championship, was it?
World Rapid, I think. Nepo against Dubov. Yeah, that's the story. They famously made those 9 jumps.
I think I remember the story starts with the other game. Was it Yu Yang-yi? It was for sure some Chinese grandmaster who played. There was some problem with the clock, and there was some appeal going on, and there was a big decision, and the players were waiting for the round. Players were annoyed, and because of that, Dubov and Nepo decided to to repeat the position 3 times, but in a very
specific way that normally you're not supposed to do. Let's put it this way.
And after that, they were punished for this.
Right, because you cannot agree, you cannot like play a game that it seems it was prearranged for. That's the idea.
And I think the cameras also show the footage of discussions between 2 players before the game. So for that reason, definitely it was a good moment to get this fight.
All right, here we have the game. Here we have the game. David Navara against Murzin. The game still continues. I was wrong. My gut instinct was wrong. I thought that Navara a couple of moves ago was going to play d5. Instead, he decided to go for an open position. Still a reasonable idea. Black just played the only move, rook c7, to keep the position balanced. Navara is still slightly pressing, but Black's position looks just so rock solid. It's going to be very difficult for the Czech Grumps to make any real progress. 1 more game's finished, by the way.
We have a result, a draw in the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh. Chitambaran has just agreed on the draw with a 3-4 repetition. There was, I believe, queen e8, queen e5 played with a bishop f3, bishop e4 repetition. Was it? Yeah, we looked at this position just a couple of moments ago where the bishop e4 was played, and queen e8, bishop f3, queen back to e5, and bishop e4, and queen e8 one more time. 3-4 repetition, second result in today's round number 4.
The engine slightly disagrees, but also we have to take into account that Radoslav was down 29 minutes and Aravindh had extra half an hour on the clock. And sometimes this is a factor. It clearly contributes your decision making. Like if you're seriously behind on the clock, your opponent is playing very quickly, it might affect your desire to continue the game. So it's a draw. Let's go now go back to the other games and see an overview and try to estimate how many games might finish, what might be the result. 2 games already are over. We just saw a couple of minutes ago, Darda against Nicolas Theodorou finished in a draw. And if my calculations are not wrong, I think Theodorou still keeps the lead, at least for the moment, in the Challengers tournament. For Darda, at least it's a breather after yesterday's nightmare.
And talking about challengers, I think Aram Hakobyan is one who is behind Nicolas Theodorou, so that would be definitely opening some opportunities for him if he wants to try to push in his game against Rinat Jumabayev, which is on the bottom right corner. We see queen a4 has been played. This was a position which we checked, so not much of the change in the development. But meanwhile, the game we neglected for some time because, of course, there was some different action in the other positions. The game of Frederick Svane against Murzin in the top left corner. This e5 push and this huge discussion, will it happen or not? For now, I don't see any e5. Looks like White is having good time here.
Yeah, it might be. It's a very unclear position, and it looks like both players are playing it out very accurately. So once again, Black's huge big idea is the e5 push. At the same time, where's White's plan? I mean, it's got to be something at a queen side. And this is why also Svane has put the knight on b3 to be closer for the queen side. And is it an eventual a4, b5 to keep the c pawn rolling forward? But that might involve a pawn sacrifice, Angelika.
That surely does, and also location of the knight is not ideal on b3. You have to either have some rook on b1 to support the pawn, or you have to have a knight. And I'm just wondering, why is the knight on b3? We were discussing similar position earlier, and we were considering knight being on f3. I suggest we just go back a few moves before to see how did we reach this position, because I believe we predicted that this might happen, but we didn't really go into details.
Yeah, so this did happen. Again, the big idea is to fight for the e5 push. Queen b3 was played, so knight f3 is walking under some bishop g4 ideas or e5 ideas, and the bishop f4 in some lines is under attack. So queen b3 feels to be the safe move. Like the queen is getting to c3, extra protection of the square, and knight b3. I think that here Svane decided not to play knight f3 for a couple of reasons. Reason number one, it's a very defensive move. Like you just protect against e5 and you have no active ideas on your own. Reason number two is that black might challenge this knight anyway and then play e5. And reason number three is that with knight b3, white also stops black from playing a5, getting rid of the weakness. And then, of course, I think the knight is going to be necessary at the queen side anyway after this a4, b5. So I think here Svane, again, is playing all the correct moves, even though now he just played rook d1 in the other direction.
He's supporting the pawn on d4 in a way. Now, bishop g3 shows us as a mistake. But it looks very logical because e5 is a move which black wants to make, and it steps away from a target, from attack of the pawn on e5. Why do you think it might be a mistake, or you don't agree with the evaluation, Arturs?
Yeah, it's difficult to say. Maybe in some lines, Angelika, there might be some e5 ideas, like let's say a4. I was just thinking, I mean, there could be, like, I don't think it works immediately, but it could be e5, takes, and I saw that after bishop takes on e5, there might be a rook sacrifice, like takes, and e4. Oh, it doesn't work? Because of a check.
Oh, queen c4.
Because of a check. But my idea was to somehow disconnect the queen from the rook and make it work.
So you have to first play king
you
h8.
just take it. You just take it. It's that simple. It's even simpler than that.
Huh.
It's pretty straightforward. And now there's the answer. So he played bishop g3 to stop e5 so that after e5 takes and takes, he no longer has to take with the bishop.
Then if you're not taking with a bishop...
wait. But that's the problem with a4. Wait. So the problem of e5 arose only because of a4. And if I would play some move like, I don't know, king h1, this is not a problem, right?
No, because there is no bishop c2 at the end of the line. And now there is no bishop e5, bishop c2. Yeah,
you're right. So maybe he just felt that there's just no better move, and just in case, maybe actually it means he wants to go a4, b5 in the future. Like he just removed the bishop on g3 from the attack so that he gets to play a4, b5. But if this is the case, then I have to go back a couple of moves ago and ask, why did you play rook d1? And why did you not play a4 right here? Like right now, a4, and let's say black plays a6 and now b5. Why didn't you go for this position? Maybe he was just not sure. So takes, c takes on b5, and c6 something, or queen b4, or queen c5 something. It's very easy to suggest, but...
But Arturs, don't you think this a4 move might be too committal in the position? Because if you play a4, it means you can never play a3. And in that way, if pawn is on a4 located, the pawn on b4 could be a weakness later on in the game. Isn't this a4 move committing?
It is, but at the same time, if you don't play a4, what else do you do? Like, I mean, we're talking about Murzin's ideas here. So Murzin, only e5, nothing else. But what is White's idea? What do? Do you, all the game, you defend against e5 and you do nothing on your own? I think you have to use the pawn majority at a queen side, and the only way how to initiate it is a4. So even if Svane has played rook d1, it probably does really rule out the idea of a4. He's just looking for the right moment to play it.
And while Waldar Murzin is taking his time to see how he can use this bishop g3 mistake, we're going for a short break right now here at the Biel Chess Festival. We still have a lot of games ongoing. We have this beautiful game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, which Salem is trying to convert. But biggest question here, what Waldar will be able to play? We'll find out right after the break. Stay tuned for more at the Biel Chess Festival.
Greetings, chess fans. We are the official commentators of Biel Chess Festival. My name is Artur Nations. I'm a chess grandmaster. This is Angelika Volkova, my co-host already for 4 years of the festival. And we have for you a very important message.
Yeah, we're here in Biel, but the question is if we're going to come next year, and it could depend on you, dear viewers.
The goal is to achieve €10,000 donation from our Tippy campaign. You probably have seen what is this Tippy button right there on the streams. This is our donation campaign. So if you are enjoying our coverage, if you like us as your hosts, and most importantly, you would like to see us coming back next year, we would really appreciate that you would donate something for the campaign.
And we're going to reach the goal. You will have this opportunity of having free entrance to all the tournaments at the Biel Chess Festival and also hotel accommodation. Artis, I hope we're going to get some donation because I'm really looking forward for the next edition and I would like to be here commentating with you.
So do I. Being here for 4 years in a row, we make a really great team, so please make it happen.
Welcome back, everybody, to Biel, Bienne, where we are still having a lot of action from round number 4. We have 2 games which finish in a draw, but the rest of the games are spicing up. This is round 4 of the classical portion, and both masters and challengers are battling it out. Arturs, it's exciting round. Do we see already some games which might be decisive?
Absolutely. The game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev is a game we expect to wrap up at some point, potentially even before the next break, because he has a really fantastic, great position, extra pawn, and last time we checked, it feels that he might get something more. So that's the game. We are seeing it on the, I'm trying to find it, on the top right corner. Mm-hmm. What else are we seeing? We're seeing that Frederick Svane against Volodar Murzin, he did play a4, so I think it perfectly makes sense. And the knight on b3 now is on a5, and it's all about the b5 push, so it's going to be a very interesting struggle, very difficult to evaluate the consequences. Then we had David Navara against Murzin. That's the lower left corner. White has outside, technically outside pass pawn at the queen side. It's backed by the bishop, but the position still feels to be pretty level. And also Aram Hakobyan against Jumabayev. That's the game on the lower right corner. We see there was a trade on d5. We had a discussion about this earlier before, but it looks like the position is still pretty level.
Yeah, it looks like position is level, but changed because there has been a bishop trade on d5. Arturs, what do you think? Shall we take a look at the game of David Navara against Murzin? We haven't taken a look at it for some time. And this pawn on c5, I'm just wondering, could it be a strong passer? Or is it rather a target for black's pieces, looking at the knight, doubled rooks, and the queen?
I don't think that black can win the pawn, like not at least immediately. And we just saw f6 was played. I really like this move, because f6 clearly limits the scope of white's dark square bishop. But if you would go back a move before and try to understand why there was no knight x on c5, and it just feels that somehow black's pieces are overloaded. Exactly how? That's actually a very good question. Like, how do you use this pin? I was thinking something like rook goes here. And then at the right moment, I might even include queen e5, attack the knight, the checkmate on g7, also the pawn on a7 is a target. Actually, I think it's just a big problem because there's no knight a6 because of queen takes on a6. And if you would now play f6, there should be a way for white to capitalize on probably queen b5. Yeah, queen b5, and now this knight cannot be defended. Let me just show you a sample line. Knight e4, takes, captures, and a checkmate on e8. So anyway, yeah, it just felt incredibly risky. So usually I call these positions, there's a great risk, a very little reward for black, and that's why Murzin, I think he didn't even check it so deeply. He just played f6 just in case to play e5 and maybe take the pawn on c5 under better circumstances.
And the only thing I can say that the pawn cannot yet march too much further, but there is a pressure in the position here. And also I see that the evaluation bar confirms it. The white is slightly better. Is it because of this bishop on d4? Because looking at this position, we see the pawns on the both flanks. We see the pawns on the queen side and pawns on the king side. And I was told that if we have an endgame, and we can call it an endgame already, says there has been a lot of pieces traded, the bishop is working better in the endgame than the knight, because knight is not such a mobile piece. It cannot jump from, let's say, from the h file to the a file in a few seconds, in 2 moves. It cannot. It's not such a mobile piece, but bishop can. And do you think it could be one of the possible reason for this advantage for white?
Yeah, I mean, I think that most likely, Angelica, this position is going to transpose to something else. I think we are going to see the trade of the c-pawn against the a-pawn at some point, pretty much inevitably, because how else is white planning to make a progress? So you see, black has lined up pretty much every single of his piece to target the knight, the pawn on c5. So the question is he going to take on c5 right now, or after e5 and king h8 and h6 or something? But the pawn on c5 is always a target. So if white plays rook c1, and maybe queen b5. Black is just going to play rook c6, and the pawn is going nowhere, so black could easily play here, here, and say, then what? I mean, what do you do next? So if white wants to break this lock somehow, I think we might see this pawn being traded for the pawn on a7 at some moment, shifting the pieces to the a pawn while black takes the pawn on c5. Maybe a bit early to tell, but I think that's what's going to happen.
And that white will have the a pawn, and instead of the e pawn, which is not so easy to make a passer from black, and there might be some chances in those endgame. But meanwhile, David Navara is taking time in this position. e5 looks like a logical threat from black. What does he consider in this particular case to go for? Do you think the c6 ideas are already in this position possible, or you still have to prepare?
c6 is a move. I was looking at this move briefly, and I tried to understand, can I do it? But the point is, after the captures, you see there's the pawn on a3 under attack as well. So, by the way, the bar says it's okay.
Because knight is on d7.
But it's pretty weird. Like, it feels pretty weird. Pretty weird logic, but maybe it does work. And queen takes on a3 doesn't work because of rook takes on d7. And what I don't like is that white's pieces are somehow disconnected. And there's some weakness with the back crank, but as you can see, the bar says everything is good. So maybe we are going to see the c6 even immediately. So let's say c6. I want to go after the pawn on a6, and if you take it, then I get what I want. But of course, you always have to assess what happens if black, for example, plays 9b8, and what is this position?
Yeah, and suddenly the pawn on a7 is protected. Black wants to take the pawn on c6, and you are not in time to defend it fully. How are you supposed to defend the pawn?
Like this, maybe.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6.
Then, if you take, then...
You take for the knight.
Knight.
I play queen a6 something.
Queen d7, maybe?
Yeah, it doesn't feel right, to be honest, for me. I think that David is going to play something queen b5 with all these ideas, like queen b5, then play a6, or maybe even include a4. So I would say something like here, then play a4, maybe play c6 at the right time, and then give up the pawn on c6 for the pawn on a7. And he's hoping for an endgame. Let me just show you what kind of endgame he's hoping for. Maybe the moves are not going to be the most accurate, but it's going to give you an idea. So let's say here, here. I don't know even how I can show it. Yeah, like I'll just randomly show these moves.
Oh, this is...
I just want to show the idea. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to show the idea approximately. This is what Navara wants. At least I think so. Like he wants to have something like this, where he has the rook, the bishop, and the outside pass pawn. So you can ignore the moves I just inserted, and at least here he has a pretty clear plan. He can push the pawn, somehow use the rook, and maybe even play a position, trade the rooks, where he has the bishop versus the knight, where you said that the bishop better operates in open positions, but of course it feels like it's a very long way to go.
It is, and also black will have a chance to create their own passer, but rook e3 has just been played, targeting the other weakness of black, which is on e6. But isn't e5 a move which you would like to play? There could be f4.
What about knight c5?
Oh.
Maybe it's a silent draw offer. Why don't you just take on c5 right now? Because now black has no problems with the king, everything is protected. And if you take on c5, I'm going to take with the queen.
Rook takes c6.
And if you take it here, okay, let's not blunder some cheapos here. But the pawn on a3 is under attack as well. So I could just even play h6 maybe. No, I think it's just a draw offer.
No, because what do you do after knight c5? You got to take the knight. There is no way you cannot trade the pieces, right?
Unless you're ambitious. So if black is ambitious, maybe he wants to play e5. Walk away, somehow use the pawn as a target. So we can only conclude that David doesn't feel very optimistic about his position. So I thought that he's the one who is going for, this queen b5, c6 idea. The bar, by the way, says that, that he's just better. And it's a complete U-turn.
It's a very surprising move. I mean, I'm surprised. So he gives up a pawn on c5 to exchange it from the pawn on e6 and exchange the light pieces, which would not bring him any advantage in the endgame. Very shocking move by David Navara, and we see that Machun is taking his time. Arturs, is it the time for us to go and check maybe the other games, what is happening?
Yeah, I mean, just one more thought on it. Yeah, so perhaps the idea, maybe it's not a draw, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding something, but maybe he is giving up the pawn on c5 for some dynamic properties. Like perhaps he's not going to take on c5. Perhaps he wants to somehow use the power of the bishop on d4 to target the pawn on e6, but it just doesn't feel like there's anything. But you're right, yeah, let's check the other games.
Yeah, we see that in the top right corner, Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, there is still huge advantage. I mean, the winning advantage for the top Emirati Grandmaster. He's pushing forward. There are pawns on the h4, g4, f4, e4. There is not big of a chance for Vladimir Fedoseev, as I can see. It's meanwhile in the bottom right corner, Aram Hakobyan against Rinat Jumabayev. We see there has been not too much change in the position. The pawn is still on d5, knight is on e5. So White is still trying to put the pressure, still trying to get some advantage in the position, but of course Rinat is still defending. But what is happening in the top left corner? Frederick Svane against Vladar Murzin. Arturs, we see there is still no e5 in the position, and now rook d2 has just been played. Does he want to double the rooks on the e-file? What is going on?
Yeah, maybe he's like preparing something. But Angelika, you know, I was looking while you were having this overview, I was looking at the game of Saleh against Fedoseev, and of course White is doing fantastic and not much has really changed. But I also noticed one more thing. He did not win the second pawn. So we saw this position earlier, and we had a feeling that it's this close, And of course, we are helped with the relation bar. And I'm talking about a position like this is the current position right now. I'm talking about a position when we had, I'm going to roll back now, bishop c7. Like it's this close. And we even found some lines where black was having some problems here, and we thought that this pawn is going to fall. After bishop c5, we saw some rook b1 ideas, give up the pawn on f2. But what we did not see was this knight b4. And again, engine confirms it's completely winning here. a4 was played, which maybe was not the most accurate move. Here, the engine really likes rook d1, rook d7. I suppose it makes perfect sense. a4, knight e3, and here Fedoseev was using the trick that White cannot take the pawn on b6 because it attacks both bishops. And a couple of moves later, you see, he did not win the pawn. So knight e7 was played, bishop f4, he retreated. Now the bishop tries to attack from this angle, knight c5. And I would say black is alive still. So, of course, I see that here White has a very commanding lead, so that he's aggressively pushing the king side. The bishop would go to d4. There's the g5 idea. Also notice that knight x to d4 cannot be played because of bishop c6. But at least I have a feeling that there's a hope. There's a hope for Fedoseev not to be losing immediately, because after the opening, when he was getting steamrolled very quickly, it just left him probably with a helplessness feeling that just one mistake and I'm done. Here, I would say it feels like he has some practical chances.
And look also at the clock situation. Vladimir has 40 minutes on the clock, while Salem has only 20 minutes. So even spending so much time, he couldn't yet get to such a
That's a factor.
winning.
That's a factor as well.
Big
Yeah,
factor.
this extra time, he's pressing on the clock. So I would say that Fedoseev's chances to save the game look better than they looked 1 hour ago. They look better here. Like, of course, the bar says it's still the same, but from a practical perspective, of course, his position remains very difficult, but there is a chance.
But Arturs, having this position, I mean, getting into the position where you blunder the pawn, you don't have a bishop pair, your opponent has bishop pair, your opponent has an extra pawn. And mentally, it's extremely tough to get this position, especially knowing, oh, I just blundered this pawn, and to try to recover. Do you think Vladimir has this huge psychological power, because I mean, some of the players would probably just resign and go home and just prepare for the next game, but he is pushing. How is it for you when you're getting in such tough mental states? What does help you to overcome?
Well, I think that definitely this depends on the player. But if you resign early, you cannot save any game. I think whoever said this, one of the greats, that nobody has made points by resigning early. And you just are playing with the cards that you are dealt with. I mean, you made a mistake and you just treat this as okay, it's a very difficult position, but let me just play what it is. So he's a big fighter, obviously. And Fedoseev in the past has played many positions, saved many difficult games. So it's important to keep fighting, creating problems. And this is exactly what he's doing here. So we'll see.
And for that reason, he's number 17 in the world. So he's trying to fight, and it's great to see here in Biel in the Masters. If he manages to succeed and defend, he will still be joint leader together with Aravindh. If he will fail, Aravindh will be the only leader in the Masters after this round. But while Vladimir is taking time, let's take a look at the game we have been discussing a lot. We have been discussing about this e5 push in the game of Svane against Volodar Murzin in the top left corner. The e5 has not just been played. It's still not in the position. Do you think the chances of Frederic are rising in the position, looking at his space advantage on the queen side and improved pieces?
I mean, the answer is definitely hidden in the fact if b5 break is going to work or not. So that's the big question. That's the million-dollar question. Is b5 a move or not? And this is also, by the way, now you see Murzin just played rook a8. So not only he defended the pawn on a6 against an attack, but any b5 move is going to be a takes on b5. So if white wants to make this happen, he needs to solve the problem of the knight. What does he do? Does he play queen c3? Or does he play knight b3? But he's got to do this. In the meantime, I think that also Murzin can be a bit flexible at the king side. Like, he can set up most likely maybe even there's some g5, h5, king g7, some aggressive ideas. So, but it feels like white is completely in control. White has completely negated the threat of e5. Also, there's no rook b8 because the bishop on g3 is controlling the b8 square. So I think what Svane is doing right now, he's making small improvements and then looking for the right moment to play b5. I think he's going to have to play b5 at some point.
But looking at this position, I see, of course, Volodar has this bishop pair advantage. There is a bishop on f8, bishop on f7, but this is not the right position to have that bishop pair advantage because I don't see any opportunities for any of this bishop unless black at some moment pushes this e5. But this rook e2 move is highlighting that Frederic is not doing anything at this moment, but he's showing to his opponent that he cannot do anything himself as well.
Maybe he can. Actually, I noticed one suggestion in the chat by Karsten Chess. So great suggestion right there. I just read what you said. The idea to play queen f3, queen g4. Very interesting idea. Yeah, I just noticed that also the weakness on c6 could be a target. And it might be something that here the young German might do. So perhaps the rook e2 idea is prepping the idea to play queen f3 and black going to play bishop e6, stopping queen g4. So it could be possible. Let's say black does something like...
It's very tough to say.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's say he goes here. I play queen f3. Seems to be a problem. So e6 weakens the f6 square. Maybe you have to play h5. And maybe this is the moment when here unexpectedly Svane can organize some kings to attack, like something like bishop f4, g4, king g2, g5, and slide all the pieces towards the king side. Nice idea right there.
Yeah, super idea. And yeah, having only the expansion on the queen side doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to push for b5. There are still many other opportunities, and looks like white is dominating. Looking at the clock situation, I see that there is 30 minutes for Frederic Svane and 23 minutes for Volodar Murzin. I see German Grandmaster for sure improved, recalling that game against Aravindh he played a couple of rounds ago, where he didn't have enough time. Now I see he improved, he has time, he has more time than his opponent. Now it's move number 27, right? 28.
27, yeah.
27, sorry. 27, so he's for sure improving in that regard, and he is pushing.
Yeah, this is definitely also a great lesson for the youngsters who are watching this. And when you are not really sure what to do, you can improve your pieces. Again, here you got the three question rule of Jakob Agard. What you can do, you always can identify what's the opponent's plan. E5, check. What are the weaknesses? The weakness is on C6, check. And which is my worst placed piece is perhaps the queen, check. So queen f3. And very often it goes like you want to formulate things. I want to get to the weakness in C6. How do I get it? Either I bring more attacking pieces, more help, or I remove the defenders. So the only way to remove the defender, the queen on d7, is trading the queen. So very often through the formulation, you can get to the right answer. So queen f3 is on the board.
Queen f3 was very nice suggestion from the chat, and it has just happened. We see at the players, and their body language showing it all. I believe that Frederick is very, very seriously considering this queen g4 trade idea, attacking the pawn on c6. Meanwhile, for Volodar is a struggle right now. And just recalling everyone, he's a birthday boy. Today hits his birthday, and it's pretty tough position to face, and not the best birthday present you can get.
Very difficult moment here for Volodar, because queen g4 is the obvious threat, and he needs to make a decision. Does he allow the queen trade, or does he stop it by playing h5? Because if he plays h5, white might go for the g4 push eventually, and the king's on h8 very unfortunately placed. He just did it, so maybe he would have to be stubborn and do something else. So I'm thinking maybe he could put the other rook on c8, accept the queen trade, but then essentially he has a position where he has zero counterplay. I mean, this e file already is not going to work, and the white's b4, b5 threat is always hanging in there. So here I think Svane is playing a textbook perfect positional chess.
21 minutes for only 12 moves to reach the next time control. Just a reminder, dear viewers, the control which is played here in Biel is a very special and unique. It's played in the World Championship match. It is the 2 hours for first 40 moves. And the increment is starting only from move number 41. So only then players starting to get 30 seconds per each move, plus getting additional 30 minutes. So this is a tough time control to manage your time, because you need to make sure that you will not be down on the clock till the move 40, which happened, unfortunately, to Frederick Svane. I mean, he had to play moves very quickly. He was super down the clock in the game against Aravindh. So in this case, for players, going now down this 20 minutes, I mean, is it going to be enough, Arturs, in such tough position for Volodar?
We'll see. Yeah, this is a pretty dangerous combination for him. Yeah, it doesn't really help. And the fact that he is down on the clock spells trouble. We are going to follow this game. So Murzin is under a serious pressure. So let's go and check the other games. So we have 3 more ongoing. 2 more games have been finished, as you can see on the screen, in case you missed it. Darda, Theodorou, and also Wojtaszek against Aravindh finished in a draw earlier. And the game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev on the top right corner. The g4, g5 break was played as we expected, and Black is holding on for his dear life.
He's still trying, Vladimir. He's still hoping for some chances to stay in the game. And meanwhile, the game of Aram Hakobyan against Jumabayev in the bottom right corner, we see that the queen got slided to the king side, and there might be some attack happening against the black's king, possibly, as well as a game of David Navara against Machun in the bottom left corner. I see that the rook...
No, it's just fizzled out. It's going to be a draw. Like that game is heading for a draw, so that's a bit surprising that Navara had this position where he was slightly pressing, but he felt that there's some dangers because also maybe he was afraid of a position where the opponent's knight becomes stronger than his bishop. You know, maybe what we're going to do, let's go very quickly. I just want to show perhaps what was the idea that Navara was not happy about and why he decided to go for this position. So this is the current position we have. Black has an extra pawn. The pawn on a7, the pawn on e6 is under attack. And I think here we are going to see rook c7, takes, rook e6, and the game is going to just fizzle out to a peaceful outcome.
Yeah, rook c7 is played as you were talking about it. Most likely we'll see the next move incoming. But you were saying that there was some idea which David Navara was fearing of. What was it?
Yeah, let's go back now. So this game is, I think it's getting to a draw. I don't think anything is going to happen here. So this is the move here. I think he was feeling uncomfortable about position, let's say here. And black at the right moment could play knight b8, knight c6. Let's say bishop e3, knight c6. And he probably felt that he cannot do much in this position, which, as you can see, the evaluation bar kindly disagrees. Like the knight on c6 protects the queen side, the pawn on a7 is well defended. Even though there's rook d6 idea, plans to target this pawn, I still feel that white has some pressure here, and maybe a timely executed f4 could also open up the position a bit more. But he didn't like it. There must have been some reasons why he decided not to continue. He just killed off the game right here. A Salem draw offer to take on c5, and yeah, this is how they got here.
Yeah, now rook takes on a6. We see that there is rook on a6. Rook has to be pinned to the pawn to the pawn on a5. Rook has to defend it, and yeah, there is not much any side can do because it's 3 against 3, and there is only one pawn per each side. It definitely would be a good result for the players, peaceful outcome in this game, but we still have so many other games ongoing which require more attention. For example, the game of Aram Hakobyan against Rinat Jumabayev in the bottom right corner. This queen is already on g4. Artur's
yeah, let's go to that game. Let's go to that game because, as you said, there might be some attacking ideas, and there's one idea that I noticed that Hakobyan might be threatening with the queen on g4 and rook on e3. There's got to be some knight f7 ideas. So let's say black again is careless, and black thinks about, what does he think about? I don't know. Let's say black plays something like rook c5, target the pawn. You have to make sure that this is not a problem. So knight f7, king f7, and rook e6. So yeah, I see that engine here is easily holding this, but from a human's perspective, you start to be quite afraid. Like you see, there's 3 heavy pieces going after your king. It's pretty exposed. So that's why if I'm black, I want to make sure that knight x and f7 doesn't work.
Yes, it's definitely a very dangerous idea. I mean, looking at it as a human, as you're mentioning, Arturs, because of course we always look at the evaluation bar, it always tells us something, but the players don't have this luxury, they don't have the evaluation bar in their head which would tell them any move, they have to calculate. And once you get to that position where your king is getting open, and there are rooks which potentially can double on the e-file, I mean, it's getting pretty risky. Also looking at the queen side, where the black's knight is standing on a5, not doing anything. Okay, that would be one idea, but it's not defending the king.
I mean, b5, knight c4 might be the most ambitious move, but for him to play this, he has to make sure he's not missing anything here. So that's why I would say rook c7 looks more reasonable here, just to protect the pawn, just in case. You play rook e7, potentially also rook e8, and if nothing dramatic changes, you play b5, you play knight c4. So I would be quite surprised, also knowing how Rinat plays, that he would go for b5 and risk with knight f7 instead of playing rook c7. So rook c7 feels the safe move. The more ambitious move perhaps is this b5, knight c4, fixing the problem of the knight on a5.
Looking at the clock situation, only 17 minutes for Jumabayev. It's move number 25. So it means he has to make 16 more moves in this position because now it's black's turn. And 16 minutes for 16 moves, I mean, it's not much. I mean, it's just 1 minute for each move. And if there is some critical decision has to be made, by the way, here we have some, in the playing hall, some birthday congratulations. Someone also has birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. So not only Volodar has birthday today.
Of course, there's so many players here in the playing venue of the Biel Congress Center, so it's very, very great to see. And not only Volodar, but also kids playing here. There's more tournaments, not only the GMT Masters and Challengers. There's the Masters Open Tournament, Amateur Open Tournament. There's the Youth Tournament. There's all kinds of tournaments here. So if you want to be here and have a chance that we might have a look at your game, you have to come here next year to Biel Congress Center and see it for yourself.
Yeah, and also we have this very nice feature in the BOSS MTO and ATO tournament, and also in the freestyle chess tournament, to submit your games for beauty awards. And we have had already a few winners of the beauty awards, and we have also the interviews with the players, which you can check out on our YouTube channel. And there could be a chance for you, if you come here next year, to get your featured on the social media and also get your game featured in our big playing hall. By the way, whenever players are getting to the round, there is on the big screen, there is the game which won the beauty award, or the 2 games which won the beauty awards, which all the players can see, even the GMT players.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Angelika, there's something major happening here in the game. Of Jumabayev against Hakobyan, knight c6
Ooh.
is a pretty crazy move. I was not really expecting. So the knight at a5 is disconnected. You want to bring it in the game, but here Jumabayev leaves it under attack. As you can see, d takes on c6 obviously leaves the rook on e1 hanging, and knight takes on c6, rook takes on c6 is the same idea, but I gotta ask, are you sure knight takes on f7 is not working? Because we are looking at this continuation before. Now this might be a move. Did Jumabayev calculate the things correctly? I think we have a chance to check it.
We have to check it because there is rook e6 possibility after king takes rook e6 targeting the queen and the knight on c6. Does it work?
I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing also queen g6 check. Now this looks like a pretty serious idea. And I think that Hakobyan's eyes are definitely glued on this. So we see that the evaluation bar says it's quite not working, or at least it's equal. But I would say that here Jumabayev would have to be very careful.
But at least comparing to the previous line we were checking, there was the evaluation of black fully down. Here, as we can see, it still says it's equal. So I say the chances of knight f7 to work improved. And it's getting really tough for black to defend.
Okay, this is not queen g6. I mean, also, maybe it's also tough for white to attack. I don't know. Which one is it?
Maybe rook d2 e1, because knight is hanging now, and you can just take the pawn.
And there's nothing, yeah? There's nothing. I love how engines always kill our enthusiasm for exciting chess. So which one is it?
I mean, it cannot be rook c6.
I'm simply going to check the engine, sorry. So that queen e4, that's not the move I was looking for.
Queen e4 is defending the pawn on d5.
And if I walk away, now rook e1. Okay, this is not going to happen. No,
it's too...
This is the crazy.
It's too artificial to play something like this.
Yeah, rook e7. Queen d6, queen g4, queen f6.
Rook 1 to e6.
Queen g5,
Queen
queen
d4.
g5 takes, and somehow it ends with a draw. Okay, I mean, there's a lot of risk for white and very little reward. So it seems that Jumabayev, he definitely made sure that knight f7 is not working. Otherwise, you don't do this. But there might be other moves as well. Like, how about knight c4?
Knight c4 targeting the queen. Now queen has to step away, isn't it? Because if queen doesn't step away, then
you take on c6.
Yes.
So queen d7, only move.
Okay, you cannot take on c6 yet.
But I still feel like Wojtaszek a bit pressing here. Maybe takes, and rook e3. Either way, there's no immediate punishment. So knight c6 is a bit odd move, but again, if it works, it works. And apparently, Jumabayev has figured it out.
Meanwhile, the other 3 games are still ongoing. Let's take a look at the overview of those games. We see in the bottom left corner, David Navara against Machun. The players are having a very peaceful game. Most likely it will finish in a draw in a few moves. Meanwhile, Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, the game in the top right corner. We see that the rook arrived at the 6th rank, targeting the pawn on f6, and looks like that Emirati Grandmaster is winning, but Vladimir is still trying to hold on. And at the same time, Svane against Murzin, we see that Frederick is still trying to push. He has not yet decided what exactly to do, but Queen g4 is ready to be played in the position. By the way, I'm wondering, Rook c8 was the last move, allowing Queen g4 trade, which would put pressure on the c6 square. Artus, which game shall we take a look at?
I think also, of course, the Svane game is going to be very instructive. Or do you, as you said, trade the queens, or you keep increasing the pressure? I would like to go back to game Salem against Fedoseev. We haven't checked this game for a while. Fedoseev has been struggling to hold on to the game for longest part after he miscalculated right after the opening. He played an ambitious line, missed one move, and ever since he's been strategically lost. The last time we checked, we had a feeling he has some practical chances, but yeah, the bar, of course, is merciless and says it's still pretty lost. And also there's the big idea of e5 check, and I suppose this is something that he has to address first.
And there has been a repetition of the moves, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, because there was a check on g7.
So we just saw opening up the position? No, repetition, no, it's just e5.
But basically it implies that king...
The king has to walk away.
Has to go back.
Yeah. So is it here or here? That's the question. So let's say it's king e7, yeah? No?
No. Is e6, because e6 pawn takes rook b6 and knight is hanging on c5.
Which move do you say?
e5 and then...
And f5, yeah?
I was thinking rook b6 because bishop is hanging on.
Oh, rook b6. You're very greedy.
Because knight is hanging, but
no,
there is
correct.
e4.
You're correct. You're absolutely correct. Yeah,
there is e4?
That's a very good point. e4, bishop b4, two pawns extra.
Okay, just take.
No, you're correct. So king c7 is the only move. Protect the pawn. But it's a difficult move to make you walk away from this weakness.
Yeah, now suddenly the pressure can rise even higher in the position. But okay, e5 is not happening.
You know, I might even take on c5. I don't want to, but I might do it. Like e5, f takes, and f5. Like it feels it's a material balance on the board, but White's game is very easy.
And bishop cut from the position, from the defense. Bishop on c3. Okay, you can give up a pawn.
But it probably gives here Fedoseev some hope because of obstacle of bishops and maybe even some endgames. You get to trade the rooks even down 2 pawns. There might be some theoretical discussions here. So I think that it also doesn't make much sense from Saleh's perspective. Like I just wanted to show that bishop takes with c5 is a move, despite the fact we have obstacle of bishops on the board. But it goes against the logic. The stronger side, I mean, if you are the dominating side, you never ever gamble. You don't gamble. So you play bishop takes on c5 when you're for sure that this is winning. If you're not sure, you're looking for the easier way.
But the question, what to do with white here, because, and the king c7, by the way, is on the board. What to do, because the knight can take on a4. Knight a4 is a threat in the position, so there is no way to defend the pawn besides taking the knight on c5. We might see this endgame.
We might. I mean, bishop c5 is a move, but I think that that's also the choice that Saleh is not going to take lightly. Maybe he could give up the pawn on a4 and do something during this time, but what is it? So if we would strictly talk about the formulating plans, maybe he could target the pawn on f6. So either you remove the defender or you increase the amount of the attackers. since I don't see how do I remove the defender on c3, I might include the amount of attackers, like bishop f2 takes it, and let's say bishop h4. But the point is, now what changes? Do I have a follow-up? And I'm not, I mean, I'm seeing the bar, but I'm not really sure where's the move. I don't see, it's not super clear to me. Do you see something here?
I was thinking instead of bishop h4, is there e5? Because after take there is bishop c6.
Oh.
But I'm not sure.
Thanks. Yeah, by the way, the game, while we're analyzing, David Navara has played a draw against Murzin. This is something we expected.
The draw has been agreed, or there was a repetition, because players most likely didn't reach the 40th move.
Yeah,
But
by the way, this is an idea. Yeah, it's a real idea. Bishop c6, like bishop f2, bishop h4, feels very much under control. Knight a4, e5. And this is a threat, this is a threat. If you take it, I would check some forcing moves like e4 check, king something, and then I just take it. Not really such a difficult line to calculate, to be honest. So I would not be surprised if this would happen.
Yeah, so definitely something what we can expect. King c7 has just been played, and now it's Saleh's turn. It's 12 minutes, by the way, for him. 12 minutes, but not so many moves has to be made, right? It's move number 38, so just 2 moves to make sure, but he has to calculate. He has to make sure it all works out really nicely, because it would be a pity to get this winning position and not win it. But Vladimir is trying, as you were mentioning, Arturs, earlier, Vladimir is trying his best to complicate in some way.
He doesn't really have a choice, does he now? Yeah, so either you do this or you resign. So, of course, he continues.
Yes, and he's trying really hard. And
Okay, maybe here after bishop f2 here, black doesn't have to take on a4. That feels to be immediately lights out. And black could do something during this time. Maybe black could start with rook f8, protect the pawn, just in case.
Arturs, and I have a surprise for you. We have a special guest coming now in the studio. I will have to go, unfortunately.
Where are you going?
But I'm having a great substitution. We have David Navara here. David, please come to us.
Thank you.
Yes, 1 second. I'm just going to give you.
Welcome, everybody. I'm not here for a long time, but...
Let me just make sure it's working.
All right.
Yes, it is. Thank you. So I made a draw today. I think we both played well. Not so much happened in the game. There were some interesting lines maybe somewhere, but not too many, basically. It was a positional game. And it seemed to me that I had some slight advantage for some time, but probably not much, and I didn't see anything special.
Do you want to very quickly go through your game?
I can.
All right. Let's just do it like very quickly. Maybe a couple of critical moments. I'm going to try to find a way to pull up your game.
I was surprised by Murzin's opening choice, because I expected either bishop f5 here instead of bishop g4, but the positions are generally very similar. So I actually played this with black more than once. This bishop takes f3 and e6, and I'm not sure if it was knight c3, bishop b4, bishop d2, or bishop d3 and knight d2, what I played against Teimur Rajabov with black at World Rapid 2015. I lost the game. And against Dmitry Yakovenko in German Bundesliga, I think it was probably 2014, if I remember it correctly. So it was a draw, and bishop knight d2, and I expected something like knight bd7. No, maybe castling first is fine, but basically some taking on d2 and knight bd7 e5. I'm not sure if not even on the previous move. It's basically the same idea, but maybe on the previous move it was. I don't know. I think black should equalize with those two knights because he plays e5 quickly and either exchanges one of white's bishops, which should be fine, or pushes e5, e4.
And there's no way to keep them, yeah?
I mean, there is ways. Timur played something like c takes d5, if I remember it properly, but after e takes d5, it's hard to believe that those two bishops are so great. I mean, the one on d2 is probably not, and otherwise I just push e5, e4, and I will get a square on d5 for my knights.
Okay.
So sometimes I can play e5, e takes d4, and create an isolated pawn. So now it looked moderately promising to me.
Oh, sorry. I jumped forward.
At the end, it didn't.
Yeah, I jumped a bit forward too much.
Yes.
I have a question to you, David. So to this position, you played e4. Do you consider to play also b4, bishop b2 to keep your bishop advantage, or you felt like there's not much?
I considered it, but after b4, bishop c7, bishop b2, there were two minor problems. One of them is that e5 can be an option sometimes, and black sometimes recaptures with knight, sometimes with bishop, but basically I will mostly be unable to maintain my bishop pair. And the other problem is that there might also be maybe knight b6 instead of e5, and knight a4 can be sort of unpleasant sometimes. Maybe it's nothing, maybe white just plays rook c1, rook a c1 or rook a b1, and maybe it's not a great idea, but I mean, probably this knight b6 is not so great. I mean, not a bad move, but nothing special. But e5 perhaps should be sort of fun, in my opinion. Maybe there is c takes d5 and e4.
Yeah, e4 looks a bit risky, yeah?
Yes,
e4,
exactly.
c takes and d5.
Yes, exactly.
All right. I'll just maybe go to the critical moment of the game. So I had a feeling you were slightly pressing here.
Yes, I also had that feeling. After knight f6, I considered playing queen e5 also, because then b5 allows d5, which should be good for white. b5 allows d5.
b5, yeah.
Yeah, b5 and now d5.
D5, yeah.
B takes c4, maybe d takes c6. And recapture, does it work? Maybe not b takes c6, sorry. I thought there would be some backrank motives, but maybe not. Maybe d6.
Or somehow slightly better.
Yes,
no?
Should be somewhere.
Okay.
So, but after queen e5, sorry, maybe.
Yeah, queen e2, yeah.
Yes, but after queen e5, I mean, the problem was that maybe if black plays something like queen d6 or queen e7, I would have played probably f3 to prevent taking on e5 and knight e4, but anyway, it didn't look so great to me because black can choose the moment when to exchange queens, and if I go back, then f3 is not such a great move.
Right. So I have here a question here. You obviously were having a pretty big choice. You decided then to take on c5. Did you seriously consider playing d5?
I considered it, but I didn't know how to react to e takes d5, rook e3, knight e4, queen g4, maybe f5.
Rook e3. During the commentary, we were thinking maybe you can take on e7, take on f6, take on d5, rook e4, rook c1, and we're trying to find some chances here.
Perhaps you are right, but to me it looked rather drawish. What about rook e2 instead of rook e4? One move earlier.
Yeah. Here, yeah, rook e2, and I would play rook c1, rook c3.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe
it's not a lot, yeah?
Not a lot, but I agree that it's at least something. But first I was optimistic about rook g1, and then I also was not that optimistic about this endgame. So I considered also rook e3 here, but there is knight e4, and after c takes d5, black can take on c3 and give check. So instead of c takes d5, I can try queen g4. But I mean, I would be glad to see g6. No, please, no.
Previous move, yeah.
Instead of c takes d5, queen g4. I would be glad to see g6 coming, but maybe black can just play f5 instead. Queen takes f5, say queen f7, for example. Queen takes, king takes, and it looked very much equal to me.
Yeah. All right. So I have one more final question about this game. So again, you're slightly pressing. I thought maybe you want to trade the C pawn for the A pawn.
I wanted to, but didn't know how.
Yeah, but here you decided to play rook E3. You clearly didn't like it. Do you consider C6 and queen B5? And what was the reason why you decided not to pursue that and play rook E3 and trade off these pieces?
Do you mean C6 and then queen B5 or
Actually, both.
Yes, I mean if I play queen B5 first, I was not sure about something like knight B8, knight C6. Which,
right, I thought about it. Yeah,
yes,
like this and this.
Okay, I agree now, but somehow I was not sure about the position. And C6 first, I also didn't like knight B8. I mean, it was my original. I missed F6. I considered moves like E5, for example, but it was my original idea to play C6 somewhere and. For example, here, after F6, C6, I just didn't see what to do against knight B8 because it seemed to me that I could lose a pawn. I mean, I have bishop C5, but the queen goes to F7 or E8. Yes.
Yeah, we looked at this, but we're not really sure if it gives anything.
Yes, maybe black can also play queen E8 instead to protect the rook on C8, and I somehow didn't see anything special. And I mean, giving up a pawn when you don't get anything clear for it didn't look like such a great idea to me. So maybe this queen B5 was an option. I don't know really. I also missed that in the game I just could not recapture on E6 because of queen takes A3. I mean, I would have compensation, but somehow, here I take and rook takes E6 that black could take on A3. I mean, I should always have compensation, but no, black just takes and plays queen F8.
There's no mate. Yeah, yes, I was a bit afraid from afar.
Yes, actually king H8, and I need to fight for equality. I mean, my pieces are active. Black's king is slightly weak, so it should not be a big deal. Maybe I will play H4 somewhere, or stop the A pawn first with some move like I don't know. Rook D5, rook A1, queen A6, whatever. Maybe not queen A6.
But you're the one who's fighting for a draw, yeah?
Yes, probably. I mean, it's very marginally worse. I mean, my pieces are active, so it should be fine. But I'm a pawn down, and there is nothing concrete. So.
All right. So you decided to trade off the pieces. It was an equal position. Maybe one question from the chat, David. Your favorite part of the Biel tournament?
I mean, where I'm in form. I mean, it can vary. It can be various parts. So far, I have not played well in Fischer and Dom chess. My rapid was just terrible. So, I mean, I'm not sure if classical chess is my favorite part, but so far it's the one which goes the best for me. I mean, I'm on 50%. Not really, because there is 1.5 point for draw. I mean, I have 1 win, 1 loss, 2 draws, but I mean, it's at least a decent result. We will see, but basically, is this rapid? It was just pretty much everything going wrong, and to some extent also in Fischer and Dom chess. I mean, to a lesser extent.
Do you still have a bit time to stay with us, or you already want to leave?
I have some time, but I also need to take some rest and prepare for tomorrow's game, so I can stay, but not really for
All right,
long.
maybe we're going to use your expertise, and you could give your evaluation perhaps on what you saw, just a couple of minutes, maybe 1 minute or 2 minutes for each game, what's happening here,
maybe.
What do you think is going to happen?
But I think this one is not much about evaluation, it's about calculation here. The game between Hakobyan and trainer Jumabayev, because it's some very sharp position, and the D pawn is rather an asset than liability, but it depends on very concrete variations. And
right. Yeah, so we saw a couple of moves ago. For example, knight c6. We were speculating about knight f7, but apparently Jumabayev had figured it out that it doesn't work. So, yeah, knight c4, queen d7, queen f4, queen c7. This marks as a mistake. I'm not sure where's the mistake, really. But
maybe the pawn goes to d6 with a tempo, and maybe there will be some tricks then with rook e7 at some point. Maybe rook de1 and then rook e7, or knight e5 in some lines, because the d6 pawn is indirectly protected. I don't know, something like this, but
Okay.
It requires quite some calculations. So.
Let's maybe also very quickly check the other games so that while we are still here, the game of Frederick Svane against Volodar Murzin, did you get a chance to follow also the games of the master section?
A bit, yes, a bit. I mean, it's unpleasant for black. It looks like a Caro-Kann nightmare, although it had been London, I believe, or something like that, because black does not have counterplay and he's protecting everything, but he has also a weakness on c6, so his queens, he needs to keep some pieces on the queen side, and also a6 can be hanging, and the queen is rather far from the king's side. I mean, black's queen, whereas white can prepare g4, and it looks pretty sad for black. Maybe there is nothing decisive. It seems to me that Volodar has found a good defensive setup, but he will probably need to defend for a long time. And I mean,
do you know he has a birthday today?
I didn't know.
Yeah.
So I would prefer to play a different position on my birthday, but I mean, he is a good defender, so we will see what happens. It's not clear, but white is apparently pushing.
And the other game that is still ongoing was Vladimir Fedoseev against Salem. Did you perhaps also see the moment when Fedoseev miscalculated?
I saw he lost a pawn for nothing, but even before it seemed to me that white had some positional advantage, but somehow this looks very sad for black. Okay, on the other hand, Vladimir Fedoseev is a very resourceful player who has saved many bad positions, but it seems to me that Saleh is quite strong when having initiative and like this, and so I'm very skeptical about black's chances.
All right. Thank you, David, for joining me, and best of luck. Have a good rest and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you. You too, David. And Angelika is coming back to us, and we just saw an update of the game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. As you can see, he did take on c5. He did enter the obstacle of bishop endgame, and this position normally would be a draw if not for the rooks present on the board. Fedoseev has been fighting, trying to stay in the game. It's all about tactical resources or practical resources. As you heard, David, Fedoseev is a very strong defender, but ultimately it's just so difficult, such a sad position for him to play, but what can you do?
Yeah, huge question right now, definitely for Vladimir, because king is already on f5, and the pressure is coming. But one more time, this opposite colored bishop, still some practical chances for Vladimir.
Yeah, but I think also that this bishop takes on c5 pretty much signals that Saleh knows. He knows this is winning. Otherwise, a couple of moves ago, we saw this bishop takes on c5 move. We're discussing, do you play bishop f2, bishop h4? Do you play e5, f5 ideas? Like, for example, there was this moment, you sack the pawn, you play f5, you rely on the bishop c6 trick, the knight at f4, rook on e8 are under attack, and you back the f-pawn rolling forward. But perhaps this was also the continuation that Fedoseev was hoping for, because it complicates matters. So apparently Saleh was sure that this is winning, activate a king, king f5, and on top of Fedoseev problems, rook takes on f6 might be even an idea. Sacrifice the exchange, then create two strong connected pass pawns backed by the bishop.
Arthur's both of the players reach the second time control. I suggest we go to the two remaining games, because those are the ones which are remaining right now in the big time trouble. For example, the game of Hakobyan against Rinat Jumabayev in the bottom right. I see there are just 3 minutes for Kazakh Grandmaster, as well as Frederick Svane against Volodar Murzin. Volodar has 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, on the clock right now. So I would suggest we focus on these games for time being, because those are the ones where we might see some critical changes in the next moves. And queen is already on d7, by the way.
Yeah, move 31. So about 9 moves to make for both players. King f8, the king comes closer to solve the back rank issues. Black is, I suppose, I wanted to say holding on. Probably it's somehow equals, like takes, and rook d8 is the idea. That's why here you need a king of f8. You need this move, because if you would take on d7, you want to play rook d8, kill this pawn. Rook e8 is the problem. So that's why king f8 is initiating the idea to trade off the pieces. And now the next move for Hakobyan is going to be very important. If he wants to do something, it's got to be here. Because if he plays like king f1, queen takes on d7 is going to fizzle out to pretty much the same drawing endgame that we just saw in David Navara's game against Murzin.
Can we see a rook e7 move going into the queen's endgame? Because after queen takes e7, you just take it here.
Yeah, c takes.
Okay, so it's still happening.
Yeah, actually here you have to be a bit careful.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's a big problem. So rook e7 is an aggressive move, but queen takes on d7 is also a threat.
It's killing it all.
Can you take it? Can you take with a7? If you want to be ambitious, you probably want to do that. But what about rook takes on c6? Can you somehow expose back rank's issue for black here?
That's a good point. I mean, rook coming to f3 could target the pawn on f7, but there could be probably even queen e7, just stopping an attack.
Or f6, or queen e7, or rook f6 for that matter. Rook f6 drops the pawn on c5, the queen c5, so no. Rook c7 is the move. Yeah, there's not going to be a mate. So queen takes on a7, rook c6. Visually, it feels that white would have to be careful unless he can somehow exploit black's weakened back rank. I think it's going to be a draw.
And what about queen b7? Just keeping queen on the board, keeping pawn on c6. Do you think queen b7 is possible? Defending the pawn, keeping the queen on the board.
That's a nice move. So queen b7 is threatening queen b4, queen c4. And it
Okay, I didn't see that.
And now if I go back, and why is it suddenly better? I don't know, but queen b7 might be a move. I also could play queen c7, threaten to take the pawn, you give a check, king g8, queen c4, queen c6.
Suddenly,
It's just, again,
okay, I was also thinking rook e8.
e8
Doesn't work.
doesn't work. Otherwise, a nice idea, yeah? Like, if you had rook on d3, rook d8 would be winning. Rook d8.
Or rook on f3, then queen f7 would be winning. So,
Right.
the e3 not the best square, but yeah, big question now for Aram what to do. He has 9 minutes on the clock. Maybe while he's thinking, just quickly, let's take a look at the game of Frederick Svane against Volodar Murzin, because it looks like both players are getting lower in the clock and position is still super complicated.
All right, let's do that. Let's switch to the game, because I think here Hakobyan is going to definitely spend a couple of minutes trying to figure out, can he capitalize on the pawn on c6? We do not see how he can do that. Before we jump into the next game, let's maybe very, very quickly look at the bird's eye view and see what is happening in the other games. So probably the game we want to go is Svane against Murzin, unless there's something happening in Saleh's game against Fedoseev, but it seems like it's heading to a logical outcome.
Yeah, it heads towards it, but also both players have a lot of time on the clock, while Frederick and Volodar, they are struggling, both having 5 minutes on the clock. And now it's a move number 28, is it? It's not 38, it's 28. Or is it
38.
30, okay.
Two moves
I was
to make.
scared that it was 28. So 2 moves more to make, but it's super complex position. It's
Watch
very
out for
tough.
rook e6.
Oh, very nice move. Sacrifice.
Yeah, so rook e6, okay, rook e2 was played. Maybe here Svane simply did not want to make a big decision before the next time control. Again, this is where your training kicks in, because you're not supposed to complicate stuff on the final moves with no increment. But I think it definitely deserves some attention. Like play rook e6, target the pawn on c6, and the big idea is that if black accepts, which he doesn't, you take on e6, maybe...
There was intermezzo even.
Yeah, I know. I could have started with queen g6, but the big idea, like, okay, let's be precise. Let's start with queen takes on g6, king h8, rook takes on e6. This is losing. This is very weak. The king is exposed, so it's pretty bad. So after rook e6, he probably didn't like that black's going to play something like queen a8. And, maybe not queen a8, but queen d7. Yeah, queen d7, defend the pawn, hit the rook, and he would have to probably go back. Yeah.
Yeah, probably that was the only way That's why we see that rook 3 to e2 has been played. Now king h8, apparently inaccuracy according to computer, or mistake. It's mistake. It's a move number 39.
Here the big question is, do you play g4? I mean, as David was sitting here with me for a couple of minutes in the commentary studio, he was suggesting that there might be a time to play g4. I also really want to do this because the king is exposed. You could play g4, king h2, rook g1, etc. But I think also the g4 move is something you can always play in the next time control. So why would you complicate stuff when you're about to get extra 30 minutes on the clock? Then you get a bit more time, and you can make the decision a bit more evaluated.
And since Frederick had very tough experience of the clock of this format in the few games before, which was against Aravindh, he lost surely because of the time situation. And that's why he's now playing a move. He's going into control. 34 minutes now already for Frederick. Now Volodar Murzin has to play a final move. And while he's taking time, let's take a look at the overview and see what is going on in the rest of the boards, because we still have one game which hasn't reached the time control, and it is a game of Aram Hakobyan against Rinat Jumabayev. Artur, shall we follow this game? Because I feel like there are still a lot of moves have to be made. It's 34th move, so 6 more moves.
Oh, by the way, there was a very simple idea. We just didn't see it on the screen. There was a trade on the 8th, and white is up a pawn, but apparently not for too long. For some reason, I missed it. So we missed it that here in this position, actually, black had just taken d8, play rook c3. For some reason, this move escaped my attention. He's up a pawn, but temporarily. Black's going to play king d6, rook takes on c6, and recapture the pawn. So here, Hakobyan still has to make, and of course, also Jumabayev has to make 6 moves, but the pawn on c6 is dropping. The question is, how do you keep it?
Will we see rook a4?
Yeah, rook a4, rook a6.
If rook a4 and rook takes on c6, is it actually a draw?
Because you got to give it a try.
But you don't want to give it a try in the game, right?
Like
you want to be sure.
Here, rook a6.
I meant if rook takes on c6 and rook a7. So in that position, it is a draw or not? So if rook c6.
But I think the logic would be, why would you risk it if you're not sure? Yeah, like, of course, this might be some theoretical draw, put the rook behind, and maybe we are going to get it. But I think that also this is the position where Jumabayev can do it at any given moment. He can do it whenever he wants. So a4, if you take on c6, I take on a7. I think we are definitely going to talk about it a lot, ultimately after the next time control. The players are going to reach move 40 because I don't really see how else here either of the sides is going to make progress. Maybe here Jumabayev can just sit and do nothing, like king c5, king d6, etc. But I think that this king is going to roll forward somewhere. So it's possible that Jumabayev simply won't have any choice but to take on c6 and enter this endgame, but possibly under better circumstances.
But Jumabayev is taking his time now. It's 1 minute 34 seconds on the clock. There was rook g4 with the idea of taking the pawn on g4, but it looks like the a3 pawn is going to fall, although there is rook h7.
Oh yeah, this is. I think here Hakobyan made a small inaccuracy. The game is immediately going to a draw because now his idea was to provoke some weakness and then play rook a4. Now the point is rook h7. Black plays king f8, king g8 can trap the rook.
Oh,
so you have to escape it. Black wins the pawn on a3. This game is going to be a draw.
So here after rook h7, which most likely he wants to do, there is going to be king f8.
I think we're seeing like
king f8 is on the board.
Yeah, we're seeing here final moves. There's no way white can play this for the win. Rook h8, king g7, rook walks away, rook takes on a3. Actually, black is the one who has an outside pass pawn, but he cannot be ambitious here. So the players, they're going to reach move 40, and I would not be surprised. This is also the moment when the players are like, okay, listen, this is probably just a draw. So let's just stay here for a moment. I think the game is going to wrap up pretty soon.
Yeah, rook c8, rook takes on a3. We have 3 against 3 pawns, even though they're separated. It's all is equal. The game most likely will finish in a draw. in a few moments. We have move number 39, so 40th move. G4 has been played.
Yeah, you can see here, Hakobyan is right. You see he's
shaking.
unhappy. He's unhappy. Why did I play this rook g4? I mean, he could have played this rook a4, rook a6 idea to have some ideas. I mean, here there's no ideas whatsoever here. Even without pawn on a7, black could easily make this draw. Of course, white will push it a bit. I think that here he expects the game is going to be finishing pretty quickly. Maybe Jumabayev wants to press this a bit, but normally, like, there's, yeah, not much to do.
Yeah, the a5 has been played. I didn't quite catch if there was any draw offer.
Not yet. I mean, Hakobyan could make the draw offer here. Like, I might be wrong, and maybe it's actually Jumabayev who is willing to continue. As you can see, Hakobyan is kind of ready.
So you think here black suddenly could become ambitious with
No.
the a-pawn?
No way.
No way.
Like, I think here, rook a8 or rook c6, just to cut off the king. This is the
more
weakness.
precise.
Yeah, put the rook on a6. With a b-pawn, maybe there might be some scenarios, but with the a-pawn, these positions are mostly drawn.
They're looking around. I don't
Okay,
know.
so they're gonna continue for a while.
So it looks like the game continues. They reach the time control. Meanwhile, let's see. Looks like as Volodar Murzin also reached control by playing e6. So there the game also is going to slow down a bit. And Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev is also still trying. Will Vladimir be able to find some way to
I just saw a draw offer, by the way. I think I saw Hakobyan offering a draw. He just arrived at the board. And I think he just said something that was a draw offer. I think technically it's not really according to the rules. I mean, you have to make a move and offer a draw, not make a move, get up, and then offer a draw. But okay, fine. Like, it's still might be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is a little bit, yeah, I mean, ethically it's a bit wrong, we can say. I have been offered a draw like this, like my opponent would play a move, I would think for like 3 minutes, and then he would offer a draw. And I would be like, okay, you should have offered a draw immediately after the move, but of course.
Yeah, I mean, let's maybe stay here a minute and see if Jumabayev decides to continue. Obviously, he also knows that there might not be much to do. This last move, rook c6, is very accurate. Just make sure the king cannot leave king f8, king e7, etc. So if you play a4, there's going to be rook h3. Maybe he can try to play rook d3, rook d5. But it's going to put the rook behind and then play h5, trade this off. But no, I think that there's not much.
But Artur's,
There you go. There's the draw.
There is an agreement, of course, because Rinat's game yesterday and the day before yesterday were the longest one in the playing hall. He was fighting like a lion, boss games. He saved a draw the day before yesterday, and yesterday he got this huge victory over Daniel Darda. He didn't want to repeat it again. He didn't want to continue with this game any longer, so the draw has been agreed. Now he can finally rest, and his game is not going to be the one to finish. But we still have 2 more games ongoing. It's a game of Frederick Svane where he's pushing against Volodar Murzin. Meanwhile, Salem is trying to convert this tough endgame against Vladimir Fedoseev. Will Vladimir be able to bail out? Find out after the break. In a few minutes, we will be back with more action here at Biel. Hello everyone, we are in Biel, Bienne, which is in Switzerland, where chess summer is booming. We have the 58th edition of the Biel Chess Festival and Grandmaster Triathlon. The round number 4 of the classical portion is going on. Your host for today is myself, Angelika Valkova, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans. We have already had 4 results, but there are still 2 exciting games ongoing. Arturs, what can you tell us about those?
One of them definitely is going to be decisive, and there's also a very good chance the second one is going to finish with one of the players walking away with a victory. Here we can see, we just saw birthday boy Volodar Murzin with a black collar. He's still struggling against Frederick Svane. The young German is the one who is pressing hard, seriously. He played a pretty fantastic new idea in the opening, which maybe is nothing special, but it confused the jubilant today. Now he is pressing for the win. And also Salem has capitalized after the opening on one big miscalculation mistake by Vladimir Fedoseev, and he is on his way to convert this to a full point.
We might have 2 decisive games. I mean, one of them looks like it's going to be, but still, there is still some practical struggles needed to be made. So, Arturs, shall we go to the game of Saleh Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev to see what is happening in this endgame?
Let's go. So, this is the current position. The last time we checked, both players had F-pawns on the board. And I think that here Saleh is eventually pushing the e-pawn forward, like e5, king d7, e6, e7, and e8. On top of that, he can also exclude the black king from the game. So it's a problem for Fedoseev, and according to the evaluation bar, there is no way to fix it. So I don't think that he has the time to organize any counterplay against the a-pawn. It's simply taking forever. So the only hope here for one of the tournament leaders is to trade the rooks somehow and then pray that the opposite color bishop endgame is drawn, which might be still losing anyway.
It might be, but there is definitely this huge resilience from black. We can see that he's still trying. We have seen this, not this position, but we have seen this game when both players had an hour on the clock left. Now we see them getting into the second time control. Now we see them getting extra half an hour, each of them. And Vladimir is still fighting. He's still trying. Now we transpose to the bishop, opposite colored bishop endgame. But there is still an extra pawn, and there are rooks on the board. If this position, Arturs, was without the rooks, would it be an immediate draw, or would there be still chances because of the negative king?
I think it would be a draw, but it would really depend on the placement of the black king. Like, let's say these rooks are off the board, black would play king c7, and I have a feeling that this bishop could bother the pawn on e4 so that it's blocked eventually. But of course, the rooks are present on the board, and I don't think that Saleh is easily going to trade it. I was thinking about the scenario. Let's say black makes something like, I don't know, probably bishop c1 doesn't make any sense, but I was thinking like there might be a scenario when he can give a check first on b7 and then play rook f7.
The rooks.
Yeah, but why? Why would you risk it? And here you see the evaluation bar, of course, drops, and this is one of those scenarios where the black king is marching back, and you see white is simply not going to be able to make any progress because you play king f7, it drops the pawn. So no, I don't think this is going to happen. So rook trade is not going to happen, and let's say after bishop c3, there's going to be e5. White needs to protect the pawn, play king d7, e6, but perhaps with a king on d7 and e6.
Can you also play king d6?
King d6. Oh, that's even better. Oh, actually, that's pretty straightforward.
Because you still defend the pawn.
e5, and you can't stop this.
Oh. Because there is no pin on the pawn.
Yeah.
What a tough situation to be right now in. But we see that Vladimir actually stood up. And it's Saleh who is trying to figure it out.
Yeah, it's got to be a win. Got to be a pretty clean win. I mean, maybe there's some moments where white needs to be a bit careful, not to walk himself into some checkmate, like this one. Yeah, but even that's not the mate. So, yeah, I think that this game is going to wrap up pretty soon. Like e5, king d6, rook g5. These are straightforward plans. The king on b6 is shut off from the game. It cannot join it. So essentially, it's the king, bishop, rook, and pawn versus obstacle, bishop, and the rook.
It's not going to be enough for sure, but Saleh is still taking his time trying to figure it out. I suggest we go to the second game, which is left. It is Frederick Svane against Volodar Murzin, the birthday boy, which, as also Navara was mentioning earlier, didn't get the best position for his birthday. Definitely not the best present. And we see some changes in the situation. There is a pawn on e6 suddenly. e6, f6, g6. Black is trying to defend, but the bishop is on d6 for white.
Also pretty notable change for the position is that Volodar has started to play faster. So you see he has set up a pretty passive position. I mean, but what you can do, he has already given up on the e5 push, and now he possibly will just shuffle the pieces. Rook a8, rook c8, rook a8, rook c8. And it is white who is spending time here. So white has 20 minutes versus black's 32. And he is the one who needs to make some progress.
There could be ideas of pushing g4. There could be ideas of pushing b5. But you have to prepare all these breaks. And you have to make sure it works. Because for a moment, b5 wouldn't work. It would just open up the position for black, which doesn't make any sense. But can white prepare some attack against the king on the king side with the g4 push, h5 push? We were discussing it earlier. I believe it was discussed with you and David.
I think it's going to go to that at some point, eventually. You know, there is another idea I was thinking, Angelika. Like, maybe you can target f6. Like, I think that this f6 square is the only pawn that somehow holds black's position together. Like, if it goes to f5, there's some major calls. Like, this bishop could go here, the knight could be maybe joining the g5 square, and this bishop on f7 is doomed. But I'm thinking, how can I apply pressure here? So perhaps on top of your idea to go for g4, maybe there's an opportunity, try to find a way to double heavy pieces at the f file and threaten with some exchange sacrifices, something like, I don't know, like rook e3, rook f3, queen g3, rook f4, queen f3, but black just plays queen d8, and then maybe knight b7 and rook f6. Maybe this works.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, let me just put it on the board.
And Artus, meanwhile, there is a supporter, by the way, in your chat who is suggesting f3, g4, so you can check it.
Yeah, I will definitely do. I'm curious if this is such a ridiculous idea or not. Like, this is an exchange sacrifice. If you play f5, there you go. So queen d8, knight b7, queen d7, rook f6. So this is what I wanted. Like, takes, 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 here, and I fail. I somehow wanted to make this work. Like, probably it's taking too long anyway.
Yeah, and also the rook down.
And the rook down. Why f3, by the way? Yeah, f3, g4, rook g2 could be an idea. Or g4 immediately. But for that, I would start with king h2. Maybe it's a different idea to play rook g1, or f3, g4 with the idea to play rook g2. Actually, I like it. I also want to play g5. Control the e5 square. So probably black has to take it. And again, I want to play g5.
We have king h2 played by Frederick Svane. He is removing the king from the g file. Can we expect rook g1 and g4?
Yeah, I think the big idea is to play g5. A fight for the e5 square. Maybe go for an attack. Of course, here you see...
Oh, just immediately.
Yeah, I mean, black has no ideas anyway. So black is just standing here. It's a really sad position for Volodar, but like, there's nothing active he can do. Maybe he's dreaming for some scenario where white is going to be careless and then play e5. So let's say if white gets super carried away, perhaps black can strike with e5, but I mean, Svane is going to be ready for that.
He is going to be, because he is having a lot of space advantage on the queen side. He has a space advantage in the center. I'm just looking at those two bishops, Arturs. I mean, the bishop pair advantage of black, but they're just so sad. They're just like two pawns standing there defending. Yeah, really sad for those two bishops.
So let's try. Let's try to play f3. Rook c8, g4. Let's say black does nothing. So let's say black goes here. I'm playing g5. You go here. Bishop e5, I suppose. And if black trades, it's such a nightmare for those dark squares. So bishop f8. There's got to be a way to make a progress. Like this b5 indent is going to decide the game in favor for white. Like put the king on some ideal square, like queen goes here, f4, king g3, rook b2, rook b1. Eventually there's going to be b5. It's winning. It's got to be winning. So black going to do that. And black probably needs to stop it. But how do you stop it? Like takes, g5 is a threat.
You cannot really do it. I mean, g5 is happening. Black cannot play g5 themselves. Is there bishop bishop h6? There would be hanging the pawn on f6.
I just missed something. What did I miss? Some counterattack.
Oh, wow. e5. This is where e5 can work, finally.
Yeah, but I still don't understand how it works. Like, why it's working. Maybe takes, captures, then some d4 idea maybe. Oh, actually, yeah.
Oh, and suddenly the knight. Look at this knight on a5. It doesn't have any squares because bishop is cutting it. There is no knight b3, no knight c4, no knight b7.
And the extra pawn here doesn't really feel. So wait, actually, it's not so simple.
Ooh.
So f3, g4, g5 might be an idea, but Svane is going to have to keep a close eye on e5. So once again, we can try to make it work. Here, g4, takes. Oh, let's say king g8. Probably I can still somehow improve the position. Maybe now I can use the heavy pieces to target the pawn on f6. I feel like this, Angelika, is a position you could show to students. You know, you show this position here to the large audience, and you're saying, white has a large advantage, but how do you capitalize on it?
Find the plan.
Find the plan.
Yeah, there is a huge positional advantage, definitely. But you need to find the plan. I think that's the most difficult part, because even though when you're executing plan, there could be some tactical and dynamic ideas for your opponent which you always have to watch out for. Because whenever you go for this g4 push, you have to be ready for e5 happening every moment.
This game can still go either way. Like, I'm definitely agreeing that white has a large advantage. But if Svane misplays this, and he plays this f3, g4, g5 at the wrong moment, there might be this counterattack with e5, and things could escalate quickly. And also, as you can see, the time situation is playing a pretty big role, because here Svane has 40 minutes versus Murzin's 33, and he is just shuffling the pieces, rook c8, rook a8. He's saying, I'm not going to think of anything here. It's you who has to come up and show something.
And definitely it's Frederick's turn right now. We see that 14 minutes on the clock while Volodar has 33 minutes. The pressure is going.
He's going to play f3, yeah? Or g4? No.
King h1?
King h1.
Okay, there is some triangulation. King went from g1 to h2, then to h1.
I think it's just a precaution move, just in case to remove the king from some long diagonal checks or something. I think rook a8 will be the immediate response. Maybe here Volodar is going to check like, okay, what does it change? It doesn't really change anything. There you go, just play rook c8. So acknowledged. King h1, interesting move. Show me your next move, king g1.
Ooh, triangulation indeed happened. But why would you do it? Why do you need exactly the same position with the rook on a8 and king on g1?
We are going to see our
False
answer
break.
pretty soon. Like, I think, again, Volodar is going to play rook a8.
Meanwhile, the action is continuing in the game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. Let's take a look at that game because you see that there has been check on b7. There has been pawn push on to e5. There is no space for black's king. It's on a6. But there is a threat, Artus, in the position. There is a threat of bishop f4 or bishop c3 targeting the pawn on e5.
Watch out for stalemate.
Ooh.
So here, black would give up the rook and bishop. The king is in a stalemate position. So this is something you should not forget.
But it's easy to give up the rook. It's not so easy to give up the bishop.
That's a problem. That's a problem. Yeah, I see how to give up the rook, but nobody has to take the bishop. But still, I mean, bishop f4 and some capture, yeah, it's probably not here.
Yeah, now rook f7, stopping the idea of bishop f4. And if bishop goes to c3, then rook f5 is the only way, is it? Because bishop c3 targeting the
Bishop
pawn.
c3, yeah.
Is the rook f5 the only move?
And I think now you can trade it. Yeah, now you can trade rooks because this
no,
king
the
is
king is too
so
far.
far. Yeah, it's very far.
Probably first you need to go, or you can even go like this.
Yeah. And the bishop is
Oh, no, not in
one
time.
tempi short.
Not in time.
He cannot defend e7. This is also the position where he could like remove the pawn and play bishop b4, but the pawn is on c5. So doesn't look good for Fedoseev. Maybe, yeah, so here I think Saleh is still figuring out what to do, but let's go back. Let's go back to Svane against Volodar Murzin, because I think this game, Fedoseev against Salem, it's still going to continue for a while. And of course, Fedoseev is not going to resign immediately. He's going to look for some chances. Here we see a change. So not rook a8 was played by Volodar. For a change, he played queen d8, but it doesn't really change anything.
Yeah, queen d8, removing the queen back. Also at some moment defending on f6. And I think at some moment, Frederick knows he has to make a decision. Will you go for f3, g4? Will it be g4?
Yeah, he's definitely going to do it.
He has to go for it. I mean, he's trying to calculate, but now he's down to 12 minutes on the clock.
And he needs to make this decision pretty fast. Like, I think it's going to be very hard for him to go for the break, f3, g4, if he's going to have like 3 minutes on the clock. Then, if the situation is going to change very quickly, he might not have time to adjust to the changing position, because also you might remember his very painful game against Aravindh a couple of rounds ago. He was playing a really fantastic game, but he was in a serious time scramble, even though in the first time control, with no increment, and he did not find a victory.
Even though the computer says there is a big advantage for Frederick Svane, we can see this game go another way as well. Due to the time situation, Frederick had this unfortunate experience, as Arthurs you have just mentioned. It might repeat again. Of course, there would be 30 seconds increment, but what does 30 seconds bring to you if you have to play on this increment? You will not be able to calculate. And if black will find the right moment to push for e5, I mean, the tables can turn around. I mean, I would not be surprised if something will change, but Frederick knows he needs to make a decision now. He cannot postpone it any longer, and it has to be the g4 or f3 break. I mean, going forward. He was reaching for peace. He was indecisive. What will it be?
Maybe g3, no, queen, g3. Okay, it doesn't really change anything. So it just gives you extra 30 seconds. And that's also the problem, like with a king on g1. So where do you place it for it to be perfectly safe? Queen d7 immediately is the response. And is it going to the queen side? Maybe there's some scenario where he would love to play rook e3, king f1, king e2, king d1, king c2, king b3, king b3, king a3, then play queen f4, f3, g4, g5, and the king on a3 is somehow feeling well. But that's a very long march, isn't it?
Arthurs, we might see it. We see rook 2 to e3 is on the board.
I think he's going for it.
I think he's going for this king march to the queen side. I mean, if we'll see it, it's going to be really exciting. He just played king h2, king h1, king g1, and will he go all the way to the queen side?
But watch out for the counterattack. As soon as the king's going to be somewhere, let's say, if he indeed does this, so king f1, king e2, king d2, as soon as he does this, watch out for e5 and d4. So the king on d2 might be under attack. So, of course, he wants to do this, but is he going to do this? Maybe he's thinking also alternative idea, like building up Alekhine's gun. Rook e3, rook e2, f3, queen e1, bishop g8 here. I think here Volodar is also very smart that he's attempting to slightly change the moves. Like it's always rook a8, rook c8, rook a8. Then for a change, he played queen d8, queen d7. Now he plays bishop g8, bishop f7, just to confuse the opponent a bit.
Just to change a little bit. And also this idea of rook 1 to e2 with the opportunity of king going not via e2, but maybe via e1. Towards the side, but definitely e5 is something to watch out for from black because it's always there, it's always in the air.
Big
What
decision, very big decision here. Do you do this? Do you march with a king? I mean, he could still, of course, try to improve the position with queen f4, walking under bishop h6, but this, of course, I think White would be very happy to sacrifice an exchange like this. I mean, queen f4 might be closer to protect against any e5 and d4 pushes, that the queen on f4 protects the d4 square.
But look at his body language, Arturs. Frederick is struggling. I can feel it. I can see it. Just look at how he's seated at the board.
Maybe like this. A rook e2, king f1, king d1, etc. No, queen f3.
He plays queen f3, it's on the board. He's not yet showing the card, and apparently it is a mistake, and the evaluation shuffles.
Wait, watch out. Is there e5 here? So why just remove the tension from the e5 square? Is this an opportunity when black can play e5 and break 3?
Do you think Volodar sees it?
I'm not even sure if it's playable. I mean, I would definitely want to check it. Like, I think Volodar has been waiting for this opportunity. You know, it's so annoying for him to sit in the passive defense, and he would love to do something active. And here you see, that's the pose. He immediately is taking, he's like, wait. I might play e5 here. Can I do this? So e5, d takes on e5, and let's say f takes on e5. Can I do this? Bishop takes on e5. I could be playing something like d4, or maybe bishop e5. No, Engine disagrees. Maybe d4 first. d4, where do you put the rook? Here, the knight on a5 is disconnected. Look at the bar, by the way, it's dropping.
Yeah, because the problem is now bishops are getting opened and bishops are working very well. Bishop from g8 is cutting the knight on a5. Pawn is marching all the way to d2. I mean, this is huge. I mean, will we see it? What is happening after e5? Can you take it at all, or you should just...
He really wants to do this. I can feel it. He really wants to. It's like, I know I shouldn't, but I want to. I want to play e5 because he's been suffering the entire game. It's his birthday today. He's celebrating 19 years today, so he wants to play really well. He's reaching for the move. Is he going to play e5, or is he going to play bishop f7, do nothing? That's a very big decision here. If he's going to play it very quickly, maybe he's not going to do it.
But I absolutely love that the player immediately understood that there is this particular moment that he can go for it. And he was blitzing out all those moves. He was blitzing out rook a8, rook c8. He was blitzing out rook d7, rook d8, and bishop g8. And suddenly he slows down.
Things might go really sharp, really quick.
I think the biggest problem is going to be the knight on a5. So Frederick has to take that into consideration. But Volodar, again, like, absolutely incredible. First, he's blitzing out all the moves, and then he's stopping at this moment because he feels this is the moment he can push.
I'm a bit surprised that here Engine somehow favors White, that maybe White can ignore the pawn. Also, this is something that you have to take into your account. You push the pawn on e5, but I would think that with the pawn on e4, the defense should be somehow easier and not with the pawn on e6. Yeah. So here, by the way, Engine changed its mind because initially after e5, it was saying that somehow White's position becomes better.
What about knight b3? Or I don't know actually what to do after e5.
What do you think? Is he going to play it?
I think he feels it. He feels there is this move, and he's slowed down. So he's calculating. I trust he's going to go for it. What do you think, Arturs?
I'm like 95% positive he's going to play e5.
Let's see if he's
Just
going to break
based
our...
on emotions. Just based on emotions. Like, you've been sitting there for the entire day, slightly worse position. Your opponent was pressing you. Now a small slip. I don't think that Frederick wanted this.
And look at Frederick, by the way. Look at him. Look at his body language.
And it's your birthday. And your opponent has been torturing you for the entire game. You want to do this. You want to play e5. But again, it's a very, very big decision. But I'm like 95% he's going to play it. And we're going to have still a lot of action in this game.
Absolutely. And also considering the fact that Frederick yesterday, he lost. And the day before that, he lost against Aravindh. And that was a very heartbroken moment. Today, it would be great, of course, to come back. But doesn't look like it's going maybe to happen.
Maybe Voldar's also thinking maybe this is a trap. You know, sometimes when the opponent has a dominating position, but he doesn't really have an easy way to crash through, he makes sort of a slip, like, oh, I missed this, and he's expecting you to counterattack. So you can't always assume that your opponent misplayed things, that he missed e5. This is obviously a very big decision, and Volodar has plenty of time. He had a good half an hour on the clock, and the opponent has 10 minutes. So if I was him, I would definitely invest here some time. Like, he already has spent at least 5 minutes. I would say maximum 5 more, and you got to make a choice.
He will make a choice because he wants to keep this time pressure on Frederick. Look at Frederick's reaction. I think he feels it as well. I think now he saw it.
I mean, he already saw it a long time ago. There's no need to make a poker face because he knows. He immediately saw how the body language of Murzin changed. He knows. There's no need to hide it. Like, sometimes when the players are playing and they hope the opponent doesn't see the idea, they're like trying to make this poker face and not to give away the emotions. Here it's completely unnecessary. He's completely on the same page that the Volodar sees it, and he's trying to make a big decision.
As people say, there is no need to have poker face in the chess game because in the chess everything is open. Yeah, you cannot hide your cards. All cards are on the table.
I was wrong.
He played bishop f7. He didn't go for e5 push. Do you think this was a moment where Frederick realized that there could be e5 and we might see queen coming to g3 now?
I'm genuinely surprised. So Volodar didn't play bishop f7, as you can see. Yeah, this is a miss. And this is a relief. This is definitely a relief. Yeah, like. Whew.
Queen e2. Queen e2 coming back to stop. And now e5 is not happening any longer.
And Queen e2 also targets the pawn. I mean, not much really has changed. So I think that Volodar decided not to give in to temptation. And he goes back to the passive defense. But to be honest, I was like really, really sure he's going to do this, considering how the game has been ongoing. But the game continues, and there's no e5.
Yeah, and he stopped at the right moment. Now it's again Frederick's turn. He has 10 minutes on the clock, while Volodar says 28 minutes. Frederick is taking his time, but I'm not sure. Will he try to go for the g4 or not? It's definitely a big decision for Frederick. He cannot stay still for much longer. Meanwhile, in the game of Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev, there has been some updates. Would you like to check out what has changed?
Absolutely. Let's go to that game. Of course, we have one more game ongoing. So here we see king is on d6. The e-pawn is rolling forward. So Fedoseev is still looking for ways to save the game.
And look at the...
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, there's ultimately no defense here.
And look at the rook on f3. It's stopping any ideas with a bishop. It doesn't allow bishop g3. It doesn't allow any bishop f6. I mean, just a perfect position for the rook. And in case of any checks, there will be always e6. You're just marching forward.
All right.
No chance.
Rook h7 maybe. Rook h7, and then somehow double defend the e7 square. But even that's not going to be enough. Rook h8, okay, so he tries a different idea. I think the idea is to give a check on the A. But by the way, notice the pawn on c5 is also under attack.
Oh, it's just hanging.
Yeah, so you can just take it.
You can take it and then you have 2 pawns and you just march forward. Or you can push e6, wait for a check, and then take it.
So what's the cleanest way? Yeah, like e6, check, king takes on c5, bishop e7. So Fedoseev wants to build up some kind of a blockade.
But there is king c6. Yeah, it's very tough.
Yeah, it is. It is very tough. And if you play rook f7, there's going to be bishop g3 hitting the pawn, and the pawn is going nowhere.
Yeah, rook has to stay on f3 for some time.
So here Saleh has to make a pretty big decision. Does he take on c5 and potentially prolong the game, or rely on the strength of the e pawn? I feel like the latter is probably the right choice. Like e6, let me just put it on the board. e6, rook d8, king e5, and this should decide. Like this should decide. I don't see how black can hold this.
But you can even take probably on c5. I don't think that...
No, but that's the point. I mean, it prolongs the game. Like if you take on c5, bishop e7, king goes here, king b6, and it goes and goes and goes. It's winning, of course, I don't argue, but it just prolongs the game. And I think if I'm playing here with white, I want to get the thing done
you can also go king
quickly as
c6
possible.
after... So king takes on c5 and after bishop... No, sorry. King takes on c5 and after bishop e7, king c6.
Yeah, I mean, it's winning.
Okay, anyway.
It's winning.
All roads lead to Rome.
Right.
And in this case, most of the moves leads to the win. So rook h8 has been played. So now it's Saleh's turn now to find a way how to proceed. And he's going for it. He's pushing the pawn to e6. The king is too far away for black. It cannot really do much. Cannot help in the game.
In the other game, Svane against Murzin, there's no more change at the moment. I think we just stay to this game for the moment. This game might finish pretty soon. King takes on c5, yeah. Maybe you can just take it. Let's maybe try it. Like king takes on c5, bishop e7, king c6. You safely go forward. There is exactly one check. You play king c7, and rook f7 is just killing. So black is playing without the king.
Yeah, that's very bad, especially in the endgame. In the endgame, you need your king to be active.
He just played king c7.
He's just not caring about it.
Yeah, so rook f7, e7. I think that's it. So you can see also he had a quick sip of the drink, rook f7, king goes here. Also, there might be some checkmate ideas, like rook f7, find a way for the bishop to join the attack the king. Saleh has figured it out.
He has it all. He understands. He will push forward the pawn. The black's king cannot join the action. It cannot defend. So king standing on a6 is, of course, not helping black. Yeah, not much to do here for black. But rook f7, one of the candidate moves for sure, just to keep pawn pushing.
Right. So here, the Emirati Grandmaster is finally checking the last variations. The king on a6 is very unfortunately placed. And overall, I think we can say that he has played a really great game.
He has.
And this is the kind of performance he was looking for. Since the start of the tournament, he was struggling a bit. He did not join us for the rest day. Usually, I mean, Saleh has been a pretty frequent guest of the Biel Chess Festival. This is his 11th time, if I'm not terribly mistaken. He would normally join the activities, but this year he decided to skip it. He was not really feeling like it. We visited some escape rooms here in Biel. But by the way, Vladimir was one of the players who joined it. Which room did he join, by the way?
The Harry Potter one.
The Harry Potter room, yeah? Okay.
Yes. And yesterday, we have seen both of the players winning. Vladimir Fedoseev won yesterday, as well as Salem. Salem won against Frederick Svane. So it's going to be really tough to see one of the players going down. But if Saleh is winning, it means that he's coming closer in the standings to Aravindh. Because currently, since we had the joint leaders before the start of the round, now Aravindh plays a draw. It means currently he's leading. And if Vladimir doesn't secure a draw, he will not be in leaderboard anymore, I mean, in the top of the leaderboard anymore, but it will be Salem who will be trying to catch up with the Indian superstar.
Because essentially what's coming up, it's of course tomorrow one more final round of the classical round robin. Then the players are going to play against each other the double round blitz tournament. And this usually changes quite a lot of things because there will be 10 blitz games, 10 more potential points for the players to pick up. And then we're going to talk about the final stage. So some of the best players that are going to qualify for the final stage on more classical games. So here, this is, of course, a chance for Saleh still to fight to qualify for the final stage.
There is a huge fight for the top 4 scores. Whenever we had player for an interview here and we were asking them, how is their performance? How do they evaluate it? And they say, well, I take game by game because the most important for me is to qualify. It's not to win for now, because first of all, you have to get into the finals. You cannot immediately set your goals, okay, you would like to win it all. Definitely, each of the players is very ambitious. They want to go it, they want to give it all. But first, you have to go through with the finals.
I mean, rook f7, I think that's it. It seals the deal. Rook f7, king d7, e7. I see, like, rook b3. Ah, wait, maybe after rook f7, king d7, there was a check on d8. That's what he was not sure about. Rook b3.
Is there some checkmate idea, like bishop b6, b7, rook, rook b6, rook a6?
But hang on. There might be something here. Well, yeah, probably, I think. Saleh has figured things out in a different way. Like, it's a very nice thing. I usually use such opportunities for my students. Checkmate as a bonus. So whenever you have something great, you also try to include an attack against the opponent's king. By the way, maybe let's put up the analysis board. There's one move I missed. So I thought it's actually very easy, but Saleh shows that things are not really so easy. I just want to show you one idea, maybe what he was not sure about. So I thought that rook f7 is going to be really nice because you want to play king d7 and play e7, and this wins immediately. But then I noticed I had simply missed the black has one more check, rook d8. And you're not really there. You're not playing e7. And if you play king c6, I go back. And again, king d6, you go here, rook d7 and e7. Of course, I mean, everything wins. But Saleh decided just to play rook b1, rook b3, and cut off the king.
Really sorry, Artus. There is a huge turnaround in the game of Frederick Svane against Vladimir Murzin because e5 has been just played a few moments ago. Let's go to their game because there has been a moment where Svane missed it. He played bishop h2, bringing back then queen g3, and then e5. What is going on, Artur?
This had to happen. I mean, it's a bit odd moment because I was expecting this e5 move to be played earlier. So the moves we did not see. I'm just going to roll back a bit. This was the position. So here, the young German played queen d3. He played rook e2. He played bishop h2, and he played queen g3. His idea was to somehow find a way to force the queens off the board. Now this is the moment when Murzin finally played e5, and after d takes on e5, this suddenly becomes very sharp for Frederick, having only 8 minutes on the clock versus black's 25.
And he even took on e5. We were discussing that taking on e5 would open up the position of the black's 2 bishops on f7 and g7. I was expecting something like knight b3, not to take on e5, but we have the take happen. And look at Frederick. I mean, he is completely shocked that this e5, he's shaking his head. Look at this, he's shaking his head. He cannot believe that has happened. He missed this e5. No, because he was shaking his head.
Yeah, but what did he expect, really? Like, he put the bishop on h2, he blocked the bishop's view with the queen, and after e5, f takes on e5, you couldn't take with the bishop, and you have to take with e5, you have to sacrifice an exchange. Maybe I didn't really see him shaking the hand. I thought that he went for this. Like he didn't really see any other way to make a progress. And E5 is, it's a bit strange, to be honest. Like I would have thought that he had to go for this G4 G5 idea, but he was not sure about the E5 counterplay, and he spent so much time trying to figure it out. And I think it would be really weird for him to miss it. But we have seen stranger things happening. It could be.
We surely have done that. But Arthurs, I'm just wondering, could it be the case that Frederick knew this, that there could be E5 at some moment, and he was keep on looking on this E5, he was looking, and at some moment he simply forgot that E5 is in the picture?
No, I don't think so. Like, why? Because that is Black's only counter idea. And this already, by the way, if we roll back a bit, this was the moment when, remember when Murzin played this Bishop f7. We remember this, right? Already here, Murzin could have played E5. He had a longer thought. And also Svane obviously was glued to the board. He was thinking about this. So E5 already, this was the first alarm bell. E5 might be a move. So is it really like that couple of moves later, he again forgot about the E5 break? No, I don't think so. Maybe we can go full screen and see the emotions of both players, but I think this is something he was anticipating. He was just not seeing any other way to break through, and maybe he was provoking Murzin to do this.
And we see the take with the pawn on E5 is happening. Now there is a huge center for Black, and Queen D3 instantly has been played by Frederick. Does he want to go with a knight to C4 and D6? Is this a threat?
But I mean, I did see him shaking the head, but I understand what you say, but I find it very hard to believe.
And now big moment. Now Wojtaszek sees there is this knight C4, knight D6 idea. He has to defend his queen or move it away.
The threat is to win the pawn on E5. E4 is going to be rook E4. The queen on D7 is pinned. Another threat, watch out for knight C4. So knight C4, knight B6, knight B6, there's all kinds of ideas. The knight on C4 also hits the pawn on E5. Maybe he wanted this, and he didn't see any other way.
And now Wojtaszek is taking time, 21 minutes for the reigning world rapid champion. While Frederick has only 8 minutes on the clock, he's trying to figure it all out. How do you stop from these two threats, knight C4 and take on E5? Yeah, it's definitely not easy for sure.
I have a comment on my YouTube chat. Ben is saying, I'm bad luck for poor Svane. Each time I come on to stream, he's doing grand, and then suddenly he's shaking his head. So, what can I say, my friend?
Yeah, Frederick doesn't have such a great tournament. He has just lost yesterday against Salem, and 2 days ago, he had this very unfortunate loss against Aravindh, where in time trouble, he slipped. He had a much better position. He had winning ideas. He blundered those, and then in the time trouble, he blundered as well. So that was very tough to see. But today, I mean, Frederick got such a great position, and suddenly something changed. But Queen C7 is on the board, defending the pawn on E5 and also stepping away with the queen from the pin.
But it would be really strange. He would go into this position willingly, right? Because you immediately sense there's danger. Like Black has two bishops, Black has the center, the knight to A5 is disconnected, B5 no longer works. I mean, I have done this myself in some games, that you missed one idea once, which is E5, and then you missed it again. It's really stupid. Like, I have done this myself, and I've been very critical of myself, but it just happens so rarely.
But it does happen.
It does happen. It does happen, and maybe it did happen. Yeah, so once again, let's maybe go back to the analysis board, and I would like to show you this moment. So here Murzin already had an opportunity to play e5 once. This happened at move 51. After queen f3, Murzin was very tempted to play e5. Because after e5, d takes e5, there were some positions where black is, maybe not like this, I think it was d4. Yeah, bishop e5, black plays d4, and suddenly he gets very active. So this happened. This caught Svane's attention. Instead, Murzin decided to play bishop f7. And I think I saw a relief in Frederick's face when he played queen e2, he played queen e3, only to walk into the same idea again. So make your own judgment. Like, did he miss it, or that was deliberate?
But queen c7 for sure is defending the pawn on e5. Also, there is no knight c4 jump. What is the move for the young German grandmaster? What will he do in this position? Because I don't really see easy moves in the position.
What about queen c3? Hitting the pawn.
There is d4.
And queen d4. There's definitely moves.
Oh, there is a pin.
Yeah, maybe let's put it on the board. Queen c3, I'm hitting the pawn.
Nice.
d4, queen d4, queen sack. E takes on d4.
Wait.
Oh, I just noticed something.
Queen
Whoops.
a5. Oh no, my queen.
Could it be that he missed this? By the way, here we see
Saleh.
Salem. How did they get there, by the way, on the screen? I think that's a view from a different
Is he
camera.
watching his own?
He's just standing there. He is blocking our view.
He's just watching his own game. Looks like that.
Hey, Saleh.
Hello.
That's us.
And he looked. He briefly looked.
Saleh, do you hear us? Saleh.
Yeah, look, he heard you.
He's like, what is going on here? Who is talking to me? No, it's in my head. Must
It's
be
in
the
my
wind. Must be
head.
the wind.
Just the voices in my head.
All right. That's obviously him standing and waiting for his game. He just checked how the other game is ongoing. There you see Volodar's returning from his refreshment area. There's a very, very nice special room for all the players behind the scenes.
5 minutes for Frederick Svane. He has to make a decision. He has to find the move. And I see that he is shaking and he's trying to do something with his hand. He's just playing with a table, I can see, and twirling the pieces. He's not sure at all.
But one thing is sure, Saleh is sure. He's sure he's done it.
It looks like he's playing against Frederick. It was like this for a second. He just stand there.
All right.
Okay.
Frederick is making the move. Just to give you an update, what's happening in the other game, there's not much happening. By the way, there is a pretty big update. Maybe I'll just switch you to show you this position. Why Salem is so sure about his position.
So that's why Saleh was coming to the video. He wanted to say, okay, please show my last move.
Okay. Rook h3, look at that. He voluntarily blundered the rook. So the idea is to take on h4, play e7, and promote it. So he voluntarily blundered the rook on h3. But the point is he's still winning. King d7, rook takes on h3, king takes on d8. This king is too far away, like you can give one check exactly. King d7, e7, e8, king b6, e7. Here, Fedoseev is running out of ideas. I think we might actually see a resignation. So this rook h3 was a very, very precise move. And rook takes on h4 is incoming next. That's it.
Meanwhile, Arthur's d4 has been played. So queen c3 and d4 is on the board in Frederick Svane game against Volodar Murzin. Maybe very short update on that game, because we might see this line we were discussing. And maybe that's something what Frederick missed. The take on d4 will fail to queen takes on a5.
Yeah, we're definitely going to go there. I have a feeling that this game is going to wrap up in a moment. Like maybe, of course, Vladimir is going to stay until the very end. He still has 10 minutes, but especially with the idea of rook takes on
Frederick
h4.
has 3 minutes only on the clock. Let's make
All right, let's go. Like, I was thinking this game is going to finish, but of course, I mean, of course, Fedoseev can spend all 10 minutes. Really tough to choose. You know, both games are really exciting. Of course, Saleh is winning, but I thought that Fedoseev might resign any given moment.
So we see again, the head has been shaken.
So queen takes on d4 is not possible because of queen a5.
That probably was something which Frederick missed in this position. He probably saw that there could be queen takes d4. And we see Volodar completely relaxed in this position, having 21 minutes. But for Frederick, it's only 2 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock.
Now, I think Volodar is thinking, I haven't had such a great position the entire day.
Oh my.
You got to enjoy this.
He's absolutely enjoying it after time of waiting and struggling. He is having great time right now. But Frederick cannot believe it. I mean, he absolutely cannot believe it. This is
He's just
happening.
so unhappy about his time management. That's what he's unhappy about. I mean, the position is still good. It's not a bad position, but unfortunately, he spent so much time. And here you see again, there you go. He's shaking the head. He's so unhappy. He spent so much time earlier in the phase. He could have made this decision to play bishop h2 and queen g3 with more time on the clock. Only 2 minutes.
2 minutes on the clock. He's raising eyebrows. He doesn't know what to do. Queen d3 has just been played, but these 2 pawns in the center, they're still there for black. And the knight on a5, by the way, look at this. Arthur's knight is still standing on a5. First, it was such a great piece in the game. It was restricting the whole play of black, but now it's just the knight which is standing on the edge of the
Rook
board.
b8 might be a move.
Rook b8 targeting the b4 square.
Watch out for it. I mean, obviously, there's some lines to calculate, like rook b8, if I take on a6, and you take on b4, I take on c6, and whatever happens after that. Maybe rook fb8 is a move. Also, you want to check, but it drops the pawn on e5. You might... you're going to play bishop d5 because it drops the pawn on g6. Maybe there's king h7, but if you play king h7, what about knight c4? Many things to consider.
What a game, and absolutely what a turnaround. Frederick is completely shocked. I mean, he is in disbelief in this situation. Look at him. I mean, he cannot believe this is what's happening here in Biel.
The viewers, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think Murzin is going to score a victory in his birthday? Or Frederick is still going to manage to capitalize on his advantage, which is gone, I have to admit, really. I think this position feels so much worse, considering what was before.
Still complicated position. There could be some ideas of knight jumping to d6 or b6. We might see knight c4 on the board, but for that reason, of course, Volodar is taking his time. He's thinking right now. There is a pin, by the way. The bishop is still pinning the pawn on e5.
Let's analyze a bit, right? We have time. I mean, we can shuffle the pieces on the contrary to Volodar. Let's play rook b8. Target the pawn. Queen takes here. And why it's a mistake? Take it. There's no queen c6. The knight is dropping. Oh, that's a problem.
Is there knight c6?
Knight c6. There could be some unexpected issues.
Ooh, bishop c4, double attack on the queen and the rook. Suddenly.
And there's nowhere to go. Maybe queen a5, but at least I can trade the queens and collect exchange on e2. And thank you for the game.
And that's why we see Frederick right now. He's completely, he cannot believe what is going on right now.
So it's rook b8. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Volodar is going to find it. Like, it's a very straightforward move. You can calculate not such a difficult line after queen a6, but the pawn on b4 requires some support. Queen x on d4, it's still queen a5. You could do it, I think, like queen d4, queen a5. The queen is walk away from the pin, and takes, the rook on e8 is defended, white is busted. So you couldn't do it. How do you defend the pawn? Queen d2? But I don't want to make such a move.
No, queen d2 is absolutely not the move you want to make. I mean, rook b2 probably also not something what you want to do, but maybe you might have to go for it.
Yeah, it's not so clear. Maybe rook b1, but I want to keep the pressure here. So perhaps I can organize some attack against this pawn. Somehow. How do I do that? Maybe knight c4? Maybe this is the move. So I go for the d6 and e5. And if
And
you
if rook
take,
takes,
yeah, I could take on e5.
or there could be even knight d6.
Even
You
knight
have to
d6.
calculate this.
That's why Murzin is not playing the move. He is trying to assess what happens after knight c4.
Because knight c4, suddenly you have to ask yourself, do you want to take
I think you have to.
bishop
You have to.
c4?
Yeah, you have to. And now maybe some queen f7, just to protect everything. And queen a6 feels just so risky here, considering these strong pawns. So maybe, but you cannot take it. You cannot take on e5 because of d3.
Oh, d3 is the move, and then d2 suddenly is coming. Oh my God. I think these are lines which currently Frederick is calculating. He cannot believe that he got into this position.
Some centralizing queen, d4, e3, etc. All right, so here Volodar is thinking, let's go back to the other game. Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. He has pinned the bishop on h4, and Fedoseev is waiting and fighting until the very end, but ultimately he's just running out of all ideas.
You know, Artur, so that walk we've seen of Salem earlier, it felt like a walk when you were saying, well, it's time for you to resign, you know? It felt like this. Because then he was walking a bit for a few moments, and then he returned to the board, kind of waiting for Vladimir.
Yeah, I know. All of us, we have been in this situation. You like feel the opponent doesn't want to resign. You walk, you come back. It's like a gentleman's gesture. Okay, I'm here. I'm ready to accept your resignation. But he doesn't resign, so he keeps thinking, and you get up again and you keep walking. So anyway, yeah, I think this game is wrapping up. And so it's just I feel pretty bad, of course, for Vladimir, because he's been playing some very inspired chess here. And today he was just punished because of one mistake. But at this level, there you go. There's the resignation. Finally, Fedoseev agrees that he's been outplayed, and a great victory for Salem Saleh.
Absolutely incredible performance by the top Emirati Grandmaster. He is winning the second game in the row, now coming up in the standings, and now he's on the right behind Aravindh, which means that Aravindh is the sole leader in the Masters for this time.
There you can see they're discussing still, and probably Vladimir says something like, I cannot believe I missed your knight takes on c6 move before. And you can see here Salem is all smiles, of course, in the camera. They're discussing. Hopefully they're not disturbing the other players. Sometimes the other players are saying, shh, be quiet. You know, we have a time scramble here, but everything is good.
Yeah, and we've seen there the chief arbiter, Laurent Freud. Of course, he's making sure no one is disturbing anyone. And looks like the boss of the players now, Volodar and Frederick, are locked into this position. Currently, Volodar's turn. He's playing king h7, but he's allowing knight coming to c4. Will we see the move played? Frederick Svane with only 2 minutes 20 seconds on the clock. Will he go for this decision?
I think so. I think that's the most obvious choice. Unless there's something more concrete, you always improve your pieces. So I think this is also a choice by Murzin to keep the queens on the board, because White is in a time scramble. He doesn't want to simplify things.
Yeah,
So we'll see what happens after knight c4. It's going to be. I think it's going to be a trade.
we see that it is one of the last games happening in the playing. When we see Frederick is unsure, he cannot make up his mind. He was about to make a move, but then suddenly he stops. I mean, I absolutely love the body language of Frederick, especially in the time trouble. I mean, he's looking around, he's trying to find the best move. He's trying, and he's holding his hand, but then suddenly something changes. He's shaking his head right now. We can see it. He sees something.
Yeah, I don't know what else he's thinking about. I think you're in a time scramble. You want to simplify the position. Knight c4 does it, unless there's some problems. He's taking on d4? No, cannot be. Does he want to take on d4?
Out. He was reaching
No way.
out.
There's no way he's going to take on d4. Like, it looked like he was grabbing the pawn on d4.
No, it
Cannot be.
It cannot be, because there is queen a5 at all we already discussed, it was a refutation. No,
Wants to take it. What
he is taking on d4.
works?
What?
Queen takes on,
On a5?
Oh, queen takes on a5, queen d7. Oh, what an idea.
Oh my God.
And yet he takes on d4 happens. Okay, it's really surprising turn of events right here. Okay, let's just follow the game live for the moment. There was a couple of crazy moments happening. I would have thought that queen takes on d4 was not possible, but it seems that both players were on the same page, and this was not a surprise to Volodar.
Yes, he was expecting this. Now under 15 minutes, Volodar Murzin has to make his own decision. Meanwhile, Frederick has only 1 minute 44 seconds on the clock. He has to try to play faster. He is under the pressure here, while Volodar has a bishop pair in the position, but the pawn is hanging on c6.
Let's maybe now use this opportunity while here Murzin is thinking about his choices and show this moment here after king h7, queen takes on d4 apparently was a legal move because couple of variations this was simply losing move because of queen takes on a5 and black wants to collect the queen on d4 and the queen on c7 is gone from the pin. But with the king on h7, I mean we did not notice this, there's unexpected queen d7. And you see this bishop is left defenseless, so let's say queen takes on b4, queen takes on f7, and at least white is not worse. So that's why here Murzin estimated that this is pretty okay. He took on d4, bishop takes on c7, and this is the current position.
That's what we have. Now it's Murzin's turn. He is taking his time. He still has 13.5 minutes, while Frederick is for sure under big time pressure. 1 minute and 44 seconds only for German young grandmaster. But actually I realized that knight c6 is not a threat because there would be a pin.
Yeah, it really depends on every single position, does it now, of course.
Is this 3 possible?
d3 is a move, trading on e2, bishop d5 is a move. These are all moves, and I have a feeling that this extra pawn doesn't really matter. The knight on a5 is disconnected, black has 2 bishops and a strong pawn. I would say here Murzin has definitely the better chances because he is not only having finally a great active position, but he simply has more time on the clock. He has 12 minutes versus 1.5.
What do you do after d3? Because it's a huge move. Do you take on e8 or do you keep your rook on e3?
I mean, if you trade it twice...
But there is also d2 possible, no? Or it's not possible? Here.
No, I just walk back.
Ah, you're just coming back.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not happening?
So you could do that. So rook takes on e8. Maybe this is a line you want to calculate. Takes, takes, takes. And the d pawn is going forward. Bishop f4. Bishop c3, I suppose. Knight c4. And it's still getting pretty unclear. But black is pushing here. Like, black's the one who is pushing. The d pawn is strong. The pawn is weak. This bishop is joining the game. So, yeah, d3 is the move. You want to check.
And look at Frederick. I mean, he's holding his head. He cannot believe that he missed this.
Yeah, let's try to make it again work. So what was it, d3? Yeah?
D3, rook takes,
Takes and takes. Looks very reasonable, very reasonable. So takes. Engine doesn't like it. Oh my goodness. d2, rook d8, bishop d5.
Bishop d5, blocking the way for the rook. Oh my God.
It is possible to miss this in a time scramble. But, I mean, obviously not at this level. I think they're going to definitely, Frederick is definitely going to notice this. So, not rook c1, of course. Rook d1. And how do you protect the pawn?
There is... Do we have a move?
There's a move. There's a move. The move is... there's a move. Rook takes on e2 and bishop d5.
Oh, this is what happened. So what Volodar is doing, he's not yet pushing d3 because it could be easily attacked, but he is restricting the knight on a5 because now it cannot jump out. The only square it can go is knight b7. But after knight b7, there is rook a7.
Yeah, and also the knight on b7 doesn't do anything, and black has these strong bishops and a pawn. So this looks really, really great. So we'll see, and Svane is under a real pressure.
Svane is under huge attack right now. What is going to be next move? I mean, I'm just seeing this computer evaluation, and I cannot understand it because there is a bishop pair. The knight is restricted on a5. I mean, how does it find a defense for white? And Frederick has only 1 minute 20 seconds. I mean, Arturs, can you believe he can hold this?
Still might go either way. Like, I mean, white is up a pawn after all. So there could be moves like f4 maybe, bishop e5 and rook d2. So we'll see.
We will definitely see. And bishop on d5 was the last move. Now Frederick is down 1 minute on the clock. He has to find move as fast as possible because otherwise he will have to play just on the increment.
Pretty difficult position here for him. This is the position where you wish you had like at least 50 minutes on the clock, not just 1 minute, not 40 seconds. The nerves play a huge role at this moment.
A big role, and thinking about your knight on a5, what will you do about it? Maybe he has to remove the bishop from c7 so that there could be knight b7 jump, but what to do? I mean,
let's see. I mean,
20 seconds?
Yeah, he's like in serious time scramble here. He's just not really sure. Once again, Frederick Svane is in a time scramble. So he plays bishop f4, tries to be safe.
He removes the bishop to f4. Now knight b7, knight d6 could be an idea. There is no more pin. There is also no rook b8. That's also very important. But rook f8 targeting the bishop was played instantly by Volodar. What a nice way to use the time advantage at this situation, because now Frederick has to make some very unfortunate decisions. So bishop d2, defending the pawn, and now bishop f6. Maybe knight can go to b7 now. Knight b7, knight d6.
Watch out for the pawn on h4. The pawn is under attack. You gotta protect it. Do you play for a counterattack, b5, c6? Do you play g3 but weaken the light squares? It's very, very risky. Do you go back with the bishop on g5? Can you play that, by the way? Bishop g5 makes perfect sense here. G3, I would be afraid to weaken those light squares.
You have to watch out for all the d3 moves in that position. You have to be really careful.
I mean, g3, d3, and bishop d4 is a really poisonous idea. The pawn on f2 is going to be under attack.
20 seconds for Frederick. He has to move faster.
Actually, I think it's against any idea. d3, bishop d4. Huge threat.
11 seconds on the clock. I think he's going to play this game on the increment. He has to make a decision. 5 seconds. Frederick.
My flag.
3-2. Okay, 3 seconds on the clock.
So he plays bishop g5. What about d3 here? Can you do that? Like d3 and bishop d4, because White has no time to take the bishop on f6. So d3, rook d2, bishop d4. Oh, he has bishop e3. Okay, I suppose he's still safe.
But with 30 seconds against 12 minutes and 20 seconds, it's going to be definitely very tough. Now, Volodar Murzin has to try to find a way how he can use this time advantage.
What about the idea, takes, and play rook f4? I just noticed an idea to play d3 and rook takes on b4. And if I do that, the knight on a5 is effectively out of the game. So there's also another idea I want to check, like takes on g5, play rook f5 and rook takes on g5, but somehow I spotted this idea, rook f4, d3 and rook b4, and the knight is going to be disconnected. But again, if Murzin does this, he needs to calculate what happens if white goes for a desperate break and organizes a pass pawn at the queen side. This is where you show your calculation.
Also, there could be knight b7, knight d6 idea. Knight is not completely cut from the position, cannot just go back, but it could go to b7, to d6. I mean, there could be still ideas in this position for white, but with 33 seconds on the clock, it's extremely tough to find those critical moves under a second. Volodar Murzin has 11 minutes, so he can sit there for 10 minutes, and Frederick will have to be ready to answer very quickly.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's got to be about the pawn on b4. So, of course, Volodar can retreat on g7. And also, of course, when your opponent is in a time scramble, you try to think in series of moves. So you don't play bishop takes on g5, and then you start to think. You think right now. But we have the liberty to shuffle the pieces a bit, so let's give it a try. So I want to play bishop takes on g5, h takes on g5. There's also rook b8. And I'm looking at this position right now. I could play rook b8, white plays rook b2, and I'm thinking, can I make some progress here? Can I do this? Because there might be a move, for example, h4. I'm fixing this pawn on g2 so that you're going to play g3, and if you play king f1, I'm playing king g7. What do? If you play king e1, the pawn on g2 drops. Maybe f3 is a move. And then who is faster? Like king f7, king e2, king e6, king d3, king f5. You see, I didn't make it.
Is the pawn on d4 hanging?
Yeah, it's hanging. Yeah, that's the problem. So I think that you want to make sure that you can do this. Once again, rook b8, rook b2. I want to play h4, otherwise white might fix it with g3, or maybe I don't do it. Maybe I just run. Yeah, maybe I just run. Here, f3, king goes here, king f2, king e6, king e2, king f5. I'm not making it, as you can see. The other idea I had, after bishop g5 takes on g5, try to play d3, rook goes here, and rook f4. But if you do this, like I'm very happy for this position, the knight is completely out of the game, I don't really care, I'm down a pawn, I think I'm playing with an extra piece. At least it feels like it. So I would want to check what happens if white goes for a counterplay. b5, takes, c6. What is this position? Even maybe c6 right away. Like, takes. There's even rook d3. What I'm doing, actually. I'm forgetting about rook d3.
Rook d3 is possible, definitely. But I think it's so smart right now for Volodar not trying to use his time advantage and trying to play fast, but he's just trying to focus right now, trying to find the best decision, the best move in this position, calculating all the lines, now having 8 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. He's not using the time of his opponent.
Let me check this line again. d3, rook d2, rook f4, b5. He could be somewhere here. Like, I try to understand what is this. Can I take with a4? This is going to be knight c6.
Or pawn, no, pawn cannot take on c6.
Pawn cannot take it, rook a5, rook c5. So knight c6. I take on b5. The knight is under attack. Probably some knight e7 something. Bishop c4. Rook a7, rook c7. The d pawn lives. Okay, maybe not knight e7. Maybe knight e5. And then the same idea. I could still... I cannot protect it. Maybe bishop e4. f3, bishop f5. Oh, this line goes really far. It's very, very difficult to calculate because if you're wrong, then you might be busted. So that's why he's going to use here a lot of his time. It's a very, very big decision here.
7.5 minutes right now for Volodar. He's calculating big decisions to take on g5 or not to take, or go with a d3 or any other move. He's trying to find the way, and Frederick, meanwhile, has to calculate as well to try to find all the answers to every single of Volodar's move, because he has only 33 seconds on the clock.
Okay, but what's the alternative if you don't trade on g5? What do? Bishop g7? Okay, you play d3. And now it's going to be bishop takes on g5. I think we're going to see this endgame. So bishop takes on g5. Yeah, h takes on g5. Is it rook b8, rook f4? Rook, like this. This is smart. So he simply excluded b5. This is a very smart move order. I mean, I was looking at these ideas, but he found a more precise move order. Now there's no b5. And after rook takes on d3, rook takes on b4, black simply plays a risk-free position.
And there is also no knight coming to b7. Black is cutting the knight and restricting it fully, because now knight has no real squares.
You cannot play rook b2. I mean, you can play rook b2, but
d2.
There's d2, rook d2, rook b4. It's the same position. Doesn't really change anything. So the pawn is under attack. You play rook d3, and you're going to play without the knight. It's a very dangerous position here for Svane. Like, the engine says it's somehow balanced, but I'm not sure it's balanced.
Can you still try b5 in some way?
Yeah, but what does it change? I just take it. And then what? Now the knight is under attack. And the pawn is under attack. The knight is stuck, actually. So
The knight has been trapped.
the 30 seconds here for Svane. His position is very, very dangerous, even though he is up a pawn. Rook takes on d3, rook takes on b4. What do you
20
do?
seconds.
Maybe activate the king.
He's taking on this 3. Now rook b4, knight is completely trapped on a5. There are no moves for the knight out. But if rook takes on a4, suddenly knight b7 can be played.
He's not going to take on a4. Like, he is going to keep the knight on a5 locked in on a5 in its prison. So f3, king f2 most likely will be played. You got to activate the king. This is an endgame. But here Murzin could even press for more, play rook b2 to keep the king locked away, activate his own king.
20 seconds for Frederick. He got to make a move.
Murzin is playing for the win absolutely here.
Absolutely. I look at this evaluation bar, but I still don't see
10 seconds. Rook e3.
5
Rodian
seconds.
says, yeah, I'm not sure what it does. Maybe rook e3, rook b7,
2
97.
seconds on the
Nice
clock.
call.
He's going for it.
All right. Yeah, there you go. That's a good find. Yeah, rook e3, rook e7, knight b7.
Knight b7 is finally getting out. Now knight is ready to jump to d6. There could be also a check on c7. But how are you supposed to stop the a pawn? That's the biggest question.
Very big question. Can white somehow force a draw? Like rook e7, knight e6, knight e8, knight f6, build some kind of a perpetual check? It might be actually like with the rook on the 7th rank and the knight on f6, we might see some perpetual check ideas.
And now Volodar again is taking time, trying to figure it all out.
Let me maybe put it on the screen. So where Frederick is trying to escape, so he has a material balance on the board, but it's obvious that black is the one who is pushing. Let's put it this way. Let's say rook a1 check, king a2, a5. So I'm thinking rook e7 check, king g8, knight e6. So where's the idea? a4, I want to go. What do I want to go with rook? It's not rook b7 maybe. No, not rook b, rook a7 definitely. Rook e8, rook e7, yeah?
Oh, there is already.
We have a very qualified audience, I feel. Yeah, like, I didn't notice this. I was looking for a different draw. I was looking for rook c7, knight f8, knight e6, and then give checks, knight h7, knight f6. But yeah, this is pretty clean.
This does look like it works. So for that reason, Volodar is taking his time now. 8 minutes for him.
So
Is there a rook e4 now? Is
Rook
there a rook
e8,
e4
rook e7,
going
yeah.
into the bishop against knight endgame? Rook e4, is it possible?
yeah, rook e4 is a move.
But then there you have to count with rook a3 maybe?
Just a second. So knight e6 is the next move. And rook e7 is a big threat. Rook e8, rook e7. How else do you stop it? We can give it a try. Takes, f3, here, and here. King g7. Let's say some, maybe first I include h4. I guess I could give it a try. So that, let's say here, there might be some opportunities for bishop f3. Yeah? So
wow.
the h-pawn is rolling forward. There
You
might
cannot-
be ideas.
You cannot bring the king too far forward.
Yeah, but you might play g3. I might play h3 stuff. And
G4.
g4. And you're going to be down something, but the king is cut off.
What
And
is
the
this
knight
position?
holds. Yeah, it's very difficult to, it's so easy to suggest ideas, but it's very difficult to calculate these things very precisely. So rook e4 is also a very big decision for Murzin. So I would say it's his minimal program. If he finds nothing, he plays rook e4. So the first question is, can he keep the rooks alive? Because knight e6, rook e7, rook e8, I think by now both players see it. I mean, we missed it, but I'm sure that they definitely see it.
They see it 100%. Now, big question what to do. You can also go for the g5 pawn, by the way, which is...
This also makes sense, yeah. Rook g4, f3, rook g5. I play knight e6.
6 minutes for Volodar Murzin in this position.
Now, this rook is really weird. It's not joining the game. Maybe I can
Oh,
attack
wow.
the pawn on c5, bishop g8 something. This is a very serious line.
You have to calculate all of it.
I will go here. Like, I would not be sure about bishop endgame, but somehow I like to keep the rooks on the board. So this was the line, yeah? Rook g4, hit the pawn. White has to play f3, rook g5. I might give you a check. I'm not sure what it does.
But knight d6, it looks like.
Yeah, and bishop
restricting the
g8.
the rook.
Okay, maybe not bishop g8, maybe on any bishop move, but I think actually this is the best square where you can put the bishop. So there's a move, a5 is played.
Ooh. a5, but what does this move bring? Because now whenever rook is leaving a4, a5 pawn will be under attack. Or does he want to check on a1 and push the pawn forward? Will we see rook e7? Will we see knight d6?
Maybe he's covering from checks with bishop g8.
But then there would be some pin on the bishop at some moment, no?
I don't know. Like, again, if you go here.
Rook a1 check.
Rook a1 check. Okay, you want to push the a pawn, yeah? Check. Here, check, here.
But then there is knight e4, knight.
What?
I saw that there is knight e4, knight f6.
Yeah, it might be knight e4, knight f6. Here, I go here. What else? Ah, wait, there's a pin. There's a pin, rook e1.
Rook e1, f3 and a3. Rook e7 is on the board. We might see it.
I think this is what Murzin wants. He wants to play king h8, bishop g8. No, king g8. Knight d6, he might still go there.
And now there is already a threat. Rook e8, rook d7.
Rook f4, rook f8 is also an idea, but then white can position the rook behind the pass pawn, and he feels quite safe. I think this is a very strong idea, like rook a8, a4, a3, a2, remove the rook and promote to the queens. Like, we can give it a try again. Okay, we are full screen, but let's maybe stay at this view. So once again, check. Here, a4.
We have the move, rook a1 is on the board. What happened?
What's going on?
He's not writing down the move. Wodar was not writing down the move. That's why the clock was stopped. He was playing the move instantly.
Oh.
Lorenfried coming.
Is he going to ask for extra time on the clock?
He has to write down the moves.
What are the FIDE rules actually on this matter?
So you are allowed to, but basically you have to write 1.5. When there is 1.5 moves, you have to already write them down. But one move, you can still not write down it. So basically, if your opponent plays a move, you can play a move and then you can write it all down. But you cannot do 2 moves in a row, for example.
Okay, good to know.
So now 50 seconds on the clock.
So he didn't get any extra time. He was just arguing that please write down. So here white is the one who is trying to make perpetual. So king g7, king h8, bishop g8 might happen.
It's the only way to continue the game for black. Because if king is going to come to g7, g8, it's just going to be a repetition and the draw agreement. So we will probably see it.
Maybe Murzin is going to do it. Like, maybe he's fine with that. I was thinking that he's still pushing for something, but it's been a long day for everyone. And rook e7, I think it's going to happen. Otherwise, he might miss the perpetual check ideas. It doesn't really hurt you.
Yeah, so rook e7 must be played now. Frederick has 1 minute, 16 seconds on the clock. Will we see king h8 and bishop g8? You know, now after Frederick complaining about him not writing down the moves, he might actually go king h8. And
the big moment here is king h8 going to happen. I mean, you gotta definitely give it a try because there's no risk. You can always always go back to g7 in case something fails. Wait, you need to watch out for knight e8, knight f6 checkmate.
Oh. That's definitely something you have to watch out for.
Let's put it as on an analysis screen. So king goes here. You need to watch out for knight e8. And there might be unexpected checkmate threat with knight f6 and rook h7 on the board. So he can't do this, actually. So king g8, knight f6, king f... There you go. There's my draw. So rook d7, knight h7, knight f6, knight h7, knight f6. So a3, knight h7, king e8, knight f6, king f8. It's a draw. It's a draw.
Looks like it.
So maybe Murzin missed it. He missed his final opportunity by playing a4, and he should have played this rook g4, rook g5.
Yes, for sure. And that's why Volodar is taking time now, 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock.
One thing we know for sure, that White doesn't want to play G3 here.
But it's not White's move, so.
Yeah. I mean, after King H8, I mean, you could vote the worst possible move in this position. It's probably G3. I mean, obviously because of checkmate on H1, but yeah, it was an exciting game. I mean, it might still change if, for example, Frederick doesn't see this, but I think he sees. He sees the idea. Yeah, so Volodar is not going to risk it. So King F8, Rook E8, King G7.
I think Frederick now is checking which move is it, because most likely, okay, King G7 is the only way. Like, it's the only move, it's legal, the only legal move.
Could it be that Murzin missed the knight E8 move? Like, he originally wanted to go for the King H8 idea, and he missed knight E8. I mean, this knight on D6 is very strong.
It is absolutely possible. But let's also remind our dear viewers that he was struggling earlier in the game. Frederick Svane was pushing. We see King G7 is on the board. Is it going to be threefold repetition?
He might still try King H8. Again, there's no risk. He could always play King G8 and ask White to show, do you see knight E8? Because, again, Black can always play King G8 after that. Now he's just going to repeat. There's a draw.
The draw repetition, threefold repetition we have on the board. What a game we had today here at the round number 4 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Absolutely incredible. First, Frederick was pushing, then he blundered this E5 opportunity from Black, and then it was Frederick who was in the big trouble. So it's time for us to pull up the results of the round number 4 in both Masters and Challengers.
All games were drawn, except of one game. Salem capitalized on the early mistake from Vladimir Fedoseev, who put up a very, very long resistance, but was unable to save the game. It's 4 points for the Emirati Grandmaster. Radoslav Wojtaszek against Aravindh was a pretty swift draw. We just saw Frederick Svane sharing the points together with Volodar Murzin. Volodar, who celebrated today's birthday, had some chances in the end, but according to Engine, the German Grandmaster was never really in danger. We felt he was, but Engine disagrees. Finally, also in the Challengers, David Navara, Makun finished in a pretty equal game and a draw. Daniel Darda, Niklas Theodorou also was a pretty much equalish game. And finally, Aram Hakobyan, Jumabayev ended with a rook endgame, also in a draw.
What does this result mean is definitely that Vladimir Fedoseev is currently on the second place behind Aravindh because he lost. But Salem, after his victory, is only 1 point behind Vladimir Fedoseev. He's climbing up in the leaderboard. Meanwhile, in Challengers, the positions didn't change since everyone played in a draw, but we still see the confident lead of the Nicolas Theodorou with 19 points, 3.5 points in front of Aram Hakobyan. Arturs, what a day was today. I mean, like, such incredible games we had, even though so many draws, but so many eventful ones.
Yeah, I think that draws don't have to be boring. It just shows that the game very often is very balanced, and also, of course, the game we just witnessed it, Murzin against Svane. Ultimately, I think the German was not really in any trouble, but was this a boring game? Absolutely not. And also some of the other games, we had David Navara with us in the studio. He showed some interesting ideas, interesting concepts, so it was pretty fun.
So much action here at the Biel Chess Festival. It was round number 4, the classical portion. Tomorrow it will be the final round before coming into the Blitz portion. We are going to wait for you here at the same time, at the same place, 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Thanks, dear viewers, for watching. Thanks for tuning in, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Greetings, chess fans. We are the official commentators of Biel Chess Festival. My name is Artur Nations. I'm a chess grandmaster. This is Angelika Volkova, my co-host already for 4 years of the festival. And we have for you a very important message.
Yeah, we're here in Biel, but the question is, if we're going to come next year, and it could depend on you, dear viewers.
The goal is to achieve 10,000 euro donation from our Tippy campaign. You probably have seen, what is this Tippy button right there on the streams? This is our donation campaign. So if you are enjoying our coverage, if you like us as your hosts, and most importantly, you would like to see us coming back next year, we would really appreciate that you would donate something for the campaign.
And we're going to reach the goal. You will have this opportunity of having free entrance to all the tournaments at the Vilnius Festival and also hotel accommodation. Artists, I hope we're going to get some donation, because I'm really looking forward for the next edition, and I would like to be here commentating with you.
So do I. Being here for 4th year in a row, we make a really great team, so please make it happen.